and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from high kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen mode serius ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little Pika ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little Pika untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional. Dan sempat kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last winning team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams, and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams, and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partner, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in the starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking all around. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the hour.
kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started the recruiting by to compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk low bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat, berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai.
Naririnig ko na ang mga alulong ng mga bulldog. Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in starlight. I feel so alive. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking alright. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waiting for this.
kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started recruiting by to compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk low bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat, berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meta dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible, and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last minute team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from heart kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen, mode serius, ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempet kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat apa ya kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last mini team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams, and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams, and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partner, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
So ladies and gentlemen, of course, welcome to the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup Grand Finals 2026!
Locked up, and that's a mega Q already. This is a full-on dive into the base.
The stun! Yet again! Being saved!
This is over. It's GG. It's done. Alright, here comes the engage and the attempt from Samaka. They use all their abilities. The golden hour stops all of that. The art of the end doesn't really get to too much. It's on to 2, but the quad damage is dead. They're just gonna be free hitting the members of LP. Leoma got a double kill, but it doesn't matter.
Today, we will find out which 3 teams fighting for the championships. But only one will rise above the rest. Who will lift up the trophy? Let's get it on!
And that is where Soloz and Mizu can actually done the damage.
No! You closed the load and you got taken out! Ryan gonna survive it out, but I'm going to take out the Yoshi. And it's triple kill! Fire Yoshi! No! Here we go, they're moving to the fountain, but this way! They're pushing
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good day to everyone who's here together with us. Maybe those who's here together with us through our official live streams, wherever you may be, and those here together with us at our official venue at One Utama Shopping Center. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup Grand Finals 2026! Amazing crowd we have right here for today. Now, for those who missed out on all the actions in the last 3 days, today is day number 4, or should I say the final day together for this championship. At the end of today, we will get to know who will be crowned the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup champions and bring back home the biggest chunk of the $80,000 prize pools. Now, for a little bit of context to everyone, this has been a long 4-day event. We began on Thursday on our day number 1 with 8 teams. 8 teams, some of the best Mobile Legends by players that the world has to offer. Hailing from 4 great nations, from Malaysia, Singapore, the Philippines, and Indonesia. And at the starting point of today's day event, we have 3 teams, our top 3, which will begin our day with the upper bracket segments and then dropping down to as a lower bracket segments and followed by the grand finals. Who will reign supreme? Who will become the champion? All this and more will be unveiled later on this evening. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sure you guys would like to get up close and personal and get to know our top 3 team better. So it would be my honor to introduce to you the teams for you today here on the main stage. So let's begin with our first team, waiting here at the lower bracket semifinals and ready to claim that grand finals up. Give it up for KPTM X Velocity! Ladies and gentlemen, KPTM X Velocity from Malaysia, currently at the lower bracket segment. They had a tough run yesterday, back-to-back matches, 3 matches in a row, and still here crawling through the lower brackets. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for KPTM X Velocity! Thank you very much. Ladies and gents, our next team, hailing from the Philippines, we're still setting a record of no losses yet here through the upper brackets. Make some noise for NU Bulldog!
I can't take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, hit the ground, then it go off. Yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my year. Yeah, I really feel it's my time, think it's my.
Carrying the pride of the Philippines, the only Philippines team standing here in the competition and trying to make them up by the first team here in the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for NU Bulldogs! They seem like an away team over here. Big sandwich between 2 Malaysian teams. But trust me when I say this, they are definitely going to bring in their A-game. Ladies and gentlemen, but of course, our third and final team announced here up on stage. The last contender in this matchup in the upper brackets. Give it up for UITM X Velocity! Ladies and gentlemen, from Malaysia, our athletes here from Utama X Velocity still no losses yet through the upper bracket first round, the quarterfinals best of 3 series, and here they are as the second team upper bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for UITM X Velocity! 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen, and only 2 will remain their spots here in the grand finals. After the conclusion of the first match, the opening match, the upper bracket semifinals, we will get to know, will it be Malaysia or will it be Philippines stepping into the grand finals? And what will transpire there in the lower bracket segments? Who will reign supreme? Who will become the champion of all? Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise! Now, to break things down and tell us a little bit more about what we can expect here on our next remaining matches, we're going to be joining together with our amazing commentators here on the commentary desk, and we're going to be handing over to the casters. Take it away.
Thank you, Flava, for the amazing opening introductions from one team to another team. And I mean, it's not even introduction, it's a music video for all the teams. So welcome everybody. This is the OPPO X Hyperlegend Cup 2026, brought to you by OPPO as well as Moontoon MLBB. You're with me, Fasha Bunny. And on the desk today, we do not have Husky. We do not have Abento. We do not have Fira, but we got KBC Sensei, aka Ken, right here to cast for the grand finals. How are you, Ken? Oh, and I feel like there's a little bit of technical difficulty issues. I feel like I can hear Ken, but it feels like it doesn't actually commute at the live stream right now. So we hope that we'll be able to fix it. Ken, are you there? Is he there? Is it? There's a pause. I think still the live stream cannot hear you. I can hear you because I can feel you, man. I can feel. We have that caster vibe right now. So let's hope for the best behind the scenes, that we'll be able to fix the voice of our one and only caster Ken to be joining up. And he talked about how this is actually him coming off of his own retirement. Actually it's the same with me, but he's actually a little bit longer period compared to mine. Bento dragged me from the retirement, so now let us, the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup, dragging him out of his own comfort zone to join into our MLBB scene tournament. I think it's been almost half a year from him casting tournaments, right? So Ken, I think I can hear you now. Are you there? Yes. Oh, but I feel like I think that is we're still having an issue right now. It's okay. I'll take over for a while. I'll just hope that Ken will be able to fix up his mic so that the live stream can hear him. So let's go into the prize pool. If you guys missed out what has been happening for the 4 days, what are they actually fighting for or chasing in this OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026, is definitely the 32,000 champions to be given, $32,000 to be given to the champions. And then if you make it out at the second place, you'll be going home with 20,000. And those who didn't manage to go to the grand finals, only managed to actually survive at the semi-finals, they will be getting 12,000 at the third place. But at the same time, those who actually qualified to the 8th place, those who are the 5 teams that didn't manage to go to the semi-finals, you'll still be able to bag some monies. If you aren't able to do so, still there's a money prize collection to be given out, just not as much as those who are at the top. So this is the format of our tournament. Started out with the online qualifiers between two groups A and B, and then at the national finals we only had 16 teams, but here on out at the grand finals from day one until last day today, we have our 8 teams, and now the only surviving teams that is fighting is the 3 teams that you guys saw just now. So let's give a little bit of salute to 8 teams that has been fighting for 4 days. We got from Singapore, CGTKP. Indonesia, we got Little Pika, Team Semangka. From Philippines, we got Team NU Bulldogs who still surviving, and Brave Hearts. Faith College unfortunately didn't manage to survive yesterday, and we have 2 of our remaining team from Malaysia, UITMX Velocity as well as KPTMX Velocity. Now, I feel like there's a possibility that Ken might be joining us. Hello, is he on the live stream? Oh no, I think Ken is still fixing. There's a problem. Is somehow at the live stream we are not able to hear his voice just yet. And okay, I think Ken is here. Ken, are you there?
Yes, I am. Wow,
Oh.
what an eventful start, Fasha. But
It's
thank you so
okay.
much for being patient with me, and thank you so much for explaining from A to Z to our audience out there. So thank you so much again. I just want to say a huge shout out to OPPO and Munton for allowing me here again. And it's a great opportunity to be shoutcasting this tournament with our student athletes across 4 nations. And of course, without you, Fasha, my rising star co-caster here, it is an amazing event that we'll be looking forward to.
Yeah, and this is the brackets. Pretty much that the 3 days that you probably seen or viewed the live stream itself and how it has happened. It has been a really tight fight indeed. We've seen from the first round of the day whereby most teams, 4 teams was actually dropped down to the lower bracket, and then they were trying to actually pull through from that lower bracket. And just like Flava said, it is a great honor to see the grinds of our KPTMX Velocity that pulled through after they was dropped by the NU Bulldogs. But the question is, who will be meeting them once we see our first match of the day, which is the first series right after this, between the UITMX Velocity versus the team of NU Bulldogs. And it seems that they're gonna do a little bit of flip of coins there to see who will get the first pick.
Alright, and this is going to be very important because this is where teams can decide their respective drafts in terms of the hero pool, and most importantly, they can use this as a momentum to decide and determine the flow of the game. I know it's a best of 3 series, and the first team to take 2 wins out of the 3 will definitely be moving forward towards the grand finals. However, this is also good as well because the teams are taking this opportunity to not only warm up but to understand their opponent's moves and improve themselves later in the grand finals. But Fasha, in your own opinion, in your own prediction, which team you're rooting forward towards the grand finals?
Oh, come on. We gotta show our patriotism right here. Definitely, we are talking about our host team right this instant, Team Malaysia. And especially the fact that this is my alumni university. I'm definitely a pride of UITM. I'm a product of UITM of myself. So definitely, I'm looking forward for UITM X Velocity, especially the fact that I've seen them at MSL Championship, and I'm hoping that from the experience they had as they are the previous champions of MSL, hopefully it builds up them even more here fighting off with NU Bulldogs. But the problem is NU Bulldogs is quite tricky as well. But hey, guess what, Ken? This event is not just us far away at the online stage. They have a physical tournament that people can actually join and watch them right in front of their faces, right at their eyes, and they can see the idols playing off. But how are they going to go there? What are the location? Where it is actually held? It is held at the One Utama Damansara, only 30 minutes from the KL Center, Ken.
That's very good. I mean, this is a good opportunity as well because it's Sunday. I think the traffic is lesser by then. So everybody could just go out to check out, maybe to do some shopping. But most importantly, support the players and the teams right there. And I believe it's going to be a huge crowd later onwards because we have the KOL matchups as well. The show matches between both Team Soloz and Team Feekz. And we'll talk about them more about later. But in the meantime, this is going to be a showdown between both nations. And like you said, you're support about the Malaysian team, I want to give my love towards the Philippines a little bit. I think National University Bulldogs or NU Bulldogs, they came a long way from home. They are in a away situation. The pressure is onto them to deliver outside of their home country. But again, like you said, they have been formidable. They haven't lost a single game just yet. But who knows? Just who knows? You know, the Malaysian team or the Malaysian University is able to actually put up the pressure, because this is one of the best Malaysian teams out there in this tournament.
And Ken, do you know what kind of gadget or mobile they're playing on for this MLBB? They're actually playing on OPPO Reno 15 series. This is one of the best phones if you guys are looking forward to actually upgrade your gadgets, or you're looking for a phone like what has the best camera specs, what has the best gaming specs. It has to be the OPPO Reno 15 series. Not only it is 50 megapixel, it has 120 hertz as well for the fresh frame rate as well. And not only that, it has a fast charging, so definitely you feel like it won't overheat. And not only that, you will have so much time, like whenever you are having a trouble to actually play the game and then you're like, oh no, I have to charge the game. Relax, brother. You can continue on within few minutes and it will be charging as smoothly as possible. But going into our business today, our first series, Ken, it is going to be our map Flying Cloud, which I've talked about this. This is one of the least effects of the maps that is provided by the MLBB or Moontoon itself, because compared to the dangerous grass, the broken walls, or even the if I'm not mistaken, there's a expanding river which actually gives a lot of opportunity for whether ambush or mobility wise. Flying Clouds pretty much just gives you a heads up from your base to move into the Land of Dawn in a very quick manner. That's all pretty much that actually affects. So that's pretty much the least climax moment for this map itself. But at least it goes back to the OG gameplay, whereby there's not much of an effect for you to play around with. There's not much of the grass that you want to do a little bit of ambush. So standardized gameplay will be put out here for the map.
Yeah, standardized gameplay, and it's a bit more back to the roots, I would say, Fasha. Giving teams the opportunity to also allow themselves to get into the battlefield quickly in order to retake certain objectives. That is definitely going to be key. And most importantly, I think teams are going to figure out what would be the best way to actually run this particular map draw, And now here comes the drafting of the hero pool. As you already mentioned back in the studio, Marcel is 100% being banned right here because it is a new hero. It's a bit more buffer, and no teams don't want to face it, counter it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think they kind of realized that letting it go or letting Marcel out from the pool at the first day or the second day shows how much of the potential that any team can actually have. Jushin, on the other note, did actually manage to break out of the ban system yesterday, but somehow it is still prioritized, because if you have Jushin, you know for a fact that those heroes that walks on their feet, that has a little bit of slow mobility, can be easily grabbed by Jushin and just dropped for a team fight. Kalia, on the other note, okay, this is my first ban I've seen from yesterday, because Kalia, yes, it was actually picked twice from the third series as well as the fourth series. Not pretty much prioritized actually. I'm not sure why UITMX Velocity is actually prioritizing this, but Kalia is also one of the good heroes as well to be picked up, because it is one of the roamers that can actually pick off with a Tsunami Slam, definitely, but it is a single-sided and you need kind of a fast follow-up. And NU Bulldogs, I think those are the things that UITMX Velocity is actually thinking, that if NU gets the setup and a good follow-up, it is going to be critical for them. And I'm loving the idea that is portrayed here for UITMX Velocity. Carry, on the other note, has been taken out. I think NU Bulldog has been banning Carry twice yesterday, so it shows that NU really doesn't want anyone to mess with their tank setup, because they love to play tanky setup or tanky junglers or tanky heroes in their gameplay.
Your team. Yes, I do agree on that. And then having to take out those damage per second heroes or DPS is very, very important, especially when you keep on sustaining in the battlefield. And now you do see the Fedrinus has been out, and a couple of bans already in place where teams are going to figure how they're going to run it. But first pick is available, and it's going to be Glue taken by the Malaysia team here. I feel like this is a good option because you want Glue to be your primary roamer to deal as much disruption, as much disturbance across their respective jungles. It's more of taking over a little bit more of the battlefield into the favor of the Malaysian team.
Oh, agree, definitely. Glue right now is definitely a 100% hero. Is either to be banned or to be contest immediately. And having Glue, I think pretty much I remember NU Bulldogs actually paired out with Phoveus, and it's quite strong, and it's difficult for the team of KPTM X Velocity actually to fought off. So taking Phoveus as well is a good strategy coming up from NU Bulldogs, pairing it with Freya, which we know for a fact that Freya can be a flex hero, and this could be meaning that they're gonna go all out for the double fighter lane. Going into the side of UITM Velocity, however, they picked up Sora.
Sora is going to be a very awesome choice. I would say Sora can actually do the two different forms, and depending on the particular form, the hero has provided a lot of CC and a lot of support in terms of the damage as well. So I think there will be a follow-up, but Cloud will be the selection, the marksman selection in place, and I think Cloud is also going to be a good alternative to just burn down the heroes, especially in late game fights or just single pick-offs, provided as well he has the mobility to escape away from danger.
Definitely, with the Blazing Duet, definitely that's one of the things that we have our goal laner be able to actually have the escape mechanism. Now, Yi Sun-shin, I think yesterday and as well as the day number 2, Yi Sun-shin was pretty much banned off, not really a prioritized hero, but it can actually have a little bit of effects for the draft that can be set off, because we have Zetian and we have Yi Sun-shin that has the capability of opening their maps with their ults, right? Fury of the Phoenix, Mountain Shocker, and those twos are definitely something that most teams are trying to avoid. But with Yi Sun-shin being picked up by NU Bulldogs, I'm seeing a little bit of intense coming in. They have their damage. They also have a little bit of sustainability for the setup that will be put out by Phoveus with the Infernal Pursuit. Now, they need to actually figure out if they want to actually... Probably UITM X Velocity will be targeting a little bit of the pools of the mid lane, right? Mid lane would be their priorities to just shut down a little bit more of the pool itself. Now, Lucas will be taken out from the equation because Team UITM Velocity still needs their jungler.
Yes, they need their jungler. They need somebody who can, just steal off opponent's buff from there. Oh, the Faramis has been already banned right here, so trying to disrupt as much of the hero pool from NU Bulldogs is placed. But again, I'm not so worried for the Malaysian team because again, we have a vast pool of heroes. It's more about how they can synchronize with the particular hero pool or the 5 heroes that they chose from there. And eventually, most importantly, the team fights. The team fights are going to be the ones that's going to be determining who is going to be have an upper advantage towards their opponents in place. Now, going back to what we just said earlier on, I mean, they are going to find the particular mage. Probably, try to guess a mage, perhaps a mage dealer in your mind.
Oh, I think if UITM Velocity wants to actually drag even more the pull of the mage, they will be able to just ban off Zetian at this instant right now if they want to actually, because why you want to actually have 2 heroes that has the same capability of opening the map, Mountain Shocker as well as the Fury of the Phoenix, that's not a really good combo right there. But other than that, they might also probably maybe prioritizing of taking out Eve as well with the RWM. Here's the thing, when it comes to NU Bulldogs, they do have the setup, but they need something that can actually control the movement of Team UITM X Velocity, because so far right now, like you talked about, when it comes to Cloud, he still has an escape mechanism. He still be able to mobilize himself from being taken out or being set up by Team NU Bulldogs with the Infernal Pursuit or even with Freya. And as well, we do have Glue to make sure that he'll be able to actually hard guard the frontliners as much as possible. So this is something that we are saying, oh, but Selena, yes, Selena is also one of the top priorities yesterday, and Abyssal Arrow is something that Team UITM Velocity would love to avoid.
Yeah, you're having the Abyssal Arrow from Selena just set things up for possibly NU if they were to select them and then straight away go for the gank. or that pick off instantly. So that's a great band coming forward. Now it's coming down to Hilda. Hilda would be the official, their primary roamer tank for the side of NU Bulldogs. NU Bulldogs now, it seems like they are actually running this very fast pace. They're looking forward to bring Hilda in order to roam as quickly as possible from lane after lane, or perhaps to support whichever heroes is needed in their respective battles in place. But now it's coming down to that one particular mage. Which mage do you think NU Bulldogs should pick up for here?
It's like this is where the fine line that once Selena has been taken out, Eve and Zetian is still open. I mean, if they want to actually go to the backline even more, they possibly will be able to pick up Farsa as well. Farsa, oh, but no! UIT and Velocity take Farsa for themselves with Guinevere. Now, Guinevere having that special migration as well as the Violet Recruit, I feel like Team UITM X Velocity is a little bit of mirroring what NU Bulldogs did to KPTM X Velocity. It's like saying that, hey, you did that to our little brothers. This is us just giving off the same flair that you did, taking them down with 2-0. Easy breezy yesterday. And I'm loving it. I'm loving how to see how UITM X Velocity is actually adapting and showing off the skills that they've learned from the previous guide. Now, NU Bulldogs, like I said, since Farsa has already been taken out, the only options left is either they want to actually have that strong team fight that can hold the ground, it has to be Yves, or even a little bit of damage that they need right now, it could be Zetian. So, Zetian will be the last pick, just like I've already predicted.
Yeah, that is a great prediction right there, Fasha. I think for Team University Malaya VEMV, they're going to focus more on the team fights to try to get as much team battles as possible within the 5 heroes, while the other end, NU Bulldogs, going to focus more on quick roaming, quick flexibility, jumping in for pickoffs, and then hoping that they get enough objectives to power it up themselves later in the long run.
Oh, this is a great draft, definitely, from both sides. They also have their answers, they have their own setups. Compared to how I see from the side of Team NU Bulldogs, it could go a little bit more on the ganking side compared to how it's going to be like from the side of Team UITM Velocity. UITM X Velocity, I feel like they're certain point of time, if there's a possibility they cannot hold up with the gang, they still be able to do the solo push, and this is what we like to see from the side of Team UITM Velocity. If they are not able to actually have that one-on-one fight, they will be able to have that backup. That is if they'll be able to actually execute it perfectly. So let's take a look and let's see what's going to happen here at the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026. Your review for Shavani as well as Ken for the first series, first game of the day.
First game of the game here, and most importantly, this is where you need to quickly clear your lane, so UITM managed to do so. But speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, live drop redeem code for your free diamonds are already online, so stand by ready. Remember, it's limited redemption, so make sure to be the first come first serve. And now here it is, as we will wait for the rest of the teams to quickly set up to get their XPs and of course gold in hand. But for you, the viewers out there, make sure to get your diamonds.
Yeah, it's a long code pen, so they really have to screenshot it and type it out at the game. But oh, already! Ooh, barely surviving that, but thank God he managed to actually survive it out and now had to back off. But so much of aggression has already been done right here at the mid. And as you talked about, when it comes to having Hilda on your hand, Patulan definitely will be able to actually move as quickly as possible, will be able to give a lot of support, whether going into the top lane, mid lane, or even to the bottom lane. And this is what we've seen so far. Patulan is being a little bit of nuisance, but in a supportive way for his team. And here on out, even though we do see that Yed as well as RT trying to do their best to push in for the mid, is coming in right now. There you go, Estachio going in for the mountain. Oh, able to take down the first blood here by Blast, but Estachio getting Yed as well. That's a double piece right here in the hands of Team NU Bulldogs.
Yes, Fasha, like you said already, having Patulan running the Hilda, quickly roaming from one end to another. The main focus of Team NU Bulldogs is to go for that quick gank, the quick picks off, using the ability of Fasha. And now, they are going to get objectives. first Lord Turtle fall into the hands of NU Bulldogs, just extending the XP and goal lead for the Filipino team.
Clean, definitely clean execution coming out from Team NU Bulldogs right now, and Team UIT and Velocity, they know for a fact that for them to actually have that power spike or even getting online right now, it's not going to be easy. So the way how they want to play it off right now is to play safe, because again, NU Bulldogs, they're biting it. They're literally bullying them right from the get-go because they know they have that capability, and that's why they're always doing that invasion. As Tasha takes out yet again, and already you're not going to be able to do so right there. This is a problem when it comes to the teams of UITM draft. Yes, they're sturdy, but it takes a lot of time for them to do so.
Yeah, a lot of time to set up, and you mentioned that playing safe is the best way for them, but if you play safe, means you're allowing jungle invasions from the opposite team. You're allowing NU Bulldogs to determine the playground, to determine their playset in place. Now, speaking of which, it seems there's going to be a little bit of counter-attack, Pasha.
Coming in right now as they go in for the all-out crowd. Balsa will be able to be the trades one, but at the same time, a little bit of overextension coming up from Bajulan will be punished.
Will be punished for 1-to-1 trade. 2-for-0. So there's a good counter attack coming in from UITM Malaysia. However, is that going to be enough right now? Because again, the tempo is still being set up by Team NU Bulldogs. And speaking of which, nearly killing off Siti Nursana right there, but Sora is able to make it out alive, back to the base and recover.
This is the problem when it comes to you having the assassin marksman in your hands, right? And he's already at the level 8 right now, level 8, and that shows how much Estasio having so much potential to fight one-on-one with Katsuo, and that's not really the condition that you want for. And now going into the second title, UITM Velocity, they do seem a little bit of desperate right now. If they want to actually do a little bit of damage, they need to actually at least minimize and neutralize that economy-wise. But here on out, seems that Fardera side has already been opened, but Pascal takes down Siti Nursana. Shati gets the turtle, but at the same time, at the cost of trying to get it, they actually sacrifice 2 lives.
Yeah, Katsuo was kind of zoned out earlier on. I think he wanted to help, at least if he's able to, quickly roam towards the Lord Turtle Pit. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough time for him. And yes, they do get the turtle, but losing 2 members overall. And the power spike just continued to increase for Team NU Bulldogs.
This is tough, definitely. UITM Velocity, again, they're trying their best, but it seems like it doesn't close in the gap that's already been left by the team of NU Bulldogs. But let's hope for the best, because execution can be perfected after mistakes is done. So hopefully that will be the case for Team UITM Velocity. So far, moving along on the side of Team NU Bulldogs, they have the capacity of controlling this game. They definitely be able to actually move around as quickly as possible, get that pushing of the wave as quickly, and making sure that Team UITM Velocity is preoccupied.
Yeah, Team UITM Velocity right now, they're just holding onto the lanes, trying not to over-aggressive play. Meanwhile, for NU Bulldogs, trying to search for every single loophole or every single opportunity to bounce and catch Team UITM off guard. NU Bulldogs, meanwhile, you can see the matchup between the marksman assassins. Yi Shunshin is in a lot of power, but then right now it seems like the first gang or the first attack scenario here goes to Team UITM before it broke up.
Nicely, okay. At least they'll be able to actually disengage nicely to Team NU Bulldogs. But here's the thing, they are setting things up right here. So Siti Nursana needs to be aware of this and have to be careful, because that setup might actually end up not in their favor. And look at that, Siti Nursana had to flicker away, barely alive. But will Team Velocity be able to actually have a little bit of revenge? I don't think so, because with the turtles already spawned out, their main objective needs to be redirect to another lane. So this is something that I'm liking, how UITM Velocity, they're a little bit disciplined, not too ambitious, and not too trying to actually go back and fake things out so far. Yet overlooking from the side of Blast as well as a Roro, but Chula, look at this. So nuisance by Shocky gets the turtle anyway. Great retribution right there. And as the meantime right now, they want to go out for the trade. Boxer gets the castle, but Feather has already been opened. Can they actually pull through? Siti Nursana gets bumped immediately, and now will be the trade as well to Estasio. Not good with 3 lifeline being be cleared by Team NU Bulldogs, and
More
they
to
want
come.
more. They want more. They go down for the diving composition, fighting against it yet, and RT is the only one left. They got the turtle, but at the cost of 4 players with the mid turret already broken.
I like how UITM planned to get the turtle up, but the follow-up wasn't there, and then Team NU Bulldogs say, you know what, let's sacrifice the turtle, the Lord Turtle, but we take out 4 of their main heroes, increasing our power gap overall. And one thing I like about NU Bulldogs is because, you know, we already talked about Team UITM, their main focus is team fight, right? So taking the turtle, I was looking forward for Team UITM Malaysia to actually continue on with that advantage. But Team NU Bulldogs, they are just so disciplined. They know when to roam in the right now. They know how to zone out the heroes of Team UITM. As you can see right here, they are zoning them out as well from their own jungle.
Oh, special migration. Nope, not gonna actually connect it. This is just a little bit of poking and teasing coming out from Team UITM Velocity. They know they don't really have that capacity to fight just yet. So with Herrero able to actually go in for the turret of the top lane, this is somehow giving more pressure for the pushing. Again, Team NU Bulldogs, they're covering the grounds. They have their objectives and they're able to actually thread things around to make sure that UITM Velocity doesn't get the upper hand.
Oh, there's a bit challenging for Team UITM right now. I think everybody's going to wait for the Lord. If Team UITM can actually steal this, or at least to capture it, at least they can take down some turrets. Remember, it's not just about the kills as well, but it's about taking off the base turrets, making sure they take off the turrets in place, and expanding their battleground control. The first Elemental Lord has now spawned. Team NU Bulldogs, they're gonna poke it right here, but I think they're gonna try to bait Team UITM for this.
Definitely, it looks like yet trying to actually go in for the grab right here to Pachulan, but it's not going to do anything, especially going out even with the strike doesn't actually goes in, doesn't land, but the strike will be open, goes out to Estacio, the main damage dealer, and that's what we needed. Even the hero, yes, going in for the solo push right there. I think this could be a lot for them to open. Is it a really good decision making coming out from UITM? They cannot be hesitant. If they want to go in, they have to go in now before Herrero comes in for the backup. And look at this, it's a little bit slow here. Herrero comes through, and Pachulan gets shocky. No one's going to be able to actually go through. Castle gets blocked, but Herrero gets already protecting Dorsana. Steals the Lord, but Herrero just pushes through, and is the only one left to survive it, and I don't think there's any way for him to actually make that out alive.
That's so unfortunate for Team UITM Malaysia. But fortunately for you, ladies and gentlemen, we have another live drop code coming down real shortly. So make sure to stand by, screenshot right here, and the code is finally out. Make sure to claim your free Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds here. But Basha, back to you what we just said. You know, I think overall Team UITM had a great start. They managed to zone out a couple of heroes, but then the firepower is still not enough. But you want to fight here?
Right now, it seems that they want to actually go through. Lot is still marching in, but yet Herrero double kill comes in. That diving composition, Inferno Pursuit trying to actually drag Jet as well as Katsuo. Oh, it seems that they will be able to take 3 plays immediately.
So now they are denying Team UITM from even pushing towards cross the river. They took down the Lord. I know the first Lord is a little bit weaker, but again, you have that extra member advantage. But strength in numbers is not going to happen because Team NU Bulldogs, their power spike is off the charts right now.
Definitely, they're going online right now, and as much as damage has already been put out by whether it's Estacio, even though if you actually take him out from the equation, Herrero right now is in the best form. And look at this, correction site, golden staff is already there. I mean, pretty much this is already at the peak of the damage been put out by Freya in the hands itself, and she can just be on her own and she'll be able to actually just drop everyone down at the UITM X velocity.
Yeah, UITM X Velocity, I think their best option right here is to try to defend their base turrets as much as possible, trying to get enough control into their lanes. They can just forfeit the jungle. I think the jungle is no longer safe for them, especially getting ganked so easily. So they just need that one opportunity to take down whichever glass cannon that is available from NU Bulldogs, and slowly but surely they can push back the tempo and hoping to take a couple of turrets of NU Bulldogs, but it seems like they're just waiting for the right opportunity to do so here, Fasha.
Yeah, the passive is what is needed by the team of UITM X Velocity. But then again, no matter how much passive, no matter how much defensive you're trying to do, Team NU Bulldogs, they just be able to survive it out, and they'll be able to actually counter back what they gave to the team of Malaysia. And this is really tough to see, as Team Malaysia seems like they're kind of a bit lost with 7,000 gaps of economy wise in the hands of Team NU Bulldogs, and having that immortality even more in the hands of Pachulan is getting even more annoying right now to fight this tank.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very chunky, I would say. Having the immortality, giving second chance of life or so. But you see, Team UITM, they're just gonna try to steal this lot, or at least to try to take this lot again, denying the lot from NU Bulldogs. But they have to be very careful. A couple of their heroes already zoned out there, Fasha.
Ooh, and even with this, they cannot be able to actually follow up with Yet. Yet try to grab to Herero, but it's not gonna be enough. Feather side is already open. It's a bit too soon, not in the right position at the moment. Pachulan able to get Yet, as well as they drag the Infinite Person to the side of Shaki, and Shaki will be shut down immediately as well. No, Shaki managed to survive it out with a special migration, but somehow two of the players already been shut down.
And now Team NU Bulldogs can just safely take the lot for their taking. And again, this is the zone out. This is the whole purpose of controlling the map, winning the battle through the vast power spikes in place. NU Bulldogs right now, they just need to steamroll this. And I think for Team UITM Malaysia, they can try to at very least prolong the game, get into the later stages of the game, making sure to max out their equipments, but it seems like it's going to be a little bit too challenging.
This combo is broken. I definitely talked about how Zetian's Fury of the Phoenix and the Mountain Sharker should not be given the opportunity to be paired up, and they gave it all to NU Bulldogs, and that's the struggle that's coming out from the team of UITM X Velocity. Yeah, you might be able to actually move away from the Mountain Shocker, but don't forget, Fury of the Phoenix is coming up as well to slow you down, and you won't be able to actually go through. Now, this slot marching is going to break straight away the mid turret, and just going to give that opportunity to just jump invasion into the baseline. Let's see if UITM Velocity be able to set up the lead. Oh, did manage to actually go in for the grab. Let's see, they can control it, but Shaki will be the one to be blasted out first of all, and Blast taking double kill to Yet as well. Katsu will be able to shut down Hero, the damage dealer that is needed right now, but is it going to be enough? Because still have 4 more players to be surviving now. He still managed to go in, and for the person tries to go in for the drive. Pachulan takes down RT, leaving Katsu as well as it. Arsana goes in for the diving. Now Crystal is in demand with the control, even getting the wipe out in the hands of NU Bulldogs for the first win of the day in this matchup.
What a play coming in from NU Bulldogs, Fasha. Straight away, no BS, no shenanigans, clean kills, and all the way to the crystal base. And you know, this is basically textbook plays, right? You already have the upper advantage, you have the power spike already. Let's just finish off our opponents as soon as possible. We don't want to give any leeway for them to climb back towards the late game, because the late game, anything can happen. You know, they can just switch up their equipments to kind of adapt to that. But that was a clean 14 to 15 minute game. As for UITM Malaysia, I think this is going to be very important for them to learn from what they can do better, and most importantly, they are able to try to equalize this in game number 2.
Definitely. Looking how from the start they trying to actually force a lot of the fights to the side of Team NU Bulldogs, but it doesn't really go in their favor. And how much invasion that was done by NU Bulldogs, it ended up goes to their side, and to a point that UITM Velocity is just like back to the wall.
Yeah, UITM Velocity already have a game plan in mind. Let's try to stick with numbers, strength in numbers, try to upscale ourselves before we are ready to take these objectives together as a team. The problem was Team NU Bulldogs, they had a different plan. They want their Hilda to roam as much to create disruption. They want more pickups, all those small little gangs, and slowly it creates more separation, more opportunities to power spike their carries in hand. And then the most importantly, they can leave a little bit of turtle and then the first lot towards UITM. But the most in hand, they have the power spike, they have the opportunity to deal so much damage that it doesn't even matter if they lost a couple of objectives already, because like you say, Fasha, they already have a huge lead in the economy. They have set up their respective equipment, their items in place, and it's just a breeze all over the place.
The setup is just really perfect from the side of NU Bulldogs, knowing how that you got a double fighter lane, right? And not only that, you'll be able to actually have so much damage, and with Freya having damage while having a lot of sustainability in herself shows how much potential that can be put out. Goes back to the draft wise that I've seen, and this is where great setup comes in, and the diving goes out from Pachulan. Pachulan is just so fearless, just jumps in and gets everything done with that last hit, and that's why he is the MVP for the first game. 6-1, 17 KDA with a total of course 96%. I think it shouldn't be 96%, it should be 100%. He was everywhere. He was where you didn't even want him to be there. He'll be there, and he will make sure that he will cover every ground for the NU Bulldogs.
Yeah, he was the floor general right there. He was the playmaker, the setup, every single act or action from Team NU Bulldogs ran through Pachulan. If Pachulan wasn't there, they won't do it. But Pachulan was there to create some disruption. They will follow up with him together. So I think this is such a great pick coming in for his side using Hilda, or at least for the team. So all the flowers to them. But for Team UITM Malaysia, I think you have to know that if there's someone who disrupts you this quickly, you need to be more aware. You need to know also how to match their tempo in terms of roaming back and forth. And it's all about just holding on and trying to get the best opportunities, the best pickups as possible. But Pachulan did it with his team, and they deserve game 1.
Oh, they definitely deserve it. And looking from the stats, right, 51,000 over to 42. That's total of around 7,000 difference coming out right now for the team of NU Bulldogs. Oh, okay, just to mind you, my mathematics is really bad, so I like to over-exaggerate things. So yeah, anyway, coming up right now, seeing how the team of NU Bulldogs, look at how much of KDA that they are able to do. So they only dropped one death in their hands, and Bangsal, we can't say it for ourselves because we know for a fact, as the one who has to be the frontliner, he must drop his body. He must actually sacrifice himself to make sure that his backline will always be secured, and that's what is needed by Bangsal. Bangsal is always with the Inferno Pursuit, drags out some of the players of UITN Velocity. No matter how much it is, the setup was already been done by Pachulan, making sure that the team UITN Velocity doesn't go away. That's why we need Bangsal right there.
Yep, very important. I said important role that he's playing here. Just sacrificing himself for the greater good of his team, and most importantly, judging from all the stats, especially with the purple buff, the orange buff, you can see that jungle invasion and the control of the battleground space is very important for Team NU Bulldogs to just escalate and to upscale whatever they have in hand. But that was a very great first game. I see a lot of emotions through the player camps. I think the referee's like, hold up, you gotta wait a minute, you gotta chill, the game is not over yet, bro. And I think I like that. I like emotions. I like how players were to show this, and especially in the on-ground campaign, they are the away team. Odds are against them, right? And this is such a great showing from them in place. But of course, at the end of the day, at the end of the game, we're winner or loser, they gotta have to shake hands with it. That's great sportsmanship overall. So NU Bulldogs right there, one more game to head into the grand finals, but UITM, can they secure an equalizer, Fasha?
Oh, this is the question that we asked for today, and this is why we have the grand final day number 4. We're looking forward to see who will actually fill the grand final slot firstly, and hopefully either of these two teams will be able to make it out, because even though either one of them doesn't make it here at the upper bracket, they still have one lifeline left at the lower bracket, meeting off with our KPTM X Velocity. The question is right now, looking at the draft, this is where I want to also note a little bit of what has happened throughout the draft and why was the draft of UITM X Velocity wasn't really connecting, not only because of the execution or even the mechanics wise that is in question right now, or possibly because of the setup was been denied countlessly by NU Bulldogs. I emphasize that there's a, like, if you already see Yisenshin, YSS has already been given away to NU Bulldogs, you need to take out Zetian immediately. They only need like one jungler, they only need like one jungler as well as one tank as well as one mid laner, and you need to drive more of the pulls of the mid lane. Ended up you taking out that Selena, even though yes, that Abyssal Arrow is actually one of the things that you want to avoid. You want to make sure that it doesn't actually immobilize you, it doesn't really stun you that much, but it doesn't do as much as power against with the Fury of the Phoenix. So those are the crucial things that UITM X Velocity need to be aware of, not to actually draft themselves, giving themselves away to a point that NU Bulldogs can read through that.
Yeah, I agree with you on this scenario. Overall, I think NU Bulldogs also, they stick to their game plan. From time to time, they want to get those early ganks, they want to get the early fast roaming across the maps very quickly to set up different positions uncomfortably for Team UITM. UITM Malaysia, I feel like, you have the glue to, give you a little bit more of a fighting team fight advantage, but if you don't follow up with the remaining members, getting the right heroes, getting the right pick-offs, then it's all for nothing, right? But it's okay. I mean, this is again learning experience, back and forth. You can see the team as well. They're just discussing, just having fun. Most importantly, you have to have fun right there. And if let's say they don't make it this round, then they have another chance, like you said earlier on, Fasha. Speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, again, this is going to be Championship Sunday, day 4, final day of the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup. And again, all of our student athletes here are just doing their very best to give you all a great show. But if you are down here at one Utama, make sure to test out all the devices there. Make sure to say hi to the players, as we have tons of activities right on ground. I wish we could be there though, Fasha, but unfortunately, we have to work.
We have to work, unfortunately. So those who are free, available right now, and you guys are wondering, it's the weekend, it's too boring to stay at home. Well, if you're near Klang Valley or you're in KL, 30 minutes away, you'll be able to actually drive to one Utama at Damansara and go to the new main wing or new concourse, whereby it's the biggest wing. I'm not sure if you've been to one Utama or OU, Ken, because the fact is, the old wing used to be just a small fragment of one Utama. Once they added the new wing, OU becomes like a huge maze that I always get lost.
Yes. And you can guess clock in 10,000 steps anytime, any day if you want to walk
more than 10,000
steps
actually.
But hey, I mean, it's a great day over there. It's a Championship Sunday. I think the traffic is going to be lesser. And speaking of which, the drafting for Game 2 is out. We have Fedrin, Carey, and Zusin already being banned out. Fasha, what will this mean?
I mean, this is pretty much standardized or stick by the book rules. Is definitely, that's one of the things that we saw from the first match itself. Take out Carry, you don't want to actually mess around with the Stank Slayer. Jushin, one of the heroes that definitely have a potential to mess up your setup or mess up your movement, your mobility wise. So definitely want to take out Marcel as well. Nobody wants to mess around with that hero, but Uranus been shut down as well by NU Bulldogs. And I think pretty much UITM Velocity did use this against Braveheart's Faith College previously, and maybe this is the reason why they kind of do a little bit of respect ban to the side of UITM X Velocity. Uranus, if you actually let it go, it can be a little bit of hassle having that kind of sturdiness. You know for a fact that Uranus is very tanky. Definitely will be able to hold the solid ground on his own by himself and having a good front liner for himself. But Hilda, on the other note, UITM X Velocity, like, nah. Bachelor was really annoying with it. So definitely gonna take that out from himself. So Hilda will be a respect ban. But Fovia's been picked up immediately. I think if it's not broken, why fix it? So definitely NU Bulldogs know Fovius is one of the best pick, but that kind of actually give an opportunity for the glue to be picked up again. I know that UI10 X Velocity wasn't really as effective as it is during the first draft, but I think that if they can actually fix up what they execute previously, glue can still be a good choice. And Cloud also can be a steal right here, because I think UI10 X Velocity can also perform well with Cloud as well.
Yeah, I think Cloud is going to be the one factor that he needs to upskill as much as possible, getting the golden stuff, getting all those equipments in place, which already, as you predicted, Fasha, they will be getting him, including Guinevere, which was the previous round earlier on. But again, it's how fast they can upskill themselves. It's how fast they can get their equipments before their other opponents, marksman or assassin, gets their items apart or get activated online quickly. So I like the concept, but execution wise, it's something that they have to work about. Comparing to game 1, Yi Xunshin will make his appearance once again for NU Bulldogs. And speaking of which, the ultimate for Yi Xunshin, just open things up, open more information, intel, just don't give any breathing space for Team UITN to do anything or to set up anything from there. So I kind of like this. Stick to that, including Zetian once again. Oh man.
No, again.
I mean, it's the same comfortable picks. It's gonna be I'm gonna tell you later onwards, they're gonna try to find one more roamer, which can be as flexible as Hilda and Uranus.
Yep.
So we are gonna guess it. I'm gonna guess probably it's Glue or somebody else in hand if they do not ban this.
Agree, definitely. Even if Glue will be banned off for this second phase or the last phase of the banning, you still have Sora. Sora, unless you want to actually ban off straight away, it's not really preferable. It's not really necessary for you to actually ban off even more tank heroes right now, which is why you kind of actually want to make sure that you have enough of the pool for you to pick up. But Khalid been picked up right here by UITM X Velocity to be banned off. I mean, yeah, understandable. Sandstorm can be a little bit of nuisance. You want to actually be able to avoid Cloud being taken off, even though he has the escape mechanism. Sandstorm or Khalid himself, he has such a mobility. He can be a bit of struggle or having a lot of problems to the side of UITM X Velocity itself. But Selena been banned off instead from NU Bulldogs.
NU Bulldogs banning out Selena, which they can also kind of pick themselves up. But I think they don't need that already, since you have Yi Xunshin, or others, Zetian as well, to help out, right, overall. So they can just forego that. Now it's just more of the roaming tank that we kind of decided over here. And one more ban. What was that hero again that was banned? The last ban from Team UITM again. That is, if I'm not mistaken, it's a assassin, I believe.
It was Lucas actually that was banned off by NU, but now Velocity was able to pick up. So again, back to the last ban. Again, are you guys really going to risk? Are you going to that Kalia? Yeah, Kalia is one of the setup picker hero for the roamer, which again, they're literally prioritizing on just circling around on the roamer or the tank side. So Glue, are you still gonna allow it? No. NU Bulldog says no to Glue, which the best choice. Seriously, that is one of the best decisions to be made either side with the NU Bulldogs. And I like how it was just a little bit of mind games whether or not NU wants to pick it up for themselves. But it's not gonna be easy, because again, once they actually ban out the last hero, it kind of opens a way for Velocity to pick it up. So rather than give that opportunity, might as well just ban it off straight away.
Yes, and I think, just banning it off, just making sure that they are limited in terms of options, limited in setting up the plays that they want to execute later onwards in the game. Overall, I think UITM, they have to choose something. Oh, is that a Eve?
That's a Eve.
If I'm mistaken. Okay, so again, trying to control the tempo of the team battles, trying to get the advantage in terms of the war of attrition. If let's say both teams were to go straight head-to-head combat, right? That's great. I like that. And then you have CC, a little bit of CC immobility. I kind of like this setup, but again, you have to understand that they have a Yushin Shin on the other side. If were perhaps they manage to spot out this Eve, they're gonna try to aim for E first, and then slowly but surely, things will fall apart. So Team UITM needs to take care of this Eve properly, or at least put the Eve in the right position to set up her skills and give the advantage towards UITM.
Oh, this is tough. UITM Velocity is still playing off by the book with trying to do a tank fight, and oh no!
Ooh, Basia! Freya again.
Basia and Freya again. Not just a double fighter, a double jungler somewhere here from NU. Oh my god! They're tanky, they're sturdy, they have enough damage, and oh wow, Velocity picking up Alice on the last choice. I mean, it still doesn't actually have that potential to survive out the team fight. Yes, they want to go all out for the team fight, but if you compare between NU Bulldogs versus UITM X Velocity team fight, I do feel like the upper hand still goes to NU Bulldogs. Do you agree on that, Ken?
I do agree on that, and I mentioned earlier, I wanted to say, what would be the next best roamer that can give flexibility, disruption, and able to roam quickly across the lanes. And then I saw into my hero encyclopedia of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, Barces could be one of them. He's very fast, he can rotate, he can CC anytime you want, and he can get out as well from the trouble. So basically just replacing the Hilda for Abasia and having your 4 other heroes, the comfortable picks set up, I think this spells success for NU Bulldogs if they can continue to execute once again. But for UITM, I already can see the vision. They want to match the pacing of Team NU Bulldogs, but can they do so in game number 2, Fasha? That would be the question.
That is the question right here. Going off for our first series again, guys. This is going to be the ultimate decision making whether or not NU Bulldogs go to the grand finals, or will UITM ties it all.
Yes, and speaking of which, here comes another diamond code drop, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure to stand by onto your cameras or your phones, to be more precise. Screenshot it right anytime soon, as we will get the players ongoing. And here comes the code, so make sure to get and redeem your free Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds quickly.
Oh, you gotta do it quick, because the last time I did it, within like 5 minutes, it's already redeemed fully. It wasn't actually available anymore. So for those who are watching this live stream, whether you are from the audience of OU One Utama Damasara or at your home with your comfort zone, please make sure to screenshot and immediately redeem it at your game ad. Just log into Mobile Legends Bang Bang and type in at the redemption section page. Anyway, moving back into our business, Ken, this is where it's very, very risky of how UITM Velocity is bringing this rough. I understand the vision coming up with Alice as the last pick. Yeah, we know Alice also has a lot of sustainability, able to actually having a little bit of slowness to the side of the movement of Team NU Bulldogs, and as well will be able to actually taking out some of the lifeline with the Blood of Oath, or even mobilizing, or even able to move very freely with the Crimson Blood. The question is Alice is enough to able to sustain the damage that will be put out, not just by Heroro with the Freya, not just by Estacio with the Yusun Shin, and we got this tanky guy Pachulan with the Baxia.
I'm going to be honest with you, Fasha. I think Alice, early game, not so effective. But later in the stages, she will be super sustainable and super tanky, provided she has the items. But Fasha, here comes the fight.
Chucky able to get the turtle first and straight away. A great move coming on, and a great zoning from the side of Siti Nursana with the Alice. That's how you want to do it. But RWM picked out. It seems like they're going to go all out to Pachulan. Goes in for the special migration. RT gets the first blood for himself. And this is great one piece for the team of UITM Velocity.
Speaking of which, I really like how they are aggressive here, but then, and aggressive as they get, you have to be very careful. Shaki, very, very low on HP, leaving Siti Nosana alone, but Shaki will fall down already, and leaving 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, and they will get double kills for themselves. Team NU Bulldogs are back on the leaderboards.
1-2-2. That's not a good number, definitely. And now they're going to actually give more pressure to the team of UITM Velocity. But it's no problem for Yet. Yet will be able to move away with the spatial migration. Not really a stronghold right now for Team NU Bulldogs. And they're just trying to actually seize it out. But Yet, why are you overcommitting yourself? That is a danger zone for Yet. Yet did not have to do that. He could have actually just backed away as quickly as possible, but wanted to actually test out the water even more. Here's the thing, bro. As much as you test the water, once you see there is an alligator, you better back off, not just even touch your toes even more into the water.
So I want to mention earlier before the fight starts, UITM, I see that they are really trying to match the pace. They get the turtle, they get Eve, I believe was Artsy, who actually get the first blood. It was a great move overall. But then after sudden, they tried to invade the jungle of NU Bulldogs, but NU Bulldogs was already prepared for that, and they lost 2 casualties on their side. So it's I mean, yeah, you want to be as aggressive as possible after taking down 1 hero, but it's only just 1 hero. You know, there are other 4 more heroes over there, and the intel coming in from Team UITM hasn't been clicking at this point, and they have to be very careful if they want to follow up for more kills or more aggression.
Let's see. It seems that they're going to go in for the setup at the mid lane right there. Almost able to actually disengage as quickly as possible, but this is going to be a setup for the second turtle. Let's see. Somehow Sitin or Sanas goes in for the backside. They will be securing at least their farm for themselves, but again, who gets the first trigger? That's the question. With Heroro just right at the backside, I think Katsu already spot her out, and that's definitely a key. But no, special migration goes in for the Valor Requiem. Is it going to be enough? Though not going to be enough yet. Had to actually pulls away, but Pachulan was able to secure it out. RWM been picked up. RT takes down Bounce off first of all, but somehow Blast comes in with the flip strike. He's off, able to take down another player. So this is 1-2-2, and double kill comes in from Heroro. That's not 1-2, 1-3 in the hands of Team NU Bulldogs.
Like again, the battle setup for Team UITM, I can already see what they're trying to do. Trying to get as many heroes clumped up, complicate things overall. You can see that multiple heroes from Team NU Bulldogs already lost their HP, at least down to the slither of health. But then, here comes Heroro, fully activated, fully battle ready. Look at the equipment already in place, so hardened with the golden staff, with the battle axe, all the way, just dealing so much damage. And again, pick off after pick off, this is where Team NU Bulldogs strive the most.
Oh, this is tough coming out for Team UITM Velocity. The setup, the follow-up is just not really enough for them to actually secure that last hit. Yet did manage to actually did a good job catching up at least 2 of the players from the team of NU Bulldogs, but there's not much of a damage to actually have it to go through for it all. So definitely this is something that UITM Velocity needs to go back to the drawing board, right? So think back, make sure that at least even though you have the setup, have that damage to actually pull through as well, to make sure that the last hit will be able to secure the kills. And Team NU Bulldogs, their counter-wise is just much more better compared to UITM Velocity. And looking on the side of how much they've already pushed into the top lane, these players of Team NU Bulldogs, they're just getting comfortable and more.
Yeah, and then they have the flexibility to roam anytime they want. They can just come from top to bottom instantly. So they are not going to give UITM any opportunities to take down whatever the turrets they have. Sure, the first level turrets possibly will be destroyed soon, very quickly, but comparing the area of battleground, the area of control, Team NU Bulldogs have the upper advantage here, provided of course UITM is able to catch one of their players or the most crucial players off guard. Now the pit turtle, so the Lord Turtle is right here. I believe they are trying to get as quickly as possible, try to upscale the battle here, but Fasha, looks like there's a battle coming on here.
Spatial migration, Yet had to pull away, and immediately Yet steals away the turtle, which is amazing job coming out right here. And even NU Bulldogs, the zoning was done perfectly to a point they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, and I like the pickup already from Guinevere right there, able to execute it properly, but most importantly, get out of danger. You see, the earlier game, they will just follow up without any backup plan, but NU Bulldogs just punish them straight away. But this time around, they said, you know what, let's just take the turtle, let's get whatever power spikes we can and get the hell out of there, which they did it right now.
Oh, great equalize right now. Even though, yeah, they might be a little bit slow, but it was a really good execution for them to recover just a little bit of what has been done by Team NU Bulldogs. Now, NU Bulldogs, even though they lost that turtle, they still have the 3,000 gaps of economy-wise, and they're still pushing. They even got the second level turret at the top lane, so they're still able to control some of the invasions coming from the side into the territory of Team UITM Velocity. So UITM Velocity, they cannot do any more mistakes. Oh, going in for the strike. I don't think that's a good condition, but I think there's a reason why they want to make sure they can be able to take down Blast. Great zoning coming out. Fire Magician with the Violet Requiem, but is it going to be enough damage though? Katsuo needs to actually pull through with the damage. Wasn't able to actually contribute. But Mountain Shocker comes in right here. It seems they goes in for the Blood of Oath. Siti Norsana wants to drag this out, but nobody's actually following up. Siti Norsana, you better back off because it's not going to be easy with RT, as well as Katsuo saying that it's done. It's a done deal. They'll be able to survive it out.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Team UITM to deal so much damage. And speaking of damage, we have rewards, ladies and gentlemen. Live drop code redemption coming soon. So make sure to stand by, ready, like what Fasha said. And the code is out. Screenshot it and claim it as soon as possible. So Fasha, you said 5 minutes, right? I tell you what, within 3 minutes, the code will be fully redeemed.
Oh, I definitely. This is the grand final, so I know for a fact there's a lot more a lot more audience and viewers are watching this, so they will definitely be as quick as possible with their hands. So yeah, be wise, everybody. Be wise and be as quick as possible to get that freebase. But we still have more. Don't worry if you didn't manage to do so. Just stay tuned and keep on supporting us. But while they are actually contesting for the lot, goes in for the Furies or Phoenix right here. Yet having a little bit difficulty with Bangsal, but doing it great zone. Blast takes down Yet immediately, but Shaki gets the lot. Estasio unfortunately goes in for the third, but RT gets Pachulan. Estasio getting double kill to Siti Rosana, but here RT all alone, not be able to survive it out. This is going to be a team wipe down in the hands of Team NU Bulldogs, even though they lost that lot.
Oh man, I mean, this is a reminiscence or deja vu from game number 1. The idea was there, objectives taken, but the problem was they don't have enough firepower, they don't have enough power spike to take that fight in place. You can already see UITM setting up really well. All the ultimates were just coming out, just making sure that their opponents got CC'd, got taken down to as much as possible in terms of their health points, but it's still not enough to finish the job. And speaking of finishing the job, it looks like Team NU Bulldogs, they have dominated time again. I think so far they only lost one turret, maybe the second one later in the middle lane, but then about it. The map is theirs to keep, and it's going back to game number 1. Can UITM continue to power scale towards the late game, or even in fact, can they survive towards the late game in order to take this game back into their favor?
And they're going in, stunning up. Pachulan immediately will be taken out immediately. But at the same time, Balsa will be able to shut down right here. RT will be the next victim in the hero hands. Mountain Shocker comes through yet. A little bit too far off. Doesn't have enough to actually survive it out. And this is where the final, I'm actually wondering, Yet's builds, is he actually capable enough to actually control all the damage that's been poured out by the team of NU Bulldogs? Because I can feel that Yet is not as sturdy, as tanky as he should be, and this is where the fine line Team UITM Velocity is falling back compared to NU Bulldogs, who can manage to survive it out. And it seems that this mid lane turret is definitely going to be picked up immediately by the team of NU Bulldogs. We're zoning out and they're not even overcommitting. They know, they're so disciplined. They take their time, goes in for the farm, goes for the invasion, and making sure that they will be able to prepare for the next lot.
Yeah, textbook plays again, don't overcommit, don't give your opponents a chance to come back just because of silly mistakes. Control the jungle, keep your opponents guessing, keep them zoned out into their own base. And it's all about waiting for the next 35 seconds in the clock. The second lot will be more painful. You have 1 man advantage or 1 hero advantage in this case, 6 versus 5. And then, seeing the overall setup for Team UITM, they only had Shaki being level 15 already with the Lucas, I believe that's the Lucas, correct me if I'm wrong, Fasha. Yep. And how about Guinevere? Guinevere is still level 10, still under level. Siti Nosana with the Alice. Alice is supposed to be the one that sustains the damage, but at level 12 with not much equipment yet, it's going to be very, very difficult unless they can prolong the late game phase.
This slot is definitely going to be given freely to Team NU Bulldogs. But somehow, I don't think that that's a good choice for Team UITM Velocity who wants to actually go in for attack, because SS should definitely have enough damage to just pull through. But Counter comes in, RWM been picked out just to make sure they'll be able to disengage as quickly as possible. I'm liking it, but again, it's like you throwing as much as risk or much of resources that you needed just to actually survive the attacks that put out by the team of NU Bulldogs.
I don't want to be a pessimistic, but look at judging from things now, Lot going into the middle lane. This is a stronger Lot overall. Oh man, I think this could be checkmate. This could be checkmate Fasa, and I don't see Team UITM, dealing much damage unless they are able to take down the Lot first.
Let's see if they can do that. So far right now, they're still doing a little bit of defense mechanism right now. Going in for the fight right here at the top side first of all, but it's gonna be given straight away. And moving on, Yet goes in for the Smile Variation. Was able to drive with the Infinite Pursuit to City Nosana. Had to pull away with the Crimson Blood, but at the same time, was able to actually secure that defense. Yes, they did manage to shut down the Lot and even managed to actually secure. But here's now, Fury of the Phoenix comes through and Team Velocity, they are getting really close to danger, but able to pull through.
Yeah, they are able to pull through to live another day. But again, look at that. All base turrets gone. All turrets gone already. I mean, this is just, just buying time. Buying time for the inevitable. And here, Hero with the Freya, just dealing multiple damage. You can just wait probably 90 seconds down the clock left. Do a little bit of alteration onto their equipments or their inventory. But I mean, it's so difficult. This is such an uphill task for UITM unless they can make a miracle here. And it's all coming down to this final lot. If, let's say, NU Bulldogs trying to fight for this lot, UITM managed to get a steal, then I can see a glitter of hope coming in from the Malaysian team.
Oh, but I mean, look at that. Look at the itemization for Yusunshi. BOD. I mean, like, this is
Malefic
where
Gun.
Malefic Gun, you already for a fact that you're in a danger zone.
Yeah.
With just one bit.
Ghost Roll Meter or something?
I mean,
like that?
yes, Ghost Roll Meteor. Like, with one hit of even basic attacks of Pistachio, right? It can definitely just deplete your lifeline to the max, to the core, to at least to the half lifeline, and that's just one basic attack. Imagine if you can be able to do the ulti, the Mountain Shaka immediately. That's giving you only 20% lifeline to survive it out, and I'm not sure if UITM X Velocity has what it takes. Even their front liner can be shred into pieces just because of Pistachio damage, as well as with Hero Roll. And Hero getting like, okay, what is the hot take?
Hot take, all of NU Bulldogs team players just get immortality. I think if everyone gets immortality, that would be so fun to watch. Like, literally.
That would be crazy.
That would be super crazy. It doesn't matter that the damage output, the sustainability, the survivability is there, and giving them a second chance of life, that is so going to be painful indeed.
Agree, definitely, and I don't think they will be able to contest this third lot. Definitely, it's not going to be a good move, even if they will try to actually steal it. Let's see if Shaki or Yed has something to say, and they're leaving RT to fend for the base all by himself, and it's not really a good condition, especially the fact that we are seeing Patulan as well as Estacio already spotted RT all by himself. Goes out for the Mountain Shaka. RWM, nope! Estacio gets the kill, as well as Hero goes in for Shaki, now leaving 3 players. Spatial Migration with the Violent Recruit, but is it going to be enough? Nope, not going to be enough because Spatial takes down Yet. With Kasu able to take down Estacio before being treated off by Blast himself, but here, the Crystal, unfortunately, will be taken by NU Bulldogs, and just recalling, showing off that, sorry Malaysia, you have to be dropped to the lower bracket. We'll be the first grand finalists here at the Hyperlegend Cup. Team Philippine NU Bulldogs.
Congratulations, NU Bulldogs, for heading into the grand finals, the very first grand finalists, the best of 5 series, as they wait for their next opponents in the lower bracket finals. I think overall, clean plays, not dropping a single mistake. I would say that's the most important one. Yes, they do sacrifice a couple of deaths and a couple of objectives, but the main goal is the same. The goal is to get the crystal base as soon as possible, and they managed to do so easily. As for Team UITM Malaysia, it's not all hope lost yet. I think this is a good way to just wake them up, because later onwards they're going to go up against their sister team, I believe, and this is going to be a good fight. And they have the momentum onwards, because the more games you play, the more momentum that you have, and you'll be locked in forever. And I'm looking forward to see UITM Malaysia hopefully heading into the grand finals. But if not, there will be another Malaysian team, EKP TJ, I believe that's the name, and then moving forward and taking the Malaysian flag towards the grand finals.
Yeah, and it is at least we know for a fact that it is definitely a confirmation for a fact that either way, going into the lower bracket, we're still going to see Team Malaysia. We just don't know which one of the Team Malaysia that will be representing towards to the grand final slot number 2, whether or not it's going to be UITM X Velocity or is it going to be KPTM X Velocity. And I've talked about how UITM X Velocity is the brother who able to actually take the champion for MSL championship. They should have the better experience wise. They are much more capable of going in for the grand finals, even though it does look as if they're not really prepared to fight off with the team of NU Bulldogs. I feel like there was not much of respect was given, because they should have saw when it comes to Yi Shin a little bit too much damage to be given out. And not only that, Yi Shin was prioritized with Zetian as well. So you've already spotted out that combo. At least take out that Freya. That Freya was just a monster indeed, coming from Team NU Bulldogs.
Yeah, NU Bulldogs already earlier on having 4 of their comfortable picks with one roamer that is being different, but still provides the same impact overall. It's just unfortunate that the drafting here. Remember, drafting is 50% of the game, and the other 50% is the execution and the game plan overall, including the mechanical plays in game. But drafting can be so important. It could be the make or break scenario, and it gives that team an upper advantage if they are able to play the full strength of their draft hero pool. And NU Bulldogs managed to do so right here, away from home. And speaking away from home, Estacio, he is the MVP for the user of Yi Chun-Shin.
KD of 4-1-13. And I think pretty much you talked about how it would be crazy and funny if the players of NU Bulldogs suddenly buy the last itemizes immortality. Guess what? I think you're pretty much linked telepathically with them, because Estacio actually picked up the immortality. That's why going into the diving composition, he managed to survive it out, even though with the Violet Requiem that was done by Yedir. And that's why he did that last hit, immediately shutting down 4 of the players from the team of UITM X Velocity. So you really are right on the money, my friend.
Definitely so. And then especially, just trying to churn out as much damage while trying to stay alive as possible, Fasha. I think that is a great move. Quick adjustments towards there. Provided, I think he doesn't need the shoes anymore. He is just going in and deal as much damage and helping his team to stay alive as long as possible. And you can see from the stats right here, I think overall a little bit closer for Team UITM, try to keep the economy gap as close, but it's still not enough. And if you look at the objectives overall, Team NU Bulldogs, they have completed every single objective checkbook check mark that is available here. The check boxes are all ticked till the end. Probably the turtle, they lost one, but it's okay. I get kills. I get the same amount of kills, the same amount of gold, and I deny my opponents the buff of the turtle. So again, it is still a victory in my books. Team NU Bulldogs deserve this grand finalist spot.
There's a lot of directions that you can go in right now, and that's what NU Bulldogs is showing off. Even if you will be able to get the objective with the total, I'll still be able to trade it off with dropping some bodies or even getting at least the objectives of pushing the lane. If you'll be able to push the waves, and this is what we saw from NU Bulldogs, they lost the turtle, they still be able to drag 2 of the turrets from the top as well as the bottom. Now this is where the fine line invasion will start to happen. You drop your turrets, you drop your defense on your own side territory. It's kind of giving the opportunity for NU Bulldogs to come even more further to your own forest, to actually get your creeps, to farm it out. And Team UITM X Velocity, they are not seeing from the bigger picture, and it's not just from the draft, it's also from the side of the gameplay itself. And I'm really hoping for the best for UITM X Velocity once they actually go down to the lower bracket to meet off with their brother. But again, We talked about it many times already. NU Bulldog, this is such a clean fight indeed been portrayed here for our first series of the day with 2-0. And yet again, clean stats. Not even one game has been dropped from the start of this grand final.
And speaking of pressure away from home, you're coming into a foreign land here. I believe most of the players are their first time in Malaysia, at the very least, in Kuala Lumpur. But wow, what a moment that they should celebrate right there. And shout out to all the players, shout out to their team, their managers, their coaches, and their faculty team as well, the school or the university in place. And going back to what we just said, UITM Malaysia, I think they just need to improve on those little plays. They have the structure, they have the mindset going in, but it wasn't enough to counter Team NU Bulldogs. And let's say they were to defeat their sister team here and they're going to have a rematch. They are more prepared in overall view. But again, it's going to be just predictions right now, Fasha. We still have that civil war between these two teams. UITM, KPTM. That's how I get this correctly.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see how this is all happening in the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see, because right after this is where the fine line, we see the mechanics of Malaysia versus Malaysia. I think it's pretty much very standardized. We've already seen how it is when it comes to MPL as well, whereby most of the teams, they love to play very, very slow in the game and they will go all out for the team fight. And this is going to be a tight fight indeed between the two brothers of our Velocity. And at the same time, I feel like Team Velocity right now, they have learned very well, and hopefully that they be able to give us a really good show, especially the fact that this is going to be their last chance at the Hyper Legend Cup 2006. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're taking a short break, but we'll be right back after this with our second series of the day. I'm Fasha Bani with Ken right here.
Naririnig ko na ang mga alulong ng mga bulldog.
Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in the starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking all around. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the answer.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started recruiting by compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk lower bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat, berkuda hitam.
So, dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meta dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible, and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last mini team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from high kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen, mode serius, ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah, dan sempat kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last winning team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams, and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams, and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MSM Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partner, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Naririnig ko na ang mga alulong ng mga bulldog. Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in the starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking alright. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waited for the hour.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started the recruiting by compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk lower bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat, berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meter dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last mini team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from high kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen, mode serius, ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempet kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah, dan sempat kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last winning team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams, and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt, and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams, and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partners, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Naririnig ko na ang mga alulong ng mga bulldog. Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in the starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking all around. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the answer.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started the recruiting by compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk lower bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat, berkuda hitam.
So, dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meter dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last mini team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from high kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen mode serius ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah, dan sempat kayak parno dikit lah, gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last mini team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams, and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt, and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams, and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MSM Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partner, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are currently tuning in to the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026 Grand Finals, and we have come down to our second final match of the day, which will be the lower bracket semifinals. And trust me, you don't want to miss this because both teams stepping into the land of dawn in the next few moments are both hailing from Malaysia. It is UITM X Velocity versus with KPTM X Velocity. Now, it has been a long journey together. We start off on Thursday on day number 1. We started on first round matches in the upper bracket segments, and then followed by non-stop actions going through the second day on Friday. Yesterday, UITM X Velocity have not really experienced much matches for themselves, but KPTM, a long crawl through the lower bracket segment, and here they are, and this time only one of these two Malaysian teams will make it to the grand finals going up against NU Bulldogs. Will it be KPTM? Will it be UITM? All this and more will be answered very, very soon. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to tell us a little bit more about what will happen here in the next few minutes, we're going to be back together with the commentators on the commentary deck. Take it away, Cassie.
Thanks, Flava, and welcome back to the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026. And as you can see, Flava is actually at the stage at OU Damansara. So if you guys have nothing to do, please go check it out. Just drop by at Utama Damansara, just 30 minutes from KL Center. Definitely you'll be able to experience the physical of tournament offline, meeting your idols, and not only that, you'll be able to check out the booth that is installed there. And I think we do have cosplay today as well. But back here, this is going to be our desk because we're not be able to go there. I am your cousin for today with Ken, Fasha, Benny right here, and it has been amazing for the first game. And right now, moving into the second game, what are your thoughts, Ken?
Yeah, it's going to be a huge battle between the civil war between both universities right here. UITM versus KPTM. Speaking of which, this is, of course, the grand finals, the last day, the championship Sunday, where we're determining two grand finalists and eventually the ultimate champion for the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup Mobile Legends Bang Bang Campus Series 2026. This is live right here at Utama, like what Fasha just said. And most importantly, thank you so much to OPPO. Everything sponsored by the OPPO Reno 15. Make your golden moment. So I'm looking forward to see these two teams match up. I know a brother-sister team, whichever we call it. But again, We've always been saying that KPTM has been the less least experienced, not the best team out there. But again, they have already did 2 comebacks from there, and comparing to yesterday, they have been phenomenal. So I hope to see this momentum going up forwards. But what do you think so far, Fasa?
I mean, it has been a long journey for the team of KPTM X Velocity. They had to grind really, really hard because right after they dropped that upper bracket, they really had to push through for another 2 matches. So that means yesterday was already a long day. And here's the thing, when it comes to you have to have the longer journey. I know there's a saying, the Malay saying that jauh perjalanan luas pemandangan, aka the longer journey, the beautiful the view. But it's not really that beautiful if you make a mistake. And this is what I'm worried about KPTM X Velocity. Yes, you may have had a longer journey. Maybe you had more experience coming from the bottom to the top right now. I'm trying to actually make it through to the grand final stage. It's just that I feel like it can also down you from your momentum, your mental energy, probably your emotion, as well as your physical as well, has been run down because of that long journey. Do you agree on that, Ken?
I do agree on one point that, it's all coming down to the mental game, and, physically the players are tired. But I feel like, if you're a Malaysian, you have accommodation around, that's pretty okay. There's not much traveling time that can be done as well. I believe the players are all stationed under one roof across nearby Utama, which is the shopping mall center that all the players are having a tournament here. So I think it's still okay. Just probably waking up a little bit earlier. You know me, and Fasha, sometimes,
it's
the
just
students.
the fight that they had to go through. And you know that they didn't even able to actually fight off with a clean sweep. It means that they had to really go for the long run. They go all out 3 fights, the best of 3. That means goes all out to the best of 1. That means it kind of actually exits every single energy, every single mental points that they need to pull through just to get to where they are right now. So again, I'm just worried that it will affect them on the long run as they coming in for this day number 4. This is the last day, and I know it has been tough, but let's take a look for the map, because previously yesterday I think we went to Broken Wall for 6 times in a row. So but we're back to the Flying Cloud again. I am a little bit how do I say, not to say dislike, hate is a strong word as well, but I do feel like Flying Clouds is just back to the OGs, back to the days where you just want to stick to the status quo, just go back to the drawing boards and knowing that, okay, this is what we need to do, like just a directional or front to front fight. And that's what we saw between the team of NU Bulldogs versus the UITM X Velocity. And here's the thing, we talked about KPTM. Now let's go to UITM X Velocity, who just had their loss. Do you think that will affect them, or will they actually be brought back because of that loss, Ken?
I think they are going to recover from that. As student athletes, I think the mentality moving forward is, go through the next play, go to the next play. Because why? You will never get back the plays that you already finished off already and stuff. So on to the next play, make things better, improve on that. And the only downside I will see KPTM is, like you said, Fasa, they'll be playing a very, very long game. They might show all their cards, right? All the cards have been dealt off, and this might give more information for opponents to kind of read them here. But again, this is a new series, this is a new game. All the best to do with both teams. You can already see a couple of bands coming out here. Fasha, take it away.
Look at that, Baxia, Carrie, as well as Valentina already been taken out by UITM. That means there's someone that they want to make sure that team KPTM will not be able to steal their ults. This is one thing about IMU, definitely. It is something very risky, especially when it comes to your ults to be steal away from the players. But Glue is still open, but it seems that Sora will be picked up first of all for the team of UITM Velocity. On the side of KPTM, still, Glue is still open, but the ban side for them, they are closing off Jushin, Fovius, as well as Lucas. I think pretty much Lucas, they did see UITM using it previously with NU Bulldogs, even though it didn't have much of an effect because they lost it. But Shaki is one of a hell of a guy using that Lucas. And like I said, Glue is open, so they need to take that before it be stolen for the second point for the UITM Velocity. Not only that, they picked up Cloud, which we know when it comes to Saurus using Cloud, he will be definitely power monster on that hero.
Yeah, that's a great pickup. Out of the respect bans and just taking away, trying to take away the comfortable picks from Team UITM Malaysia. I think that's a great move overall, but using it and going against their counter, that's even phenomenal. It's all coming down to the execution part here. As for Team UITM, they need to know what other heroes they are more comfortable pairing it here. And it will be Hilda and Zetian. So very deja vu-ish, Fasha. This was the two heroes that were selected previously from NU Bulldogs. And you can already tell the whole setup here is all quick, fast-paced gameplay, getting the gank offs and getting the power spike as soon as possible.
Ooh, and even Team KPTM picking up the Uranus as well. So now all that's left for the team of both of this team of UITM Velocity as well as KPTM, they just need to figure out which hero pools of the jungler they want to cut down even more. Now Harley's been taken out. If UITM Velocity want to shut down even more, they might actually take out YSS, because we did see YSS has been performing profoundly, even though it wasn't really favored on yesterday's fight, but I do feel like it's really performing well for NU Bulldogs. Fanny, on the other note, even though with the nerf that's been done by her, she has a quick reflex of mobility, and it's not really not to say it's a one counted for the Hilda side, even though Hilda might not be able to catch Fanny because of the steel cable, but once she depletes that stamina, it's going to be very quick to catch on to Fanny. So again, talking about jungler, are they going to actually shut down even more jungler, or Team UITM is thinking like, hey, let's take more of the mid laner, because they are not just looking for the jungler, they also need some mid lane. So they take Guinevere. Oh, interesting. I think Guinevere, when it comes to the special migration as well as Violet Recrim, you know it's a really good setup coming in, but Lilia been picked up. Great burst damage comes through from the side of KPTM.
You know, I was about to say Nana. You know, I was like, wait a minute, hold up. This is a different hero. Yeah, it just confuses me a little bit.
Almost
right?
sisters.
Almost sisters, correct. And I like this pickup because, you know, you can see that KPTM, they prioritize on also pacing. They prioritize on getting out from trouble with the roamers, with the quick mobility setup here. And now it's coming down to which assassin they want to run, which fighter they want to run here. Because yes, you have Cloud, you can play the marksman assassin role, but if you have another perfect DPS hero to kind of pair with them, that would be amazing so far. As for team UITM, wow, they're gonna go with Harif. Wow, it's been a long time I get to see that, and I believe that's Su Tian, right? You should. This is the new hero. This is the whole new hero. But Frederick as well. Whoa, they're taking Frederick as the primary fighter.
Wow, okay, Suyo as well as Harith coming in. I'm loving how the magical force coming up from the UITM Velocity is bursting at the moment right now, compared to how the setup is coming in from the side of KPTM. They're more to actually sturdiness, they're more to actually solid grounds. They know how to actually have a good escape mechanism, especially with the fact that you have Fredin as the tank jungler, as the utility jungler to be precise. So those are the things that Team Velocity KPTM is actually looking forward. You want to go for the aggression? We'll be the passive one that can guard ourselves as hotly as possible, and we'll go back for the counter-wise, which I've seen this before. They've done it before. KPTM Velocity, they might actually make a couple mistakes along the way, but they did manage to pull through. And this is what I said. They had the longer journey. They made it through from that lower bracket right until now to make sure that they'll be able to be meeting off their brothers right here for the last lower bracket semi-finals. And we're looking forward to it because this is our second series of the day. Malaysian, are you ready to see two of our Malaysia team fighting off? This is KPTM X Velocity versus UITM X Velocity.
Yes, and definitely it's going to be a great matchup between these two. Let's see who is able to dictate the battlefield instantly from here. Speaking of dictating, it looks like Nani is going to be a little bit too over-aggressive right here, getting caught off guard by the side of Team UITM Malaysia. UITM Malaysia will be jungle invading first, so they will have an upper advantage in terms of XP and goal overall. However, Team KPTM Velocity, oh no, look at that, Mizu So close right there. Just toying around, poking him off with a lot of damage.
Okay, I mean, yeah, Uranus, you don't need to worry much, but here's the thing. Nani gets the first butt to Yet immediately. I mean, a little bit of overextension that was needed by the team of KPTM Velocity. They know for a fact that if they really want to punish the team of UITM,
Bottom
they
lane.
need to go all out for aggression. And here's the thing, once they already set things up for the mid lane, they can actually pull through. It is slower for the side of Team UITM Velocity, but they can be able to actually maneuver once they're able to find out that counter-wise. But so far, for the team of KPTM, I'm liking the way how they really go out or get at least aggression to the side of their brothers.
Yeah, because they're playing almost the same role, the same format set up here. Speaking of format, here comes the fight. It looks like it's going to be a little bit messy for both teams here, if I'm right. And then they will try to hold out each other just to break it off. Probably do a bait and switch like you said earlier, Fasa, to see who is able to overcommit, and then eventually just counter the play back towards them. And now the turtle has spawned. It looks like Team KPTM has the upper advantage earlier on, but then now the turtle will be taken away from Team UITM.
Nicely done, and now they're gonna actually go for the retribution. It seems like not that Surgeon Strike doesn't make it through. Unfortunately, doesn't land it. Shaki not only getting the turtle, slains out Nani instantly, giving one lifeline to the side of UITM Velocity. And because of that, hey guys, let's give a round of applause to our players who were able to get that one kill. We give you a freebies as well because of that victory. So please make sure to screenshot, guys.
Screenshot indeed. Make sure to quickly claim it as well, because Fasha did mention 5 minutes instantly wiped out.
Yeah.
And now both teams are just playing, just controlling the tempo, just holding on to that, getting into their resources. I think so far, this is going to be more about later who is able to initiate the fights. Whoever's able to initiate the team fights and win from the battles, they will have a little bit of more of the upskill advantage.
Let's see if the setup that we see so far from the side of Team UITM, they don't really probably try to actually go all out. They're making sure that the team of KPTM start the trigger first, and then they counter every single step. And this is where I said, the more that you try to actually bait out the players of UITM, the more that they know what you're going to do. They leave out all the resources, but here on out, this is going to be difficult, but yet you have no problem to actually spit it out immediately. And there, a really good job coming up for the Phoenix of Strike as well. But one shot goes in, Jin takes down Shaki immediately. I think they overcompensate and they didn't expect that to a point that they were able to take down Shaki immediately.
Yeah, Shaki though, he's gonna be one of the core members that's gonna deal lots of damage, and with that death, it's gonna stunt his growth a little bit. I would rather want Yet here to die or to sacrifice his life against, compared to a DPS, a hero, but I mean, it seems that at least they lose one rather than lose both heroes, if I'm not mistaken.
But to actually sacrifice Shaki, the one who actually, as the jungler itself, it's not going to be good for the stats itself, especially the fact that Wafi right now is still untouchable, getting already 2 assists, so it gives a lot of more potential for Wafi to actually have that securism for his own stats. But somehow right here, there's going to be a second turtle, was able to take by Wafi, so it's going to be 1-for-1 for both sides of the team to get the turtle for themselves. And there's no such turn up from the side of Team UITM as well to at least counter trade that lost turtle. So this is a little bit of safeness coming from both sides.
A little bit more passive, a little bit more cautious to be more precise. Just waiting for the primary objectives to come out, The turtle is out. Let's try to contest for that. If we are able to get the turtle, we have either two options. Continue on with the fight, or just fall back and prevent casualties. Speaking of preventing casualties here, Katsuo so close with Sora, with the Harif being burned out right there. And it looks like Wafi is coming from behind the lines.
Let's see if this is going to be a diving composition coming up from Wafi. Power of the Wilderness, Sora takes down Yet immediately, but at the same time, double kill to Katsuo. Even with the Zaman Force, could not able to trap Jin or even Wafi. And this is a really bad combination coming up for the team of UITM. They lost 2 of their players, even despite they tried to hold it out. The ganking is already starting for the team of KPTM. Now they're getting more vicious. Saurus will get the turret as well as right here. Even if with a grab, you're not going to be able to do so. So this is going to be a tough situation for the team of UITM, losing Siti Norsana as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was very, very unfortunate that they lost not only the objective, but Sora here, who was supposed to be, you know, the protected roamer overall. Just unfortunate that they could not capitalize, or at least, you know, when they lose the objective, they would just fall back and quickly retreat. Speaking of which, Team KPTM, they are actually at the driver's seat here, so it looks like multiple games being played. Mentally, physically drained is not an option here, and they just continue on fighting for their tournament lifeline.
This is tough. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to the setup of KPTM. They have a lot of sturdiness. They are able to sustain much of the damage that will be put out by the team of UITM. Yeah, you might have Zetian giving a lot of the location-wise, exposing the map itself with the Fury of the Phoenix. You might be able to do some damage with Katsuo having the Chrono Dash as well as the Zaman Force. But again, you're doing it as a single target. You're not being able to actually secure some of the CCs or AoE from the side, because players of the team from KPTM, they don't really stick around as much as possible. They are scattered, so it's kind of hard for the team of UITM to catch them off guard. But here on out, they managed to actually secure top and the bottom lane turret, making more invasion coming in. But here is just a little bit of extension coming up from Yet. Ooh, safe call coming in, but still, that was a little bit too risky from the team of UITM.
Yeah, putting the pressure over there, creating pleasure for Team KPTM. Just controlling the battlegrounds, just zoning out their opponents with 82 seconds for the very first level Lord. I think overall UITM, we just need to have one good fight. If they can manage to get one good fight right here, they might be able to do something. Fasha, here comes the fight.
I don't think they'll be able to do anything because that's Mizu. That's kind of Mizu. You're fighting with a Uranus, and it's like Mizu just saying like, come and catch me if you can, you know? Because that's not gonna be a case with them. Even 4 players dropping themselves right to Mizu all by himself, he'll be fine. He's a freaking Uranus. He's a steal. So definitely there's not a problem. And it's also a little bit of disruption or even a confusion coming up from the team of UITM, because they were too preoccupied with Mizu, ended up giving an opportunity for the team of KPTM. Solaris all by himself, just solo pushing right at the top.
Yeah, solo pushing, getting the levels, getting the turret, you know, just putting pressure. But then it looks like here comes the pick-off, but it's the opposite side instead. KPTM continuing on with the dominance right here, Pasha. It looks like they want to pick off more behind enemy lines.
Mizu, let's see, the diving composition comes in with the power of wilderness. Diamond Force been put out just for the escape mechanism. Is it going to be enough though? Siti Norsana, unfortunately, will be the one to be taken out. Oh, but he did manage to take down Jin before being shut down by Wafi. But still, that's just 2 for 2 though for the team of UITM.
I mean, this is UITM's comeback, I would say, but it's not entirely fully successful. You know, they still lose members back and forth. They still don't have the comfortability to control this Lord Pit later in the stages of the game. And again, like you can see from the terms of the economy or the level upscaling, Team KPTM is in the driver's seat. But again, just that one fight, probably that one mistake that KPTM were to make, they can capitalize onto that, and that will be it for Team UITM to take over this race.
Looking on the setup that has been put out by Team UITM, I just feel like it's because they don't really have anyone to catch. They don't have anyone that can actually pull the team of KPTM into their setup. That's the problem for their own gameplay right now, because you got only Hilda to be roaming around, trying to do some scrimmage, trying to do actually trigger a little bit with the power of wilderness, but only catches one. Again, this is just a little bit of single target, doesn't have that AoE, and coming in right now, Soros takes down Kaso, and moving along, gets the Fury of the Phoenix as well done. Shaki goes in for the trade for Soros, but then again, is it going to be enough though? Team has Wafi goes in for the fight with Shaki, backs it off, got 2 players, but this is going to be a lot for them to open it up. And even with Yed trying to actually do a little bit of nuisance, it's not going to be easy. RT just at the back line doing some Phoenix strikes. It's not going to be easy as Team KPTM will have it in the back. And yet, unfortunately, you're not going to get away with this, with a lot of the dragginess coming in from Jin himself.
Yeah, it's gonna be so difficult for for UITM. And speaking of difficulty, you won't have any difficulty getting this live drop code. So make sure to go ahead and redeem right now. And again, big shout out to OPPO and Munton for the opportunity, and the cooks for everybody to claim.
Go screenshot it, guys. Make sure that you guys redeem it as quickly as possible, and hopefully it will be as quick as Team UITM try to recover from a lot of these losses to the side of KPTM. Because so far KPTM, I'm loving their gameplay. I'm loving their gang. They know how to actually fight it up. They know who can actually withstand on themselves. I mean, like Mizu having that emblem Brave Smite, right? This is like the key of tank. If you got that Brave Smite, you're gonna be able to survive all by yourself. You're the zoner, you're the front line, and you don't need to worry much. You just let your back line do their job, just giving all the contribution of the damage for themselves, and they'll be fine on their own, even if Mizu is not there. And this is where the fine line that Mizu will be able to take the game. And somehow Mizu just trying to zone out yet there, Yen's trying to find a way how to actually find a loophole to fight off with the team of KPTM. But I don't think it's going to be easy, because Team KPTM, they're solid. They're literally covering their grounds, and as this is the first lot marching in, Holy Defense definitely will be triggered.
Yes, triggered here. It seems like they are trying to take down this base turret as soon as possible to improve their minion waves to super minions at the very least. And then controlling again this jungle, especially Deja Vu for UITM, facing NU Bulldogs back onto their base, and now they have to face the same scenario against their sister or brother team KPTM. And I like how KPTM already have the power skill ready. They can just bait and switch anytime if Team UITM were to overcommit in the fights.
It's like little brothers is showing off to the big brothers, you know, like, little brothers, we learn a lot from you, so this is what we've learned and we're gonna show you off. And they're like getting better than their own master, and Saurus take down yet immediately, giving an opportunity. There's going left with 4 more players to defend their base, and again, they are already invading, getting a lot of the buff for themselves. Team KPTM is getting more confident, putting out that Shadow Edge energy, and it seems that Mizu goes in for the diving, just try to do a little bit of teasing with the Ionic Edge as well. City Norsana say like, go away, get out of our base, come on, we're trying to defend it, but Team KPTM, they don't need to worry much, because within 40 seconds the lot is coming in, and if they get that lot for the second march, it will be breeze for them to break that base to bear immediately and getting the opportunity to just go to the crystal.
Yeah, and then you mentioned that Mizu has been disrupting, creating nuisance against Team UITM. I feel this is why people ban Uranus, right?
Yeah.
Not only he's fast, but he's tanky. And with the emblem as well that you mentioned earlier, Brave Smite, it increases his regen, HP, the survivability is all there in one package. And it's not just about getting kills as well, but it's to set up the entirety of the playstyle or the game plan. Lot is out, so can we see UITM do something? But with that Uranus still alive and they're just holding and creating nuisance, it's going to be very difficult for them to at least take objectives right now.
You want to pour as much as damage you want, but you can't. Look at this. Mizu is untouchable. You do as much. They even put out these second skills and even ultimate coming out from City Norsana. It doesn't even blink an eye. Like, he's untouchable. Mizu right now is definitely at his own peak. He survives it out, and he's just going to zone out 4 players all by himself. And Team KPTM, they're having a fun time of their life right now, because they know they can depend on this one Uranus to just zone out everyone from UITM.
You know what's funny? Mizu actually just zoned out Shaki. Shaki is the one running away. I thought Shaki was the one supposed to deal damage towards him, but it was the opposite around, and this just shows how tanky really this roamer is. Maybe he overplays a little bit, yeah, it's fine, but you're using all your utilities, you're using all of your resources just to kill a roaming tank. Is that even possible? Is that even a fair trade? We have to see about that.
Oh, look at that. They're throwing everything to Mizu. Mizu is untouchable. He still survived. He has 50% of his line is still surviving, and they had to back off. Shaki just swinging every single shots that he has, and yet it's not enough to break through. Even the Zaman Force as well as the Chrono Dash that was thrown out by Katsuo is still not enough, and this is where they break the mid lane turret. Lord is coming through right now, and I feel like this could be the final defense that UITM is about to set things up, and they might actually lose it and come in for the diversion right there. Mizu will be the one to go in for the fight, but at the same time, Power Witness comes through, trying to actually hold things
no.
down. Jin had to back away,
Lord.
even though able to pick through, but this crystal needs to be in the focus. Saurus takes down
Lord.
yet immediately, and at the same time, Fury of the Phoenix does manage to actually break through. That's a good defense coming in from RT, making sure that at least the team of KPTM backs away. But here's the thing, it's bare. The base is already almost bare, and they're getting that bottom lane load as well. Mizu again, making sure that RT just goes back to the back line as well as at the fountain. We're still at the 50% left right here, and shots coming through from Saurus. Oh, so much damage coming in from Saurus, this one Cloud himself.
Yeah, the Cloud, especially his positioning to not get in danger while having Mizu and perhaps Jin to just continuously roaming, continuously making nuisance out of Team UITM. I think this is such a great move. If I believe that is the Wind Talker or the other equipment that has been taken out, correct me if I'm wrong, Fasha, but that increases the damage again on this Cloud. The Cloud is, wow, I mean, literally, Malefic Gun, you have the Gold Rose Meteor, you have the Golden Staff, the Demon Hunt Sword, everything. It's literally all
The Holy
fully,
Trinity
purely damage.
items. The
Man.
3 items that is required as a marksman is already in the hands of this
Online.
one Cloud. So this Cloud is untouchable. He gives the best damage. He is the one to take down every single player of UITM. And this is where the fine line, you can see the difference how UITM was supposed to be the one to be aggressive, was the one to actually be able to counter some of the fight that was supposed to be done by Team KPTM, but ended up KPTM, not just that they are sturdy, they also have so much damage they can pour out to shut down Team UITM.
And if I'm Team UITM now here, I mean, what would be my next best play? Is it to continue, try to take on that Cloud, but again, you have that Blue and that Uranus here. Mizu though, he's just toying around with them, zoning out. Like, look at that, look at how much damage the Cloud is doing towards the Lord, even though Frederick is the one taking here, and it seems like it's going to be a desperate, dire situation. Despair just comes down for Team UITM. RT, Katsuo, last 3 members standing alive, but then you don't have your damage dealers already.
Katsuo.
I think this is checkmate, Fasha.
Katsuo, there's no one can touch anyone at all. Even Nani at the lifeline was able to actually back things up again, and somehow, okay, why is Yet far away at the back line all by himself? I'm not sure what Yet is thinking, but definitely not a good composition coming in. Zamapost comes through, so Nani, yes, that's the right way, Katsu, find the right target, but no, Jin comes through with a slam, and there you go, leaving RT all by himself to cover this up, but the crystal is going to be the one to be taken by the team, the little brothers of Velocity, KPTM.
Man, KPTM stick to their game plan, stick to their belief in that hero comp, and eventually they are able to go head to head with UITM Malaysia. If I'm UITM Malaysia right now, I think this is where panic button, or at least alert button, must be at full effect here, because this is a team that, you know, supposed to be a little bit more inferior, a little bit more of a junior team, which, you know, I know you all do sparring sessions, scrimmages between one another, but now this is the real deal, and you are now one game away from elimination. And look at the plays, just look at the highlights. Overall, Team KPTM having that Uranus is already a pain, and then leaving around that Cloud onto the hands of Saurus, you said earlier on, Fasha, has been phenomenal. Never try not to get into fights, try not to die, try not to get into a casualty format, but again, all of that just lead to the activation of that Cloud, dealing so much damage, just going through killing off objectives, killing off heroes from time to time, and it's all in perfect rhythm for KPTM.
The thing is the fact that we are seeing right now, Team UITM, they thought that they will be able to counter some of the attacks that was done by KPTM, but it ended up kind of overextend themselves, giving them too much of the potential to actually drop more bodies in this fight itself. And this is where the fine line that Fury of the Phoenix, I do give credit to RT just right on time to actually thrown out to make sure that they have that final defense, making sure that the crystal's still untouchable. But it was just a little bit too slow in my opinion, for my taste right now. The moment where they decided to focus too much on Mizu, especially you saw how Mizu was controlling every single movement of the players of UITM. That's where they lost. They literally lost their own focus on who to actually shut down. And Saurus, this is not your 5th, this is not your 6th, this is your 7th MVP from yesterday. From time to time again, you have proven us that you deserve to be the king of Claude. You deserve to be the goal laner inside the KPTM, performing well, doing the key changer, the game changer that is needed to contribute the damage into the team fight with 617 KDA with a total of 15,226 total gold.
Yeah, I agree on that, Fasha. You know, being a very good marksman requires you to do a couple of key plays, right? First, avoid deaths, avoid gang fights because you don't want to stun your growth in terms of getting your equipment. Second is to join in, the fight, the team play when they need it to, but at a right position. When is the right time to go in? You know, when is the time to actually finish off your opponents? And is it possible to, let's say things go sour, can you get out alive? Or at least, just do a minimal sacrificial from the side. So great play overall, 6 kills, 1 death. That is more than I can ask from my primary marksman. But you just look at the overall stats. Everything is in the favor of KPTM. From the objectives, from the kills, from the control of the entirety of the game. They had this from the get-go. After a few minutes, a couple of minutes, there was a little bit of struggle in terms of the tug of war, but after that, it was all snowballing into their favor.
And looking on how 9,000 gaps off that economy-wise, definitely Team KPTM was just in a better state compared to how UITM is. And you can see how Fedrin, Wafi was not even able to be caught by the team of UITM. 3011 KDA, and I'm looking forward to see how much damage was taken out or given by Nani himself, because I feel like Nani also contribute a lot of those damage to help Saurus to get that final hits. And nonetheless, the setup that was done by even Jin was able to pull through, making sure that no one gets out alive, and this is what KPTM wants. And look at that, 76.2 thousand damage deal, plus with Saurus 90,000.5. I mean, that's like literally half of the players of UITM Velocity could not even bear with those damage. They will be definitely burned to death because of the glowing one in the hands of that Lilia.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And then, we have to give shout out to their roamers. Mizu, we've been talking about him earlier in the game, just causing so much disruption, causing them confusion as well. You're just taking damage, taking hits. Just don't die, but enough to cause chaos. And chaos, he did create right there, Fasha. And you already seen that, you already have 3, I would say, tanky heroes, 3 flexible heroes. And you always mentioned this earlier on. Utility. They can flex to whichever position they need to. They can allow their top damage dealers to breathe freely, to farm freely. And eventually when the time comes, that is where they do the dirty work. They do the dirty plays. They make sure they take and soak up all the damage they need. But it's okay. It's for the team. They are playing the team game, and eventually they get the win.
Agree. And not only them get the win, I just saw a guy got his own win by buying one of the OPPO Reno 15 series. Wow! Congratulations
congrats.
to the guy for upgrading his own gadget. So this is why it is so fun to be there at the physical tournament at the One Utama Damansara. You'll be able to actually monitor, you get to see views, the audience, as well as the fight that is right there at the stage as well. And you get to actually, scout some new gadgets for yourself as well. But for the second map today, we are going to the broken walls. And this is where the fine line of, if you want to steal, you got to steal here, because the turtle pit as well as the lot pit is wide open. You can take it from the back and you can take it from the front, and this is the crucial state of the players not only able to steal the lot and the turtle, they also will be able to move around freely without having so much structure and less keep guarding them too much. Now let's go to the phase of the banning as well as the draft wise. We do see that Jushin, Lucas as well as Fovius has already been banned off. I think this is pretty much already standardized from the previous fights. The question is, Team UITM Velocity, do they want to do a little bit of respect ban to the side of Team KPTM? Maybe take out that glue, because that glue in the hands of Jin is just a bit too much. And we saw how NU Bulldogs, they either take it for themselves or they deny it and ban it off straight away.
Personally, I think for Team UITM, since they're going to have the second pick, I believe so. Yeah, they can try to deny it as soon as possible, and they can just focus on damage dealers first. If they do have the opportunity to take it, then yes, they might do so. But there's so many other tanks out there, or the tank
Uranus.
Uranus, Hilda. You got so many options. So I think banning the glue is a good play coming in from you, Fasha. But again, if they want it, why not?
I think they just have to ban off that Uranus. The Uranus was just too much for KPTM just now. Mizu was just a crazy steal that cannot be moved at all. He is a mounted. He is the one that makes sure that KPTM was untouchable. So this is something that UITM must think, like, do they want to take out that Uranus? Even though they might actually have to let go of the glue, there's other way for them to take out. Maybe Katsuo has been seen performing well with Cloud as well.
Yep.
So that could actually be in their favor. Take out, give that glue to them. Give that Katsuo gets the Cloud for themselves instead. So that's a really good trade. But no! KPTM says, like, you know what? Saurus needs his Cloud. We make sure that that's our priority now. It's rare. It's very rare that you see from the draft wise that most of the teams will prioritize getting their goal lane first. Usually they will just make sure that they open up with a tank. They open up with the roamer first. But Team KPTM, they already know what they want to actually get here for the fight.
Yeah, that was very a surprise pick personally, I feel. Number one, you did mention that banning out the Uranus, that's good. I think Uranus has caused more damage than, the glue itself, right? That was the primary roamer, a primary nuisance, a primary playmaker to do so. But not taking the Cloud. Clicking the Cloud is already a surprise pick. You're just going to focus that, hey, Saurus, we're going to give you this, you're going to do your magic, and then we'll focus on the rest. You just make sure to stay alive and get activated as soon as possible. Now, on the back of UITM, they're going to take the glue, they're going to take the Novaris, I believe that's the character.
That one is Valentina.
Valentina, yes, correct. Get very confused with my images of my heroes, that's alright.
It's okay, it's fine. They changed already
heroes.
because of the revamps already a lot. Yeah.
Correct. I like these two heroes. I think they will be able to deal more damage and most importantly flexible from there. But Alice comes into play. Alice will be the one that will resubstitute Uranus or any of the roaming that tank. Right? Speaking of roaming, they already got Basia. Whoa, this is gonna be very difficult to do so.
I knew it because you know what? The moment that Cloud was taken out, and I was like thinking, okay, they're gonna let go of the glue. So what else can they actually replace the nuisance of Uranus as well as glue?
Alice.
Baxia. Baxia as
Baxia
well
too.
as Alice. I mean, like, this too is definitely untouchable as well. The only problem when it comes to Alice, you did talk about it. Early game wise, Alice really doesn't have that much effects. But during the mid game, and we saw how KPTM is, they're very patient. And patience are virtue, my friend. And even though sometimes if you're not patient enough, you might end up being a patient yourself into the hospital. But hopefully it will not be that case for KPTM, and I'm loving it. But no, UITM brings Chi into the picture. Okay. I think this is actually a good counter-wise. Chi versus the side of Team KPTM. I still think there's a possibility that there's not a problem for Team UITM to just have that solo fight with each other. This is where I think UITM was having trouble previously, so they need someone, a fighter that can stand on his ground on their own.
I mean, that's great. Like, she does a lot of damage as well, and then I think she's able to flex anytime or get away from trouble. But is the damage output enough to at least take down the Alice? If let's say the Alice were to go online in mid to late game, that would be one of the questions that I would be thinking of. They definitely need to get someone, a marksman perhaps, a marksman. I think this marksman will have to prolong towards the late game and is able to be a hard counter to Alice if let's say Alice were to get activated towards that particular phase. I like this. I like a little bit of variation. We love seeing different heroes. We don't like to see it's the same old hero, the same old meta hero. So I think CC is a great fit here. We just need to see how the execution plays.
And the fact that I'm loving how Team KPTM knows that Team UITM, they kind of need some burst damage from the side of their backline, right? Because it's not going to be enough coming from Valentina. They need their marksman to be the better upper hand to contribute those damage. Now they take out Lee Sun Shin. They can even take out Granger if they want to right now to actually even lessen out. It's either Granger or they want to actually take out Obsidia as well. But Harley also is a good choice, especially with the fact that if you want to secure the backline, even though, yes, KPTM has a capability of escape mechanism like we talked about Cloud with the ulti Blazing Duet as well as Alice with the Crimson Blood, I do feel Deadly Magic, no matter how mobile you are, you can't get away from that damage. So this is something that's very crucial from the KPTM sides to look over to the side of UITM. Leomod.
Leomod. Okay. So they're gonna bring his little pony together right there to deal some damage. I think I like Leomod. I think Leomod, every time when he activates the ultimate, right, just dealing as much AoE damage, try to CC as much as well, trying to control the playing field. But we're going to have to see whether this creative adjustment coming forward, most importantly, as long the heroes are able to get their first few early levels, whoever is able to reach level 4 quickly, that would be great. And now, back to KPTM, Lydia, alongside with Guinevere. Oh, this is going to be fun to watch.
It is. Literally, KPTM is just sticking by the books. They're literally sticking to what they've already comfortable enough. They know that they're confident enough they can pull through again, just like they did on the first game. So this is just, again, a recap of what has happened, a deja vu, a reminiscence of what has happened. Team UITM, on the other note, they are moving to a different direction, much less unorthodox gameplay. It's just that you talked about how Leomod's little pony, right?
Yes.
Don't underestimate my knight in shining armor, okay? Even if he comes out with that little pony, it can become the phantom steed to make sure that things go their way. And I knew it. They definitely need that burst damage. So Granger is one of the MM that can contribute those damage, can definitely be able to online as quickly as possible compared to Cloud as well as Granger. One-on-one, definitely I feel like Cloud has a little bit of underhand compared to how Granger is. Granger doesn't have much cooldown, can definitely spam Rhapsody as Dasanata as much as possible once he goes online. The question is, once they go in for the mobilization, that's the problem coming on from Granger. So I'm kind of worried for UITM yet again, Ken.
Yeah, Granger, if they were to pick him off, trying to, focus on him priority first, it's going to be very difficult for him to escape from danger. Comparing to Cloud, you can just use the better image, just run around and just make a lot of hocus pocus movements. So I think it's possible. I think it's still doable. I mean, perhaps this is the whatever cards we have right now, whatever cards we are dealt with, let's just do our very best. Let's just equalize one game at a time because they need this game in order to move into game 3 and hoping to be the grand finalists to face up against NU Bulldogs once again. Fasha, this is going to be it. Game number 2.
Can they make it or break it? This is it. A little bit of aggression coming in right there to the mid lane. Knowing for a fact that Nani still had that burst damage, so doesn't need to worry that much, especially the fact that right now they can definitely just as much throw the damage to the side of RT as well. RT might be a little bit slow, but can be able to stall anyone's ulti. So that's the question coming up for for RT. Who is the best ulti that he wants to steal right now? And Wafi moving around, going into making sure that he covers all the ground. So far right now, when it comes to the threats or the draft-wise that is being portrayed by both of these teams, I do feel like Team KPTM can play as aggressive as they can. Seriously, this is where the fine line, they can continue on keeping up their momentum, and this is what they're doing. They're going all out. Special migration straight away gets yet infinitely with that invasion, and I told you, KPTM, they know their draft can be aggressive earlier on. They can go for the get-go compared to how UITM is. UITM will be waiting, needs to actually hold on to hope that when it comes to the mid-game, they will be able to strike back, and I'm worried of that.
Yeah, in addition to that, if you see, right, UITM also has been playing cautiously a bit because they need to activate their skills. They need to make sure that they feel confident enough to take the fight towards them. And now KPTM, they have the upper advantage. They know that they got the damage output ready already. They know they have, they are confident in just diving straight forward to get the kills, to jungle invade. And now it's going to be very, very important for them. Can UITM take at least the crucial possibilities or the crucial objectives here, which is going to be starting with the Lord. Okay, sorry, the turtle, yeah.
Let's see. RT had to back away right there. Very close enough to be actually stuck by the blood of O. But at the same time, Wafi takes the turtle immediately. Within 5 seconds, just shut it down. Now, let's see the counterattacks come through. Mizu, unfortunately, had to be faltered by Yet instead. And Shaki comes back for trade of Wafi as well. So 2 for 1 turtle. I feel this is not bad for Team UITM.
Yeah, not too shabby. I think they realized that, you know what, we're not going to get the turtle, but we still have our resources, we still have our skills ready, activated. Let's just try to take as many kills as possible to equalize things up.
And the fact that they got the jungler someone here, Saurus, a bit too overextension here, fighting off with Katsuo. Didn't realize that Yet was just around the corner, so this is a little bit of probably miscalculation, but it's okay. We'll still be able to move away as quickly as possible and survive it out. But again, so much of the pressure that is done by Team KPTM, it still feels like it is 50-50 situation for Team UITM as well.
Team UITM, I think if they are able to, continue to make Team KPTM roam different lanes at, multiple times, perhaps, just perhaps, they are able to find a window of opportunity to try to take down the turrets, try to allow their main carries to get as much XP and gold without sacrificing or without any casualties. But KPTM, they are playing this aggressively. They are making sure that, they want to get as many gang off as soon as possible. But UITM also can do the same thing as well, provided if they are able to go online instantly.
Oh, look at that. And you talked about it, how UITM needs to be a little bit aggressive, and this is what they're doing. They're literally trying to actually gank up against Team KPTM, because if it doesn't work out that passive-aggressive, might as well just go all out aggressive, all or nothing.
True.
And pretty much KPTM can read the book right now. They do feel like Team UITM is getting a little bit desperate in what they're doing, and this is going to be the second turtle to contest. Let's see who gets the better RN. Right behind there, we do see Saurus going to join in, but goes in a force spatial migration. Requiem was able to do so much damage, but still they got the turtle. Now they're pushing in. Grab comes through, and it seems like Yet will be able to actually zone out Jin. But at the mid of it all, UITM doesn't get the trade. Not only that, they had to sacrifice one of their players.
Yeah, no turtle, 1 casualty, and no kills. This was even worse than the first scenario that we just watched earlier on. And this is where KPTM, they are learning from their mistakes. They are saying, you know what, let's just get the turtle, but if we can follow up, let's just follow up here. And speaking of follow up, another one bites the dust. It is none other than City, aka GG. It's going to be very, very difficult here. And speaking of which, speaking of difficulty, there's no difficulty in redeeming your diamonds here. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to stand by, take a screenshot of the code. Like Pasha said, you better get the code, you better redeem it right now, because you're redeeming 5 minutes or 2 minutes now, it's going to be done.
It was going to be done just like Nani, as well as the special migration that was done by Jin, shutting down yet immediately. And you don't want to see that happen to your own redemption, so please do so. Redeem now. That was a really quick move coming in. Great setup that was done by Team KPTM. And now Team UITM is losing most of their momentum to pull through and try to counter back what is done by KPTM.
I mean, I think UITM is just trying to get used to the heroes here. Like, we haven't seen these heroes being played that often, let alone the hero comp, right? Definitely the advantage is towards, particularly KTBM, but here's the counter fight.
Oh, special migration, Violet Requiem, nicely done, great zoning out, but at the same time, grab straight to Saurus, but Saurus goes into the difficulty. Can he survive it out? No, unfortunately, Wafi able to actually counter it out, but Saurus will be taken out by Castle, is it? But Nani comes through with Shaki to be shut down. You get one, but the team of KPTM gets two. So again, it is at what cost that you want to actually give your body to Team KPTM, UITM?
Yeah, UITM, I mean, they are very aggressively over tower diving here. And speaking of tower diving, City with the CC, oh, it's going to try to run away, managed to go through, but no! Look at that Alice! Blood all day. I mean, we talk about it, right? We talk about it. Mid-game, it's online, there's Alice just in the right nick of time doing the plays. And now, there is the reward factor for Team KPTM. They are able to get the kill, they are able to get the objectives, and UITM is slowly sinking down the depths of the sea.
And it's really sad to see, because we know this is the team that was staying at the upper bracket for so long and was dropped just recently, and now many of the team that was at a longer grind journey had to actually falter as well. And I mean, it's really, really disheartening to see how UITM is just getting more and more down by their morals to be fighting off with their own little brothers. But again, we only have one winner to be filling up the last slot for the grand final. So it's just a really, really salute to the side of KPTM for building themselves up, able to actually cover back what they have been doing, mistakes from mistake to mistakes, and now they look like so brand new. Like, it's not even KPTM that we've seen from the 3 days before this.
Yeah, and then going back to what we just said, you know, physically and mentally exhausted, I don't see any sign of exhaustion.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm seeing signs of improvement, you know, just coming from, you know, rising from the bottom all the way to the top right now. I think this is perhaps, just perhaps, one of their best forms in this tournament.
Oh, definitely, and this is it. They definitely will be setting things up 40 seconds of the clock, but Special Migration goes in for the Violet Requiem. Jin will be trying to go in for all, but the Blood of Old gets 3 players. Nani gets 1 kill there, and moving on right now, even with the grab. Wafi try to be grabbed out, but goes in back again for the Smile Migration. Team by YTM still surviving it out, but can they make it through? Listen Crush as well as Blazing Duet. Not enough damage, unfortunately, had to pull away. And again, Team UITM, they only lost 1 casualty, but again, nope, yet it's too long, ended up overcompensating his stay, and Team KPTM punished it for it.
And you can see the Alice is so tanky over there. So much damage taken, yet still surviving with tons of HP. So I think I'm safe to say that, you know, I guess this Alice is online right now, Fasha.
Yep, definitely. And did you saw that last shot Kazuo did? It was like, it was really right on point to Nani, but I feel like it was just still not enough damage that is needed by this one marksman. And we talked about how on the draft of UITM, they don't have much of damage dealer that can actually contribute to get that last hit. And this is again a little bit of overextension coming up from City Norsana. Punishment over punishment. I mean, you've already known, if you overstate yourself, they definitely will pay your tax. So you gotta actually pay for your rents. And Team KPTM is just coming for their own fine moment to get this lot just comfortably without any disturbance from the UITM.
UITM is completely zoned out, and you know what's even scarier? Their middle lane middle lane turret is still here, it's still alive, but yet it felt like, you know, there was zero advantage given, there was zero possibilities for them to even win the fight. They just get picked off time after time after time. I'm not sure because of the map draw, there's the broken walls and stuff, but again, the confidence coming out from KPTM is at high peak, absolutely.
With this first slot, I feel like this is going to actually break the mid lane straight away, opening even more of the invasion from the side of Team KPTM. And yes, we do. I do admit that the defense mechanism or the defense line that has been put out by UITM still can seem a little bit strong, but they might actually falter coming in for the march. And there you go, yet will be taken out by Soloz as well, and going in for the blood of Oda. Unfortunately, Mizu kind of overextended herself, but still it's going to be enough just to do cool. And Shaki, unfortunately, even with your knight in shining armor, you will be taken out immediately. 1-4-2, right? This is an RT in a problem with Jin, just shutting it down immediately with that last hit, and going to leave only 2 players to fend their own base.
Yeah, it's a 3-to-1 trade-off. This is definitely a huge win for KPTM. Not only just killing off their core heroes, but to split the lanes and try to take as much map control as possible. This is just slow poison, you know. This is like slowly poisoning Team UITM towards the brink of elimination, and it's so, in a way, it's so sad to see, because this is the team that has been in the upper brackets all the way, and then when they dropped down, I thought that, you know what, maybe perhaps it's the morning breeze, you know, they're still not awakened yet, and you know, this is a good time to actually try and get capitalized. But to lose round game 1 and trying out something different, but yet to no avail, this is very, very, very sad.
It is, but that's the nature of games. Like you must have one winner and one that has to accept their defeat, and somehow I'm not sure with the gap that has already been left by KPTM with almost 4,000 K of the difference right now. Definitely itemization will be in the favor of KPTM and UITM if they want to actually hope for the miracle, or wishful thinking of how they want to actually conquer and try to actually counterback all the setup that was done by Team KPTM. They have this one Jin, this person that goes in for the setup. Spatial migration, Violet Reclaim, I mean, great combination of maneuver. And then you, not only that, once you were immobilized because of that Violet Reclaim, you have Nani just contribute more damage, and Soloz just comes in, dive with that Blazing Duet. You gotta figure out who you wanna actually lock in first of all to deny more damage to be thrown at you. And this is something that is very tricky for the team of UITM. Let's see. So far, they are focusing themselves at Nani. Maybe if they are able to actually pinpoint Nani to be shut down. But nope, it's gonna be a surprise! Special migration with that Violet Recruit. Immobilized means immediately right here, yet in trouble. Had to use the grab to survive it all, but I don't think it's gonna be enough though. He might actually have to be sacrificed because Soloz will be taking him down, leaving 4 players of Team UITM.
And there goes their tank roamer here. They don't have anybody to do the dirty work by sustaining the damage. And most importantly, Lord is open, is up for grabs for Team KPTM. Now you can see the UITM, they are trying to retaliate this fight here. Can they do so though in the nick of time? Wafi takes down the Lord, and now here comes the counter attack back on KPTM towards UITM. UITM are just running away, covering in fear. And speaking of fear, we got a code.
Don't be fear with our code, because we will keep on giving you guys freebies. So please screenshot, take a picture, and please redeem at the game app. Just write down on the redemption page and you will get free items from us here for supporting Hyperlegend Cup. But this is going to be the second lot to be taken by Team KPTM, and I like the fact that they were trying to actually zone out the players, but Shaki, I think just overextend himself was not really the right move for him, because you know for a fact that there's no way you're going to be able to contest that lot. You could have actually just said wait for the reset, but Spatial Migration, Violent Reclaim gets the two players right there immediately. Saurus takes down City Rorsana. Now moving on for the turret to be shut down. Mizu takes down yet immediately. Now Shaki, nope, you're not going to be able to get away with your steed, and now
It's the
leaving
end.
only two players. Crystal is on the loose right now. RT trying to do some damage, but you're all alone. What can you do? Even with the IAU, it's not going to do in the favor and giving the second win, meaning it is a confirmed second grand finalist will be in the hands of KPTM X Velocity.
KPTMX Velocity dropping down to the lower brackets, crawling out from their graveyard from time after time. The comeback is real, and now we have our second grand finalist into this tournament, and they are going to face up against the powerhouse, none other than NU Bulldogs.
Just like a phoenix rising from their ashes, they are looking shinier, sturdier, confident to be fighting off, and hopefully to meet off again. NU Bulldogs will change a little bit of the history that was made yesterday, but we do want to give a little bit of salute, an acknowledgement to the team of UITM X Velocity. They did amazing from the start, but somehow the day number 4 is the end of their journey. But when we look back on how the highlights is, right, and how the team of KPTM was able to secure this win, there was so much of the setup that was done by KPTM that could not be cancelled out by UITM. UITM was just like, didn't know what to do. That they do have Glue, they do have Shaki. They thought that with having Shaki able to actually run away as quickly as well, you need that jungler that was able to move around. But here's the thing, Wafi is also that. Baxia can move around quickly as possible and be able to contribute as much as possible. And not only that, he's tanky. And you can't get any better than that as a jungler. And somehow, no matter how much they try to actually counterwise all the setup that was done, Team KPTM just goes beyond what UITM imagined.
Yeah, I mean, KPTM has been phenomenal so far. Every of your heroes serve a purpose, you know, like you just said. You have the Basia just roaming around, you have Cloud in the hands of Saurus. I think we don't need to say that much. Jin executing, initiating so well. And then you have Lydia doing backlines damage. But most importantly, Mizu with the Alice. We have seen a couple of plays sniping with the Blood Ode, creating CC Havoc, and eventually everything just goes up and up and up for this game. And I mean, this is just so good for Team KPTM. KPTM, I think, you know, after learning from all the defeats, or, you know, being very alert, picking up all this and, you know, minimizing mistakes, I think they deserve to be in the grand finals. As for UITM, like you said, Fasha, they have been playing really well. Maybe it's the fatigue, or maybe it's, you know, just because of the shock of the loss. But again, they still did their best. They still, it's already an achievement to reach third place over here. And the MVP is going to be Jin. I think he's deserving. He's deserving for this MVP. Like, let's take a look. You already
definitely
said there's so many specials, so many violent requiems. Like, it's so good. It's so good overall. And I think you have a better knowledge, especially with the play-by-play done by him.
Oh, agree, definitely. He's the game changer. We gotta say he's the key to every setup that it was successfully land for the players of Team KPTM to shut down UITM. 4-0-14 KDA. Nobody even touched him. Nobody was actually looking at him, I think. Pretty much most of the UITM was just looking forward to see whether they can actually fight off with Wafi, which is kind of the wrong place to actually look at. And they even thought that, hey, maybe we could actually get the damage dealer, either get Saurus. They did manage to actually take Saurus because Saurus was just a little bit overextending himself. It was a bit too long, but yet they still have Nani. Even though you don't have Saurus, you still have Nani to contribute and get that last hit, and that shadow energy was just superbly amazing. And you have that Black Shoes. You talked about how the ultimate in the hands of Lilia, you'll be able to escape as quickly as possible and have no worries whatsoever. And looking at the stats itself, like, still maintaining that 8,000 economy-wise gap between UITM as well as KPTM, but this kills is a little bit too far off to what UITM has portrayed from all of this 4 days. So I'm a bit disappointed, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is, and I think you have to give a little bit of credit for where UITM is trying out this new lineup. Maybe, just maybe, they're not comfortable. These heroes are not their comfort picks, but they have to make something up, right? It's already a do or die situation. Perhaps if let's say they are able to equalize this game, in third game, they have something again in their hands that which we will be awed to excel. But it's no game 3, their journey ends. But again, shout out to them in GGWP. Hopefully they're able to improve, and we'll see them in the near future for all the players out there.
Definitely, and looking from the damage dealt by not just by Saurus but by Nani, 78.1k. That's why I said even if Saurus was been targeted countless of time by UITM, you still have Nani. Nani will still be able to survive it out. So let's go back to recap from all of the 8 teams that was fighting off on the first day. 4 teams was dropped down to the lower bracket, and then joining in from both sides of the 2 team from Malaysia, we see that the only one that was dropped was KPTM, and we talked about, Flava talked about.
Yeah.
KPTM had a longer journey, longer grind. They had to crawl out of their own graveyard, and they come out alive. They're not a zombie, but yet they look like they're a phoenix, just rising above and flying, soaring through every single obstacle that was put out for them here at the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup. And now they have to meet once again the Team Philippine and New Bulldogs.
Wow, they played 8 games in total after calculating the amount of games they have to play since day 1. And then after that, they have to go into the grand finals. They are gonna win another 3 more in order to secure the championship. So we are going to see. I'm very, very excited to see this entire matchup because previously I think they lost. They lost to NU Bulldogs. All right, 2-0. Okay, fine, never mind. That is just one game. We have that game in our bag. We're just trying to crawl back again. And they managed to do so. They managed to learn from their mistakes. They managed to refine their entire play style and eventually catch their brother or their elder brother team so well. And I think perhaps, just perhaps, they are ready for this matchup anytime, any day.
Oh, I hope so. Experience will be able to teach them and make them a better players, better teamwork to actually fought off with NU Bulldogs, and hopefully that will be the one that set them off here at the grand finals. And I think NU Bulldogs is also quite prepared for that revenge arc that will be set up by our KPTM Velocity. But again, congratulations as well to the team of UITM X Velocity. They're not going back with an empty hand though. Like we talked about, those who are already able to qualify to the top 8 here at the Grand Finals Hyperlegend Cup 2026, you will be already going home. At least even at that 8th place, you'll be going home with $1,000. I mean, $1,000. You could do so much with that. I mean, like accessory-wise or gadgets-wise, or even for your lifestyle-wise as well, to help your family, or even to make sure that you put food on the table. But at the same time, for the 3rd place, they also will be able to get some money. I think around 10,000 if I'm not mistaken. We'll be checking out again for the prize pool, yo. So still a lot of money for the team UITM to bag it up here for the 3rd place. And just for you guys to give a little bit of heads up what's going to happen after the break, we have our KOL Showmatch. And I know the Malaysian citizens are looking forward to see the team of Soloz versus Feekz. This is the 2 phenomenal figure in MLBB scene, so please do not go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with the Hyperlegend Cup 2026 KOL Showmatch right after this.
Naririnig ko na ang mga alulong ng mga bulldog. Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
converge in the starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking all around. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waited for the hour.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started the recruiting by to compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di #2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk low bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat, berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meta dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible, and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last mini team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from heart lah, kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen mode serius ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat apa ya kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last mini team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams, and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams, and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partner, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Naririnig ko na ang mga alulong ng mga bulldog. Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah. this side. I came in looking alright. Right now, set it, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the answer.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started recruiting by to compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di #2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk low bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meter dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible, and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last mini team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from heart lah, kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen mode serius ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat apa ya kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last rainy team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partners, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Naririnig ko na ang mga alulong ng mga bulldog. Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge and starlight. I feel so alive. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking alright. Right now, living
kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started the recruiting by compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di #2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk low bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meter dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible, and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last mini team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from high kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen, mode serius, ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat apa ya kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last winning team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams, and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams, and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kalau saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partner, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in the starlight. I feel so alive. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. I came in, looking all around. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the answer.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started recruiting by compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni. Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk low bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meta dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible, and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last mini team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from high kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen mode serius ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat apa ya kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last mini team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams, and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams, and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partner, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Naririnig ko na ang mga alulong ng mga bulldog. Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge and starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking alright. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waited for the answer.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started the recruiting by to compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di #2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk low bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat, berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meter dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible, and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last minute team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from high kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen, mode serius, ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat apa ya kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last winning team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams, and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams, and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partner, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Sebetulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Naririnig ko na ang mga alulong ng mga bulldog. Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge and starlight. I feel so alive. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking all around. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waited for this.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started the recruiting by to compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di #2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk low bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat, berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meta dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible, and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last mini team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from high kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen mode serius ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat apa ya kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last rainy team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partners, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in the starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking all around. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the answer.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started recruiting by to compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk low bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat, berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meter dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible, and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last minute team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from heart kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen, mode serius, ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat apa ya kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last rainy team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partner, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in the starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking all around. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the answer.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started the recruiting by compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk low bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meter dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible, and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last minute team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from high kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen, mode serius, ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last winning team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams, and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams, and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partners, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Naririnig ko na ang mga alulong ng mga bulldog. Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in the starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking all around. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the answer.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started recruiting by compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Malaysia, good day everyone! Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to none other than OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026 Grand Finals. How is everybody doing today? No, it's okay. A lot of crowd going on at this time. Other things. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026 Grand Finals, featuring 4 amazing nations: Malaysia, Singapore, the Philippines, and Indonesia. And as you all well know, later on this evening, we are going to be entertained with the Grand Finals between Malaysia and Philippines. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen! Now, before we get to the heat of things, ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we are going to be having yet another segment here up on the main stage, which is none other than the KOL Showmatch. Who here knows which KOLs are we inviting over for this event? Who knows? Who is it? Tak dengar. One more time, who is it? It's like a little bit 50-50 or both. All right, but ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to introduce and welcome our first KOL joining us for this showman. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Soloz! Wah, Abang Soloz kita. Soloz, apa khabar?
Baik. Sihat, Mila.
Sihat, Alhamdulillah. Alright. So, selamat datang ke acara KOL Showmatch. Engkau dah banyak bermain Showmatch sebelum ini. So, apa bezanya Showmatch kali ini? Apa yang bakal kau bawakan kepada kita semua?
Beza Showmatch kali ini sebab kali ini kita campur dengan beberapa negara. So, ini kali pertama lah. Sebab sebelum ni banyak dengan lokal je kan. Kali ini ada daripada Filipina, daripada Singapura. So, kita nak rasa macam mana communication dalam game tu.
Ini bergantung pada kau sebab kau dah sebagai KOL jemputan dikira somewhat macam captain lah untuk pasukan. Kau rasa kau boleh...
Just in case lah, contoh. Tiba-tiba time tengah main kan. Kalau ada yang tak boleh communicate dengan baik apa, memang pakai insting ke?
Pakai insting saja. Okay. And of course, kita cakap juga disebabkan acara ini melibatkan 4 negara untuk OPPO Hyperlegend. Apa pendapat kau tentang kejohanan OPPO ini? Sebab kita ada 4 negara yang terlibat dalam ni. Kita ada Malaysia, kita ada Singapura, kita ada Filipina juga Singapura. Apa pendapat kau tentang inisiatif daripada OPPO kejohanan ni?
Okey, kebiasaannya kalau kita nampak kebanyakannya developer ataupun organizer kan. Dia lebih ke arah buat satu campaign untuk satu region, satu negara lah, lebih kurang. Cumanya kali ni diorang ambil inisiatif lebih, extra effort. Dia campurkan beberapa negara. So saya rasa macam, weh ni lagi gempak ni. Dia walaupun dia macam nak kata kocak walan jugalah kan, lebih kurang lah. Cuma kali ni kita nampak macam wow, dia masuk 4 negara lah. Ni macam dah big tournament lah ni.
Alright, berikan tepuk tangan kepada Soloz, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Now, para hadirin sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, we're also joining together with international audience who's currently tuning into the official live stream. And to those who are currently tuning into this live stream, ladies and gentlemen, Soloz just shared just a while ago that this is a great initiative because compared to before, it only involves local athletes here from Malaysia. But now you're looking at from different nations here, from Singapore, Philippines, and Indonesia. And this creates a very competitive and big tournament for everyone. Right, thank you, Los. Kau dah bersedia belum untuk kita panggil kau punya opponent ni? Dan kita member kau juga. Alright, boleh Sedia Alright, baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome our next KOL. Give it up for Feekz! Feekz, sini Feekz, sini. Alright. Los, kita Los, kau okay kat situ Kau duduk situ dulu. Alright, Feekz. Apa khabar bro? How are you bro?
Khabar baik, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Alright, so Feekz, selamat kembali hari ini. Engkau sebagai KOL jemputan kita bersama dengan Soloz untuk acara ini. Engkau excited ke? Kau nervous ke? Engkau confident macam mana?
Kalau kau tanya aku excited lah sebab dah lama tak datang event offline and then main showmatch untuk MLBB kan. So rindu lah vibe-vibe tournament ni. Yeah. Alright.
Aku rasa ramai peminat-peminat engkau ni excited nak tengok macam mana kau corak permainan. Apa yang kau akan bawakan dekat showmatch? Adakah kau macam kat live stream ke atau berbeza sedikit?
Aku akan log in lah. Aku nak bantai Soloz.
Oh, kau nak bantai Soloz?
Aku memang tak bagi muka.
Apa masalah kau dengan Soloz ni? Apa kau nak bantai dia? Ada tak benda recently yang dia buatkan kau? Kau akan bantai dia?
Tak ada pun. Aku nak nampak hebat lah.
Nampak hebat? Aku risau kau bantai dia. Sekejap lagi dia bantai kau ni. And of course sekarang kau dekat atas pentas utama untuk acara OPPO Hyperlegend Cup ni. And kau sendiri tahu dekat grand final nanti kita akan melihat Malaysia lawan dengan Filipina. Right? So of course apa pendapat kau tentang kejohanan MLBB daripada OPPO ni?
Kejohanan aku agak teruja juga lah dengan stage dia. Dah lebih kurang macam stage MPL lah. So tak sabar nak main showmatch ni. And then kepada team Malaysia, good luck grand final nanti.
Alright, itu dia, ladies and gentlemen, to those who are tuning in, just a little bit translation for you guys. So Feekz just mentioned that this stage is an amazing stage. It looks almost like MPL itself, and also can't wait to actually the Malaysian teams compete and win it or the grand finals. All the best to them, right? So Feekz, Los, kau dah bersedia atau belum nak jumpa kau punya teammate? Tak sabar? Tak sabar. Actually kau patut juga. Kau pun tak, kau kenal orang ke?
Tak.
Tak kan?
Tapi nak sabar tengok.
Okay, sabar tengok. Alright. Para hadirin sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce. Let's start with Feekz. Boleh tak aku introduce kau punya team dulu?
Boleh, silakan.
Boleh Alright. So for Feekz team, we have invited our representatives. They will represent the 4 different nations. Now for Feekz, representing Singapore, we have Ryzen. From Philippines, we have Herrero. From Indonesia, we have Oiskip. And from Malaysia, we have Moti. Please welcome. I still have no idea why they're not standing next to Feekz. Boleh lah. Here lah. Join Feekz together lah, you know. It felt like 4+1 already. Alright, Feekz. So this is your team, okay? You happy?
I'm happy.
You're happy? Why you happy? Why you happy?
Semua handsome.
Semua handsome? Yeah. Kau ingat buruk sangat ke player tu Soloz ni? So Feekz said because his players are handsome, therefore he's very, very happy, okay? Confident, okay?
Confident.
Kau belum tengok lagi tim Soloz, kau sabar lah jap. Alright, Soloz. Kau ready
Okay, ready, tak sabar
ready,
ni.
Untuk kau punya tim pula Soloz, kita ingin menjemput, representing Malaysia, we have Mizu. Representing Philippines, we have Kurgod. Indonesia, we have Heika. And Singapore, we have Reese. Okay. Ngam.
Ngam ni. Tinggi-tinggi semua.
Feekz cakap, team dia handsome. So, ada tak good point daripada team kau?
Diorang semua tinggi ni.
Diorang semua tinggi? Boleh, point penting kat situ. Okay. Aku ada soalan penting sebenarnya untuk kau dengan Feekz sebenarnya. Disebabkan because your teammates are from different countries. Okay? Communication is going to be very critical over here. So macam mana kau nak communicate dengan teammate kau? How are you going to communicate with your teammates?
Okay, kita akan communicate dalam bahasa English.
Okay, communicate in English.
Just in case lah. Kalau keadaan huara kan, pakai insting lah.
Pakai insting? Aduh, so kalau macam mana? Kalau nak team fight macam mana? Macam mana kau nak panggil orang?
dia kita akan pakai V-shape dalam tu. Attack, balik, gather. Itu je, 3 minit.
Balik tu Melayu bro. Balik macam mana?
Okay. Retreat.
Alright. Berikan tepuk huruf kepada pasukan Soloz. Feekz, engkau pula macam mana kau nak settle masalah ni, Feekz? Kadang ni tim engkau bukanlah geng-geng kau sendiri. Diorang semua daripada 4 negara berlainan. 4 different nations. How is communication going to be?
Of course gonna be English lah.
Macam mana kau nak panggil diorang English? Macam mana?
Back up me.
Itu je?
Itu je.
Kau pakai itu je?
Sebab aku nak main golin.
Okay, alright. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Team Feekz and Team Soloz as they're going to head into the land of dawn. And of course, before King starts this off, we'd like to invite both of them to the center and fist bump and hand over to their lanes, okay? Didn't know there was bad blood going on here on the stage. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, the KOL Showmatch is about to commence. We've already had a short introduction in regards to our KOLs together with your teammates. And now we're going to be handing it back to our casters to narrate this KOL Showmatch. Whether or not it's going to be a fun one, whether or not it's going to be a competitive one, all this and more from our casters. Take it away.
Thank you, Flava, and welcome back at this OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026. This is the tournament that had a long pause. I know that probably you guys are tired of waiting, but we are also was waiting to set things up for the KOL Showmatch. And I've talked about the two prominent figure, the icons of MLBB scene that made it happen. They are the ex-pro players. Definitely we have Soloz and Feekz in the house. But back again here with me, Fasha, Bunny, as well as Ken for the next segment. So Ken, what are your thoughts for both of the teams, Soloz as well as Feekz?
I mean, we talk about it off camera. Feekz has such a great lineup, and going up against Soloz, he did say that communication is very important. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they communicate one another from there. But if I would be rooting, definitely I would be rooting for my boy Feekz. We have a lot of history behind. I was with them. Was a team manager for Geek Fan back then, which was the championship team for MPL Season 3, going out against EVOS SG. I know it was a very long time, but he has been a great person. Even though his persona is more of a king of toxic. Yeah, he's Raja but toxic, right? But in real life, he's a very friendly person. He's a very nice person to deal with. And I still remember that one point when they lost to EVOS SG in the MSC quarterfinals. He was the first person that broke down and had a very bad crying experience there. But it's because of the passion, it's because of the gameplay. He really put effort to it. It's not just all games and play, especially on the live stream. So as a professional player himself, he also has a high standard to deal with. But then along Soloz as well, he has been a prominent figure, and who doesn't know about Maharaja Soloz, right? I mean, Fasha.
He has a movie just for him. And here's the thing. They are two icons, and I know they definitely have a lot of fans, especially in Malaysia. And if you guys are nearby One Utama Damansara, this event is happening right there. The cross-national finals has been going on from day one, Thursday, and today is the last day. The only time that you'll be able to experience physical tournament, face-to-face, able to experience every pressure that will be seen for our players, and at least supporting our teams that already able to manage to go to the grand final, which is going to meet off with Team Philippines. That's a lot of pressure. But before that, let's have some fun with our icons. Let's have some fun. And with you guys also thinking of how to have fun in playing MLBB, well, the right gadget to play and as well as enjoy your game, it has to be the OPPO Reno 15 series. There's a physical booth at OU right now at that main stage, so you guys can definitely ask the staff like what are the specs, what are the benefits of getting this OPPO Reno 15 series. I give you just simple as it is. It has a 15 megapixel. Definitely you'll become a auto professional photographer. Your pictures auto beautiful, even though you are already beautiful inside and out, but you still need a phone to actually show that beautiness. And you will also have the fast rate frame rate inside this phone, as well as a overcharging, not to worry, it will be fast charging, completely safe for you to play all day long. So get your picks of OPPO Reno 15 series, whichever color you want or whichever specs that actually satisfies you.
Yes, indeed. And you know, the OPPO Reno 15 is such a good phone. I believe there are some deals and sales as well at the event. So make sure to go down to one Utama. Speaking of which, coin flips has already been done. It seems that both Team Soloz and Team Feekz already decided which side they want to go with. And this is going to be very, very important. I know it's just a mere show match, but I think pride is on the line, right, Fasha? You know, they want to be the best team, and you already know that Feekz, he did say he want to bantai Soloz as much as possible. And I think this is not bad blood, just more of healthy rivalry between these two prominent figures.
Yeah, in the terms of Malay, we say bantai, but to translate it just for our Philippine fans or even from around the world, it says that Feekz wants to kick some butt on that stage. And the butt, it is the Soloz butts that he's looking forward right now with the team as well. And hopefully, like we talked about, you mentioned about it, even Flava was the one who actually able to, digged up what are going to be the main issue when it comes to having this KOL show match. And Soloz immediately say, language barrier. This is going to be tough. Definitely it's going to be tricky for all of them, especially the fact that this is their first time. They don't have much of experience-wise playing together. The chemistry has to be built right on spot. This is a spontaneous, but again, there are certain plays that we've already seen this 4 days. We've seen the capability of Mizu. He has been well doing tank as well. And Heroro, come on. He is a monster from NU Bulldogs. He has been doing a massive job for the team to actually go to the grand finals. He was the MVP some more. Come on. So definitely one of the addition that can definitely be a promising point for Feekz. And I agree on the side of how can... Pushing the side that probably you're very familiar, you're very well known with Feekz, and not only that, it's because this hero right here is in the hands of Feekz. I think that thing's gonna be wrong though. There's nothing going to go wrong because Hero will definitely be one of the game changers for Team Feekz.
Yes, and for Soloz, he did say earlier on, it's all based on instinct when all goes south. I feel Soloz also, he does have a lot of experience in tournaments, and having a capable team is basically like ranked matchmaking, right? They are all Mythic Glory, just trying to vibe with one another. If anything goes wrong, just use the voice chat, just use the commands, launch attack, backup, you know, and this is all just pure instinct and feeling towards the game. So let's hope that our two prominent figures, they haven't lost much competitive edge just yet, because their teams definitely are young and upcoming and are hungry to win.
Oh, definitely. I think pretty much from their past experience, they know for a fact that this is... I agree on the note of instinct. It's more of because you've already grown to this MLBB, this game already. You play the games almost every day, right? Definitely, it's like a muscle memory in your thumb, in your brain already. You know what to do. Even if there might be some miscommunication, maybe you might be faltering in how to actually get your team to work together. But with muscle memory, with having a lot of knowledge of the game itself, I don't think that will be an issue right here between these two teams. And looking on the side of the two teams, right, let's get more in depth of Feekz itself, because I think you do agree on this, right? Previously, before he actually drag himself out from the professional scene, Feekz has been well known using goal lane or becoming a marksman. He's actually very, very comfort pick zone, definitely as a goal laner. So my question is, will he actually let that go and allow Heroro to take the lead? Because we've seen his potential, we've seen how much of capability that he has been put out here in the grand finals OPPO Hyperlegend Cup. Or do you think that Feekz will play comfort zone for himself here at the KOL Showmatch?
Personally, I think Feekz is going to try to showcase, try to get all the highlights for himself. That is his persona overall. But again, this is a best of 3, right? I mean, there is always potential to allow the young players, the young bloods, to actually get a hold on that. I mean, Feekz has nothing to prove already. He's an MPL champion. He has already represented Malaysia for so many tournaments. And I mean, it's coming down to whether or not, you know, hey, this is a show match. Let's just have fun. Let's just show people what was my prime before. but in return, let my team shine a bit. I can always play the back end. I be the back laner once again. I think this same goes to Soloz. I think Soloz has been, have been trying it out. He's also one of the best offlane assassins out there through Air Asia Cyan, through the Cyan days overall. So I also want to see how he's going to interact with the team overall in terms of team comp, and most importantly, just have fun.
Oh, definitely. Oh, we're going in for the map draw. Is it Expanding River? Oh no, it's not. It's going to the Broken Walls. I feel like the map draw is broken, honestly, because from day 1 until day number 4, it has been going to Broken Walls like multiple times, more than multiple times actually, countless of times that they keep on bringing us. The God RNG says that I want to break some people's heart right now, so let's go to the Broken Walls every single match, and hopefully it will not break either side of this team, whether or not Soloz or Feekz, because looking at Feekz is like having fun right now. He's already laughing. He's like, I think he's already having some idea of what he wants to pick here in this map.
Yeah, and then, going back to the Broken Walls, you did mention that it causes a lot of chaos, it causes a lot of different strategies to kind of take away particular objectives. So I'm looking forward to see very hyper-aggressive plays between both teams. And maybe, just maybe, Fasha, perhaps Mobile Legends, the game, they say that, you don't want Broken Walls? I'm going to give you more. 1, 2, 3. So I don't know, we shouldn't jinx it perhaps, but hey, it's all for fun. And speaking of which, here comes the hero drafting session.
Ooh, started out really standardized. Jushin taken out, Marcel. Ooh, I'm feeling like even the KOL is saying like, we don't want Marcel. Even if it is the new hero, then it's still, not to say that you can't counter it, but I feel like it is a little bit of risky, because there's a possibility Marcel will definitely be coming on top with the turning screenshot. Definitely something that people could not immobilize away from how Marcel is putting out. And even Sora been put out as a priority ban as well. But I think pretty much this is right on the book. The KOLs are saying like, let's take out some of the heroes that we know for a fact that they have been performing well at the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, so far has been kind of serious. Well, they even banned out Fredrin. So I can feel the vibe now. First round, maybe, a little bit of tension there, a little bit of pressure. So we'll see. And then Guinevere has been banned as well. So yeah, you can already tell this is going to be a serious game, at least for game 1.
Wow, Guinevere, Glue, Fredrin. Okay, but it's okay. We still have a couple of heroes that you want to actually tag out. I mean, if you want to pick out your... Not to say that M or gold lane is can be picked up Cloud right now, but sometimes it's a bit too fast for you to show your cards right now. So, wait, this is like a little bit of a technical screen issue right now. I don't think that Fredrin is the one to be picked. Yeah, exactly. So Freya is open to be taken. I mean, we've seen how Heroro is, and I'm liking the fact that Feekz is playing with the comfort zone of Heroro. Freya is definitely very, very abusive when it comes to gameplay, but to respond back, Soloz picked up Zitian and Carry. Oh my god, yeah, we keep on seeing Carry been banned off throughout the whole day, and it finally has a chance to pop up, and Soloz takes that chance.
Yeah, having Carry in here, she is definitely the tank killer. She's one of the OG heroes as well.
Yeah.
She just burn down tanks, burn down opponents so instantly, provided, Fasha, like you said, having the Holy Trinity ASAP. And you can see that Grok makes his presence alongside with Kadita. Wow, this is just bringing memories back, just back in MPL days. Wow, this is just so nostalgic.
Oh, I love the setup coming out from Feekz. Feekz is really tactical right now. The setup comes in with Grok putting out that mighty barrier, and then he go for the tectonic shots to mobilize even more of the players. And you have Kadita with the burst. You got 2 heroes already having a lot of damage coming off right now. I think Feekz is already in a good scene. And last shot or last choice coming up from Soloz is Uranus. Which I love it because you know for a fact there's so much DPS from Feekz sides. You need someone to at least burn it down or at least absorb all those damage, and Uranus is one of the heroes that can do that. Now going into the late phase, it seems that we are seeing Holly as well as Kalea has already been taken off, as well as Yi Sun Shin as well as Alice. A lot of the junglers been put out, as well as roamers that can survive that or doing a little bit of pick-off right there.
Yep, and then they went with the selection of the Assassin Su Yo. Looking forward to perhaps get their other off-lane hero, which we have to wait and see, or perhaps another roamer as well. And then I like the fixed selection onto Grok because we're already playing Broken Walls. So why not have an extra wall to kind of replace it with the wall itself? You know, you kind of make a little bit of disruption, causes a little bit of change of the landscape, like you earlier mentioned. And without fail, Cloud and of course Phoveus will join the battle for game number 1. Hylos, on the other hand, for Team Soloz, another OG hero. Wow, I think this is just a mix of between new and older heroes playing together once again.
Oh wow. And looking on the side of Team Feekz, right? We talked about how from the roster, it's already looking promising. Now, drafting comes into the picture. I'm already loving it as well. They already have 2 of the tanky heroes right on top. Phoveus will be able to drag with the Infinite Pursuit as well. And not only that, Claude, they got 3 heroes that can actually contribute those damage. And I'm loving how it sees from the side of Team Feekz. But Soloz, on the other hand, we can see that they are much more in the particular direction of going for defensive. They're much more in saying that if we can't get through them, might as well we have that Glorious Pathway to set things up or to move away from any emergency or any danger zone. And I'm a bit worried of that tactic because we've seen so far a lot of the tactics that's done by not just by tournaments or even by the players itself. When it comes to aggression versus defensive, aggression will always pull through and be able to go over the top. But here or not, guys, give it up for the Hyperlegend Cup. OPPO, they make it happen right here for the fight, the versus of the 2 prominent figure in MLBB, Team Feekz versus Team Soloz.
And speaking of which, we will have the very first code for the KOL match here, ladies and gentlemen, in order to celebrate the battle between these 2 Malaysian legends. Here comes the live code for your Diamonds Redemption. Make sure to screenshot and redeem ASAP. And you can see that both teams are now just clearing lanes, making sure that they can get their objectives as soon as possible, trying to hit that level 3 as soon, or perhaps level 4 if provided the opportunity to do so.
Do you not see the bottom lane? They're playing recalling with each other. Mochi as well as Jose. This is like a friendly bantering with each other right now at the bottom lane because they know for a fact Phoveus versus Uranus, you're definitely not going to be able to do so. But oh, Midas Wing comes in right there. Mizu in the danger zone will be taken down by Chucker immediately. I mean, it's a little bit of overextension. I think pretty much they know that if they go for the invasion, the team definitely have what it takes to punish back every overextension. And Team Soloz, they gotta be aware of that.
Yeah, I mean, with running with the Grok Horizon's Earthen Rampart, he's able to create that wall, you know, don't allow his enemies to walk away or, you know, escape as freely as possible. So that was a great move for Ra to get that first blood instantly.
And we are seeing right now for the Team Soloz, like I said, they gotta play a little bit passive because that's how their strats are. This is what the drafts are. Even if there's a possibility of them trying to actually screw away, probably maybe just trigger a little bit of the scrimmage to the side of Team Feekz, but it might not be in the favor. But still, Fury of the Phoenix already been put out right there. Hero! First down with that Ocean's Breath and able to take down Mizu immediately, and Soloz get the turtle instead. 2 for 1 and with a turtle somewhere.
Yeah, I think strength in numbers coming in from Team Soloz. They kind of have an objective to take this turtle, but in the meantime, they have strength in numbers. They have, I think, probably 4 to 3 or 4 to 2 players, so they managed to grab that kills as well. And overall, this is a great start in this particular session.
Let's see if the Team Feekz will be able to recover from this. So far right now, not really. I mean, it is a big number, 1,000 gaps of economy-wise between Team Soloz. It seems that, oh, Heroro, again, very, very ambitious, just getting the kills that he wants, you know? I mean, like, yeah, you go in with the rough waves, definitely can burst out one player, but here's the thing, this is only Heroro's, like, one-man show. The rest of the teams need to pull together as well, right?
Agree on that. I mean, you're having the Katida, you know, she can deal early damage early on, but later in the stages, the most important thing is your damage to second heroes. The assassins, the marksmen, they will be dealing damage. They will be counting damage, but then look at that Tectonic Wave blasting coming out here. But it's not enough to secure any kills. And Soloz counter-attack with his compatriots right here. Before Mizu most likely gonna bite the dust. And no one can do. Able to survive and hold on to fight another day.
Defense-wise by Soloz is just superb. Mizu could have been taken down very quickly, but if it wasn't for that zoning, Mizu was just, he was nearly depending on Soloz to make sure that they don't actually move away into the diving composition. But again, right here, it seems that Heroro a bit too far off in the mid, but had to pull away with the breath of the ocean and still survive it out. Not to worry, but now we are seeing Team Soloz is getting a little confident to actually gang things up, and they are looking forward to get the third turtle. And this is going to be an easy breezy if they can set things up. And even the team Feekz right now is nowhere to be found. It might be too late for them to even move in. Soloz gets the turtle, and not only that, Gurgod takes down Mochi. Wiz Jacob goes for the trade, but Gurgod managed to get for the double kill right here. There's going to be 2 for 1 right here for the team of Soloz.
Man, team instinct right there. Just showing their prowess, just making sure that they are able to get the objectives, but most importantly, zoning out with the Uranus and dealing multiple damage. Speaking of which, Mizu is in a lot of pain right there as Feekz is able to kill off the tank, but it's a 1-to-1 trade-off right here.
1-on-1 trade, but then again, the turret's already been dropped, so let's see if Feekz can actually fix things up right. Oh, nope, he decided to say, like, you know, this is just too much for us to actually bait it off. And somehow, you got a half lifeline for you to actually fight off with a full Gurgod. That's not a good decision making, but again, we are seeing somehow a lot of the trades that is needed to be done by Team Soloz has been profoundly benefiting them, and to a point that Team Soloz knows if they lose one, at least they get something in return.
Very curious to see what Feekz is going to do, or his team. Because right now they are losing in terms of the economy, and some likely they are going to lose their jungle as well. So how long can they sustain, or at the very least, when are they going to get the power spike? I probably think that Feekz really needs to level up as soon as possible, and just hoping that his team is able to contain the battlefield and allowing him to use the Blazing Duet.
Is the fact that Ryzen, one shot just by Gurgod. That's why Carry is the Mighty Slayer, but Soloz gets a roll right there. Wiz Jacob all by himself. There's 4 players right there just waiting for the diving composition. I don't think they'll be committing to it, but it's enough already to shut down Ryzen as well as Hero. One of the heroes that we're supposed to be a bit tanky, which is Grok.
Yeah, but you know, when we said that once again, Carry has always been the tank killer. The Carry, that's the nickname that we always gave to her back in MPL Season 2 and 3. You know, just working wonders at the point of time. And Soloz once again being so well fed, being so carefully away from danger and slowly upscaling it. This is going to be very interesting because Soloz, he's definitely ready to attack anytime when the team gives the signal.
They need a little bit of setup, and Ryzen was the one supposed to be the game changer, the one that can have that key, go in for the tectonic charge or even go in for the earthen weapon to shut down, demobilize anyone from the players of Team Soloz. But somehow Furious of Phoenix comes in, they're a little bit of stun right here. Wiz Jacob in a danger zone. Ryzen trying to do a little bit of zoning, but Goropawe comes through, and no, Mochi, what are you doing? You comes in just to give the body, and Wiz Jacob will be taken out by Gurgod with Soloz taking out Mochi. So 2 more lifeline in the hands of Team Soloz.
I mean, Feekz is solo farming downwards at the bottom lane, but again, this puts his team in jeopardy because he's trying to get as much HP, get as much upskill without any casualties. but he's giving away the middle lane, and the middle lane is now exposed because he's not there to join the fight.
Definitely. The damage dealer that is needed to contribute is not there, and even though you are actually redirecting your diversion to make sure that at least you'll be able to have that one objective, it kind of actually put a little bit of SOS for the rest of the players here for Team Feekz. So he needs to be aware that the teammates needs their help as well. And here, diving conversation coming. Reza is going for the Ionic Dart as well as Glory Power has been put out. Pushing out right here with a slingshot by Mizu. Kurgot takes down Mochi, Soloz takes down Ryzen. Another two to be taken out by Feekz. Feekz not done yet. Was go for Hika, but I don't think it's going to be enough though because Soloz comes in and had to pull away with the Battle Mirror image.
My goodness, imagine Team Soloz fighting the fight in between two turrets and still surviving right there. Yes, they managed to get a kill over Heka, but is that enough to follow up with the counter attack?
Even Reza keep on trying to actually taken down by them, and this is where we saw a little bit of glimpse of what has happened between the team of UITM and KPTM. If you keep on trying to target that Uranus, it's not gonna be easy. And you look at that, Rinze! Oh, have no fear, just jumps into the base and goes in for the zoning, and now leaving everyone from the team of Soloz to do some cleaning, and now he'll be able to actually clear out that holy defense, and Rinze is comfortable in the enemy's territory. He's doing well now. Mizu comes through. The turret is going to be pushed out just a little bit further, but with the Fury of the Phoenix, Glory Power also been put out just as the escape mechanism for the team. And then again, turret has been taken out. Ryzen being immediately shredded by Kurgot carry, and now moving on. Even if you try to drag out the players, it's not going to be enough. Leaving with Mochi as well as Hero. Just one hit by Hika could have been a terminal for him, but there you go. Reze just overlooking from behind and recalling as well. The crystal is overlooking right here as the focus. Feekz! Shut down by Hika himself! And Mochi also with one strike of that Phoenix strike is going to be very tough. Back again with 3 players, but is it going to be enough though? Minion comes through, still left with 4 players, but it seems that Soloz is still trying to actually break it. They don't want to actually end it off right, but no, this is going to be a mistake. You overstayed your place, and this is where you might be mistaken. But Kurgot comes in with the damage, spinning wheels, doesn't see anyone, but Rizze still zoning it out. Let's see if Kurgot can do so, but no, goes for the takedown in charge! Kurgot is in the danger zone, goes in for the mighty swing, and Kurgot might be taken out by Mochi, and this could be the last defense that is needed for the team of Feekz, and Rizze is the only one left, even if he wants to get Ryzen for the last hit.
Wow, what a sequence of events there. The battle of attrition coming in from both teams. I was about to say Kurgot, very, very nice zoning, very, very nice killing as well. He's able to aim and take down so many multiple heroes. The only downside about Team Soloz is, like you said, overstaying, committing. But it's okay. This is a show match. You can see Rizze is still alive. How much more damage that he has to soak up before his bite is going down and bite the dust?
Yeah, not done yet. Glory Power has been put up right there, even though it is just for them to move away as quickly as possible. But this is just Team Soloz is just playing off right in the hands of Team Feekz to make sure that they get out of their base. And look at this. This is what they needed. They bait out all of the players of Team Feekz. Soloz gets Zero as well as Feekz for the double kill, and leaving Ryzen, Mochi as well as Uis Jacob. And here's the thing. They don't have enough damage to actually burst it out. Goes for the mighty swing to Heka. Heka goes back. Still has Mizu as well as Rizze for the zoning. Let's see if they can actually manage to clear that crystal once and for all. 4 versus 3. Glory Power been put out. Goes in for the diving composition. Let's see, can they do so? They are being a little bit safe. They are doing a little bit of precautions right here, but focusing on the crystal. Backs away immediately, still waiting for that minion. And I like the fact that that wall was put out by Ryzen to make sure that the minion doesn't come in. Very naughty, but now Team Soloz has to back away because Mochi comes back, punishing Heka. Soloz goes in for the train, but is it going to be enough? Hero goes in for the burst of that Breath of the Ocean as well as the mighty waves. And now pushing on with the blazing duet. Feekz, can he make it through? He doesn't have enough damage. Rizze still surviving up. He didn't even get Kurgot, and now this could be a punish as well. Soloz will be able to survive it out with Kurt as well as Rizze.
I think Soloz is trying to get the Lord, but speaking of Lord, here comes the diamonds for those multi-kills left and right. So ladies and gentlemen, make sure to stand by, screenshot right now, and redeem it right here. Wow, I mean, they need a lot. They need somebody to tank those damage, and having minions is not enough. But speaking of which, multiple kills already. They have the lot in place, and now it's coming down to Team Feekz. Can he survive alongside with his team to at least defend against this lot, or it is GG.com for this match one?
I think Soloz was a little bit too confident. That he thought that he didn't need the lot to actually finish off this last fight, so it ended up in the favor of Team Feekz to recover just a little bit. But again, like you talked about, can Feekz recover as much as he could, because the final match coming in with the second lot, this is going to be a little bit tough, because second lot is a little bit tougher as well compared to the first one. Rotor Fire being put out. This is going to be a diving composition. Ryzen immediately being shredded by Soloz, and now pushing on. It seems that Hero, why did you go into the baseline? You make yourself easy to be shot down. Enough Crystal, just a little more. One hit from the lot gives the first win to Team Soloz. Who is the one who got kicked in the butt? It's not Team Soloz, it is Feekz who got served by his own words.
Instinct plays over everything. Team Soloz gets first game. I think overall this is just showing a little bit of the flashback of his proness back when he was a pro player in MPL. And I think overall the gameplay was really good. I have to give my credits to Kirk God and to Reze. You know, they have been playing really well to just defend away, just get Soloz enough breathing space, get his farms, get his kills. But Hurt God, in the meantime, he has been on a killing spree. He has been taking down multiple heroes left and right, and you know, for all of a sudden, he has already activated the carry instantly, and it was just snowballing towards the end of the game. Fasha, I think this is such a textbook play. I think this is just what people want to see, because you know, they're going from step by step and eventually go heading towards the crystal base and taking the victory for themselves.
I stand corrected. I said that aggressiveness over passive can be a bit of a risk, but Soloz just proved me wrong and says that sometimes defense can be the best counter for those who are too overcommitting themselves, and this is what we see from the team of Feekz. But then again, I don't think that it's pretty much of because of the overcommitting or aggressiveness. It's because, again, I think Team Feekz, they thought that with their strats they could play with their own movement style, they'll be able to control the game. But I do feel like there's a little bit of hesitation sometimes. Feekz nonetheless was trying his best to do as much damage as possible, but he's been ganked up right at the top. There was a lot of movement that was controlled by Team Soloz to a point that he could not get as comfortable as he could for his stats, for his farm. So this is where the fine line, if you get bullied very early on by your team opponent, it's not much that you can do heading into the mid game.
Yeah, and then I think they tried to stage a comeback earlier on when Team Soloz overstayed at their base. But if you notice, right, even though they managed to get some kills and all, but they are just unable to take down Reze, which is the Uranus. The Uranus is just so tanky. I think we just calculated. I was just watching the Uranus, just soaking up so much damage. Already down to the little lifeline, still alive right there. So, I mean, this is just all about having the right plays, having the right heroes being online, and eventually it led to their victory. I want to see Team Feekz, perhaps Feekz, he already tried the role of the assassin. Let's give it to Heroro, right? Let's pass down the flame to the Youngblood, and let's try to see Feekz whether he's more comfortable playing other flexible heroes in here. Because I believe every single pro player there, I mean, aside from the student athletes, but as a pro player, they can play multiple roles.
And we're moving into the second map. Is it going to be Bronco? I don't think so. It's going to be Expanding River this time. At least we are expanding our choices now. God RNG, thank you so much. So, I do agree on the note of you can. Thank you very much. Because the fact that I do feel like Heroro on the mid lane positioning, there's no not to say that it wasn't doing as much effects, he was getting the kills all by himself. Solo-wise, he could stand on his own. And look at this. There's actually a station at 1 Utama where if you see your KOL, you will definitely feel like, I want to play games too. Well, here's the thing. OPPO Hyperlegend Cup provides you a place to 1v1 with your friends or even with random strangers who just pass by and they also want to, test out the skills and see if they can play off in a professional scene. So please do check out, go down to 1 Utama Damansara, just very close by. Anyone from the Klang Valley or even in Selangor as well as KL, please drop to 1 Utama. Just type it out at the way so you can definitely check out the place and see the venue yourself. But let's go into the second match of the day. We only have one lifeline left for Team Feekz. If he can make a tiebreaker or make a tie here, then we are going to the best of one game. And looking from the men's side, it seems that they are doing a little bit of respect here and say like, that Uranus gotta go. We gotta take it out. So Uranus, not just Uranus, Hylos also has been respectively banned by them because of how much diving composition that was done by Team Soloz. But that gives an opportunity for Jushin to be picked up as well. So Glue's not there, Holly's not there, even Boxyag's not there. So Feekz, what are your answers to this?
Yeah, I like how Team Feekz just straight away used 3 of their bans to ban all the roaming heroes, which caused a lot of nuisance. Wow, instantly, Yi Xuanxin and Sora has been locked up here. So now it comes down to the remaining roaming heroes, right, Fasha? So we have, I believe we have Hilda. We still have Hilda. We still have maybe Alice.
Gatot Kaca?
Alice could be one of it. Gatot Kaca. Yeah, there's so many other heroes that we've got to think of. But again, you're prioritizing onto the damage dealers first. And here comes Valentina, and of course, Selena for the very first time in this show match.
Soloz, are you messing with us right now? Are you putting a full roster, a full lineup of mage for your next game? I can feel it. I kind of feel like you're gonna do this because Soloz love to surprise us, and with 3 of the choices already we are seeing the mage team. I'm not surprised if the 2 last heroes will be mage as well. But looking on the side of Feekz, you talked about how Hilda is still open to be taken, so Feekz is still playing by the books, picked up Hilda as well as Sora to be seen. This is where they know that they need something sturdy, and with amount of damage in the hands of Soloz, right? Not just the damage on the side of physical, but magical wise. And this is going to be very, very interesting to see once they go into the fight at Land of Dawn.
Yeah, Fedrin is still open. We have the other fighters. Phoveus is also still open. So it's coming down to how Team Soloz wants to play this year. They did ban the Zetian, I believe, right just now, earlier on. And Carrie, out of respect, banning it up because we don't want to see Kurt God using it again to burn down multiple heroes. So yeah, it's it's going all the way, and I believe that's a Leomod, correct me if I'm wrong?
Yep, Leomod, as well as
the
Yves.
last hero. Wow, Yves. Okay, so now roamers. Who are the primary roamers / tank for Team Soloz? Fasha, give your predictions right now.
I mean, you talked about how Fredin is still open to be taken if they want to. I mean, Gatot Kaca also up for grabs if they want to actually go into that lane. Again, on the side of Feekz, they still need a little bit of magic right now in their hands. So, looking on the side of Team Soloz, right? They've already taken a lot of the mage from the equation already. They have their own sets of mage in their hands. So, right now, for Team Feekz, they need to take one. But no, they ended up saying like, you know what? We're going to take Rangers. So now... Couple of marksmen. So Yi Xuanxin is definitely going to be the jungler. So Granger will be at the goal lane. Only left with one mid lane. And I knew it! They want to go all out mage. Except for Hanami. The one that people keep saying the hero of Dark System. But hey, I digress. I resent that statement because you know what? Hanami is not a Dark System hero. It's just that you guys are not playing it by the book. That's all. Hanami is one of the best heroes. It has a difficulty with the new draft, especially with the new addition of heroes here inside the pool of ranks. Do you agree on that, Ken?
I do agree on that. And there's a Kagura Hanabi rivalry right there. We're only lacking Hayabusa. And unfortunately, we are unable to see Hayabusa, which is the love interest and love rival of both Hanabi and Kagura. But it's okay. It's okay. This is gonna be fun. Looking forward to see what these two teams have in store. Kagura has been also one of the OG heroes, going back and forth with the umbrella. Hanabi, like you said, Dark System. I totally disagree that Hanabi has been very important back in previous MPLs. Game decisions as well been made through the good plays of Hanabi. So we are going to see how this all unfold in the second match of this KOL show match.
Definitely. This is going to be interesting to see between Team Soloz and Team Feekz. I thought that Soloz was going to actually do something very crazy to a point that he picks all mage immediately for all of the 5 rosters, but at least he picked out Hanabi. That there's possibly a priority for him for that. But because he wants to flag his hero, that's why. Soloz. Now I get it. But here we go, guys. Welcome again here at the Hyperlegend Cup. This is the KOL Showmatch between Team Soloz versus Team Feekz. And look at that. They're already going in aggression a little bit to the mid.
Mid lane will be the most crucial lane here. But then you can see that Yi Shen-Shin is trying to do a little bit of jungle invasion. I'm not sure whether he's able to steal. But speaking of which, you don't need to steal these codes, because these codes are forever yours if you are able to claim it ASAP. So live drop of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds is finally on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly claim it right now.
Yeah, quickly claim it right now, just like how Rizé was able to quickly backs away from danger zone. Almost been tagged down by the team of Soloz, but oh no, oh god, we'll be able to take down Mochi. I think pretty much this is just the, how do I say, the job scope of a Roma itself. If you are a Roma, as a Mochi, you know for a fact that you're going to be the one to sacrifice yourself. You need to find as much as information and somehow at least try to do a little bit of nuisance to all of the invasion that is done by your opponent. But it seems that Team Soloz don't have any problems at all, and they're ganking up right away from the top to the bottom. And at this moment right now, again, Kurgod having a difficulty there. Herrero will be able to take it down immediately. Rizé, no, that is a danger zone. Had to flicker away to move on the safe side.
Yeah, the safe side to at least escape right there. And Mochi, despite his first casualty, is able to give a little bit more support in terms of the roaming and intel. The most important is intel and knowing when to strike your opponents right there. Just creating nuisance, setting up game plans for team fights and team objective taking. Speaking of team objective taking, both teams are now in the tug of war to try to take this turtle in place. It looks like Team Soloz has the upper advantage right now with only 40% of HP there, but then Team Soloz is coming down and will be able to steal with the Yi Shen-Shin. But is there more to come? Mizu unfortunately takes out Ryzen with a double kill before for follow-up against Herroro's kill. However, Mochi right there as another battle ensues in the mid lane. Feekz will take revenge for his counterpart, for his teammate, and it's all but done. Ladies and gentlemen, what a first showing there after the turtle capture.
Wow, Team Soloz looking much more sturdy than ever. And even though Team Feekz, yes, they did manage to actually trade up a couple of heroes there, but it was still not enough. And even so, right here, we are seeing Team Soloz still having a foot on their grounds and be able to actually defend and counter back all of the engagement. So far, I feel like at this moment, Mizu will be able to withstand Sora, even though I feel like it is a risky situation. But Herrero able to take down Soloz for that diving conversion. I think pretty much they weren't really expecting the aggression coming off from Team Feekz, but this is just a back and forth coming off from Team Feekz to make sure they can recover as much as possible, because they got the economy wise. It's just that they're kind of losing some of the team fights to the side of Team Soloz. So let's see if they can recover from it.
Yeah, I think Team Feekz is very comfortable with this lineup of hero competition. They are a bit more aggressive, but in a sense that they know what to do when they bail out from danger. And I kind of like this overall, as this is now equal ground between these two teams.
Goes in for the surging strike right there. Goes in for the blooded Ode as well. Rizé able to take down Ryzen immediately. We know for a fact that there's not much of the frontliners that can actually back things up. So that's why Team Soloz can be easily taken out. But here on our Lantern Flare will be the key to actually guard out Mochi and give another lifeline in the hands of Team Soloz. But Herrero barely comes out alive there by Mizu. now it seems that even though Feekz has a good setup, but oh no, 1v1! One-on-one Hanabi, and Feekz comes back to shoot out with that Sonata. Doesn't make it through, but then he ended up being taken by Kurgot himself, and Usaka traded off with Reze, but the turtle already been stolen by Mizu, and this is a chaotic scene right now between Team Feekz or Team Soloz.
And kills after kills, like basically punch after punch, proof after proof, you know, it's just back and forth right now between these two teams. And you know, I think perhaps like the caster's curse or jinx, right? Every time I just hit a team that performed really well, suddenly they just got wiped out instantly, which was happening just now earlier on. So overall, still early, still both teams are equal footing, but later on when we move on to the 7-minute mark towards the middle game, that's where we are able to see a little bit of a dominance, and who is ever is able to lead the race right here. A kill from the side of Team Feekz will start things off.
This is definitely a play of tag your it. It's either you are the it or you are tagging them off. So back and forth, pull and push and pull coming off, but at the same time, Team Soloz still has what it takes to make sure that they'll be able to revamp everything that is done. Feekz will be able to get the first turret in the hands of Team Feekz, but at the same time, seems that Soloz already spotted out and will be able to maneuver, just get a little bit of clearance for that pushing. Still, it's anybody's game right now. And looking at it, Reze just trying to find a way who he wants to pick up. He picked up Mochi, still that's not going to be the right target to set things up. Ryzen on the other hand will open up the door for the teams. Oh, the Abyssal Arrow misses out a little bit too late to actually pull through. So ended up they had to disengage immediately. So not a great setup right here for Team Soloz, so had to back off.
Yeah, and then the bottom lane as well, Soloz is happily farming right there, just taking one turret away, especially when Feekz just took out the bottom turret as well. So I kind of like how Feekz is trying to be aggressive, trying to help his team's lane, but I noticed that Mochi isn't giving much support into the own part. Speaking of support, it looks like there's another fight ensuing here.
Goes in for the Heaven's Wrath right there, instant with the Crimson Blood as well. Reze takes down Ryzen immediately. Mizu barely alive, but it seems that Mochi wants to do more damage right there with the power of Wilderness. Doesn't manage to go in for the last hit. But still have enough time to move away. Feekz on the other hand wants to actually put through to Kurgot. Mochi goes in for the rituals. Blessing ritual doesn't go in. No, he goes in for Feekz. Both of them kills each other, but Feekz managed to come through alive because of the power of the turret. The problem when you go into the territory of your own team or your own opponent.
Yeah, I like how he just approached the challenge, you know, people say, hey, you know what, Youngblood and me against the OG, just going in here, but a little bit too over-aggressively playing behind the turrets right there. Speaking of turrets, it looks like it's a back and forth once again, Pasha. Multiple kills coming in from Feekz, and then a double kill from Reze. Here, Feekz 1 against 1. But Mochi will provide assistance later onwards.
I feel like, again, this is just back and forth. And literally, like, it's either you guys take me down or I'll take you down. And that's pretty much what is the context right now between Soloz as well as Feekz. They're pretty much just seeing who can actually play. This is pretty much a one solid direct fight, meaning like they're not really pretty much focusing on the objective. They just want to see who has the better mechanics to fight one-on-one. And I do feel it is pretty much chaotic, but let's see if they can actually have a little bit of balance. Eka comes in, try to actually pick out Haguro, but then Ryzen goes in for the zoning. Mochi on the other note, try to actually go one-on-one with Soloz, but Kurt comes along and I don't think so. Even Heika managed to take down Ryzen, but was backed out by Feekz as well for the trade. So 1-for-1 right now for both teams. So far 12-13, not much of a difference. Even economy-wise, it's just 1,000 of the difference for both of them. Again, it's anybody games.
Yeah, Feekz hasn't been caught out just yet. And speaking of which, he just caught out by the Abyssal Arrow. But again, he hasn't suffered any multiple casualties just yet. He's still playing it safely. But most importantly, he is able to lock down damage. Comparing with Soloz right now, he is leading in terms of his power spike and level in hand.
I mean, for Solos, I think with the emblems of Weakness Finder, I know for a fact that he's looking for it to get as much of damage, and this is what you need from Hanabi itself. And somehow, this you want to actually have as much as damage you can pull in for the team fight. And again, we are seeing the Stormbind comes in from Mizu, try to actually tag down Ryzen. Heka comes through with the Blood of Ode, can actually go in for the catch. It seems that most of the players of Team Feekz are a little bit slippery. They weren't able to actually immobilize as much as possible, so they will be able to disengage as much as possible. But then they want to overcommit themselves. They want to make sure that they'll be able to hit it, but then they had to retreat because it is not a good idea.
Yeah, not a good idea. They're already low in HP, so they rather retreat first and recover. Meanwhile, you can see that Mochi is doing his very best to zone out the rest of the members of Team Solos, but Team Solos spotted out the schemes of Team Feekz. They want to take this slot for themselves. Whoever steals it first, it will be Team Feekz that will get the lot, but can they get out of time? Mizu takes down Feekz finally, but then multiple members of the teams falling down like flies. But it seems like the battle of attrition goes in favor of Team Solos, so even though without the lot, they won the battle.
I love the fact that Mochi was zoning Solos all by himself, and then he didn't know what to do anymore because he doesn't have any lifeline, and he's trying to actually revitalize himself inside the grass. I know that's like a passive for Hilda, but again, once you don't have the capability to support the rest of your players, that lot is like saying like nothing can be trade off for just a loss of that lot. So again, Team Solos doesn't lose much just because of the lot marching in. It might push us a little bit off the wave though, but again, Solos has the better mechanics to actually fought it off. And we talked about how this draft-wise, they don't have anyone to be a frontliner. They have every situation for them to just burst down damage. That's the only thing they can provide for themselves, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, and then you know who got your back? We got your back just now with the diamond. A little bit too slow because of all the action happening in the screen. So I hope you all managed to take a screenshot, able to play it right there. Shout out to OPPO, shout out to Moonton for those diamond codes. And speaking of which, Pasha, looks like there's a fight going swing here.
Mountain Shocker comes in, Solo takes down Feekz immediately, and Heroro will be immediately shut down with that surging strike. And Rizze takes down Heroro immediately as well with 1 to 4 to be trade off by Team Solos. And Team Feekz again looking a little bit unprepared for that fight.
Yeah, unprepared is one thing, but Mochi is trying to roam, but he's unable to go back to his team, provide the support and the zoning that his team needed. And now look at that, middle lane is fully exposed. You have 4 of the damage dealers right there. I have no idea how Team Feekz is gonna come back from there.
Looking from the side of Team Solos right now, they're already clearing out the rest of the turrets from the top as well as for the mid is opening. And I do agree on the note that you talked about how Mochi is roaming around and trying to actually do some nuisances, but it's not really helping the rest of the teams of Feekz to make sure that they'll be able to control the engagement that is done by Team Solos. And this is where the fine line that if you have a roamer that is too far off, not helping the rest of the teams, you might actually be giving yourself straight to all the damage that will be burst down by Team Solos.
Yeah, it's a disadvantage if you're away from the team, as you said, Tasha. And we already seen this right here in the KOL Showmatch. And speaking of that, looks like another fight for the Lord has begun.
Rizze doesn't even want to let go of Feekz. Solos will be able to trade off by Hero himself, but Rizze does get double kill to Wichaka, now leaving Ryzen all by himself, trying to fend it off. Can Hero actually have it off? Might be able to pull through, but I don't think so that Hero can be able to actually have a good composure to actually probably throw that umbrella just for Ryzen to be surviving out. Again, this is still a good game coming up from Team Solos to just shut down 4 of the players from Team Feekz.
So you remembered why you mentioned that Zhu Xin wasn't in the competitive play, or at least in the main tournament? Now I know why.
Yeah.
Now I know why. So much damage, so much burst and damage per second right there for this particular mage. And I think overall, right, you know, as long he just survives with the Zhu Xin, that's about it. That is all that it's written right there. And I think Team Soloz can just take this again from the back. And Heka already securing that though. And now this is going to be very, very vain for Team Feekz.
Let's see, Mochi unfortunately again will be tagged out by Rize. This Jushin is just a nuisance, annoying, a disturbance.
Yeah.
Like you keep on trying to run away, but she got a lantern flare right there, bro. She has a lantern flare that she can just pick you up and drop you down, doing so much damage, immobilizing you immediately. Then Ryzen comes in, goes to a torrent storm, but Kenny actually goes in. No! Rize denied immediately Ryzen, and now even the Lord will be clear out, but the crystal goes into the half line. Is it going to be enough though? They are trying to push into the team of Feekz right now. Only left with 3 more players to go. Mizu trying to find a way. Mizu at least has the ults of Ryzen. So let's see if Mizu will be trying to push in. Are they going to actually fully commit or they're going to back off? I feel like they're disciplining themselves, saying that might as well we just go all out, bearing every single baseline of the turret from the territory of Team Feekz.
Yeah, they definitely can do so. I mean, if there's no Soloz, there's Rize, right? Rize can just do so much damage overall. Soloz is still definitely going to be the #1 turret killer, or at least trying to burn down the opponents. But there are 2 threats right there, and you have Mizu as well. Look at that. Bait and switch back and forth from Team Feekz, but there's nothing that they could do to stop this frontier coming in from Team Soloz.
Oh, this is tough. Alright, last turret holding on for dear life, and I don't know. I mean, okay, got the Mountain Striker coming out from Shakib, but then again, immobilizing as well with the Blood of Ode. But I feel like Team Feekz, they're in a desperate motion. They will be able to back off as quickly as possible, try to defend themselves, making sure that they'll be avoid into becoming a casualty in the hands of Team Soloz. But how long can you actually be in your base? Because the fact is, anytime soon, once the wave comes in, Team Soloz will grab that opportunity.
The only upside I can see, right, Feekz and TK, I think both of them, they have the late game potential. Both of them are the assassin marksmen they need. They can deal a lot of damage. And it's all coming down to Mochi. Can Mochi upskill as soon as possible? Okay, most of the items is already the anti-caress, the shields, the dominant eyes, but you don't have the immortality just yet. You know, you definitely need more sustainability coming in from the roamers or at least the fighters to tank as much damage, and then allowing Feekz and TK to do their stuff back lane.
Oh, Rize already spotted out. Mochi had to pull away immediately with a flicker right there, but Rize will not allow you to let it go. Mizu takes down Feekz, and now leaving only 3 players. They move into the fountain, but double kick coming on to Hero's side. Urusaka will be able to shut down Mizu, but then again, we are having a little bit of technical pause before the end of the game, even at the half line of the crystal, but I think the crystal will be easily taken out by Team Soloz, making them the winner. 2-0, clean sweep for this KOL Showmatch. Team Soloz all the way.
Ultra Instinct has been activated, ladies and gentlemen. Team Soloz, clean sweep. Team Feekz, unfortunately, the MPL champion and his young bloods will have to wait for another opportunity right here to take revenge against Team Soloz and his team. But before that, this is a GG's, well played for both teams. Look at that, all smiles on their faces here. They know it's just a fun show match, but at least they are giving a great show to the audience on ground and online.
4 mage, no tanks whatsoever for the last game, and yet they made it through alive. And Team Feekz, they got 3 tanks and they couldn't do anything at all. But I think that we're gonna actually straight away.
Alright, terima kasih diucapkan kepada pemulas kita. Telah berakhir sudah. Kita punya KOL Showmatch pada anda nak berikan tepukan gemuruh kepada Soloz dan Feekz. Los, Feekz sini lah. Sini.
Okay.
Bapak, takkan aku nak announce juga kan. Alright, Feekz, apa cerita Feekz? Dah bagi saya takkanlah 2 hero tu je kau jalan kat sini.
Tak, masa draft tadi dah pening.
Dah pening? Apa yang pening?
Sebab tim aku banyak golek. So, bila main role lane dia macam pelik sikit. Tapi susah, comms lah. Soal about
kau dah plan, kau dah cerita dekat kita semua.
Dah English tapi berat, mulut berat.
Mulut berat
macam English.
patut aku interview tim kau. Sekarang ni aku nak tanya punca dia siapa? Diorang ke kau sebenarnya?
Aku rasa diorang lah.
Diorang lah. Okey, diorang dah tak ada. Aku tak boleh nak zalkan apa-apa. Tapi Los, tanya, diucapkan ke atas kemenangan tadi, so apa perasaan anda? Excited tak?
Baik, power lah tim ni. Diorang power. Tadi tak buat apa sangat. Diorang kom siapa semua memang sempurna lah. Okey. So cara diorang kom tadi in English lah. Lepas tu semua memang bagi extra effort lah. Diorang communicate apa semua, setiap benda information semua bagi tu. Macam rasa macam dalam perang betul-betul tu.
Adakah mengikut expectation kau sebab kau bercakap juga?
Awal-awal tadi dia kata for fun kan. For fun, bebas main hero apa-apa je. Tapi diorang pick hero yang diorang comfort lah. Tapi dah masuk game kan, ada nampak hilang sikit, terus report. Oi, kita jadi macam, banyak info dapat. Itu.
Alright.
Balik kat tim aku kau tahu apa?
Asal kau?
Semua diam.
Semua tak
Game kedua semua dah blur lah. Feek, what to do ah?
Tak, what you do ke dia nak tanya kau nak buat apa ke? What to do. Lepas tu kau buat apa?
Aku dah tak tahu, aku dah pening lah.
Kau yang tak lili.
Aku dah tak lili. Aku dah lah tengah fokus enemy, nak fokus farm lagi.
Lepas tu kau nak kena join dengan arahan kau lagi.
Tak boleh.
Tak boleh, aduh.
Tapi tim solo memang kuat.
Yes, alright. Para hadirin sekalian, berikan tepukan gemuruh kepada Soloz dan juga Feekz. Congrats, satu KOL Showmatch yang menarik dalam pentas ini. Tapi masih lagi belum habis lagi. Kita juga ada sesi meet and greet bersama dengan you guys after this, okay? So kita nak jemput korang ke area 1v1 dia dekat situ. Di situ ada tempat main on one. Tapi sebelum itu, ladies and gentlemen, for those who's currently tuning into the official live stream, don't go away because after this, other than the meet and greet together with Soloz and Feekz, we are going to be having the grand finals between Malaysia and Philippines here at the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026 grand finals. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back after this.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started the recruiting by to compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk lower bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat, berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan surat ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meter dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last mini team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from heart kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen, mode serius, ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last mini team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other. So memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kalau saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partner, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Naririnig ko na ang mga alulong ng mga bulldog.
Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in the starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking all around. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the hour.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started recruiting by to compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni. Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk low bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meter dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last mini team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from heart kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen, mode serius, ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little Pika ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little Pika untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat apa ya kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last mini team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partner, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking all around. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the hour.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started the recruiting by compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di #2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk low bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meter dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible, and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last mini team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from high kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen mode serius ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat apa ya kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last mini team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams, and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams, and I hope we can put our good fight for the other team.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partner, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, Persian starlight. I feel so alive. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. I came in, looking all around. Right now, set it, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the hour.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started recruiting by compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk low bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat, berkuda hitam.
So, dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meta dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible, and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last mini team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from high kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen mode serius ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat apa ya kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last mini team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams, and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams, and I hope we can put up a good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MSM Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partner, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Naririnig ko na ang mga alulong ng mga bulldog.
Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in the starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah, yeah. your side. I came in looking alright. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the hour.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started the recruiting by to compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk low bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meter dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible, and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last mini team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from heart kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen mode serius ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat apa ya kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last winning team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams and I hope we can put up a good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kalau saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partner, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Naririnig ko na ang mga alulong ng mga bulldog.
Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. I came in looking alright. Right now, set lit.
kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started recruiting by compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds, and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk lower bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan slot ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meter dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible, and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last mini team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from hard kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen, mode serius, ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat apa ya kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last rainy team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams, and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams, and I hope we can put up a good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kalau saya rasa MSM Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partner, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Sebetulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in the starlight. I feel so alive. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking alright. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the answer.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started recruiting by to compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbalik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026! The time is now where two teams from two different nations will face off against one another. One final series. 10 will take a step into the land of dawn, and 5 will emerge victorious as the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026 Grand Finals champion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue further, just a gentle reminder to everyone tuning into this official live stream and to those who are here together with us for our main event. At the end of the day for today, not only will be crowning our champion, but also gentle reminder to everyone that we're also doing a very special giveaway for our final day together, where we're giving away 20,000 MLBB diamonds and give away a brand new unit of the OPPO Reno 15 series, all right? So be sure to stick around until the end of the event to be part of this extensive giveaway. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure and honor to introduce you our first grand finalist coming into the grand finals, hailing from the upper brackets. Give it up, representing the Philippines, we have NU Bulldogs!
Take no loss. I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground then I go off. Yeah, hit the ground then I go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. I hit the ground then I go off. Yeah, hit the ground then I go off. Yeah, I can't take no loss. Yeah, I don't even know what it costs. Yeah, I hit the ground then I go off. Yeah, hit the ground then I go off. Yeah, yeah, run it. Ooh, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my year. Yeah, yeah, I really feel it's my time. Think it's my.
Victory after victory after victory, passing through the upper brackets. Here they are, ladies and gentlemen, NU Bulldogs from the Philippines! They look raring to go and ready to head on into our grand finals. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this match will be incomplete without introducing our next team. Now, our next team, representing Malaysia, give it up for KPTM X Velocity! Ladies and gentlemen, this team hailing from the lower bracket segment, after getting dropped into the lower brackets, playing the most out of the matches, they are Team KPTM X Velocity! shouldering the Malaysia pride, the second team here in the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, one more series and all questions will be answered. Will it be Malaysia? But will it be Philippines? But before all that, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome the IGLs from both teams to come out here to center stage for a small interview. So we'd like to invite over from NU Bulldogs and KPTM X Velocity. Come and join me here. All right, so we are going to be starting with you guys and you Bulldogs. Now, you guys have had a pretty good run so far. Not a single series loss. You guys look strong, undefeated, all right? So do you have any words that you want to say to your opponents here, representing Malaysia from KPTM X Velocity?
Just good luck, have fun, and let's enjoy the game.
All right, there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up here for NU Bulldogs. Now, my man here, it has not been an easy journey for you and your team. You dropped really fast there down the ranks from the upper bracket to the low bracket. And what a crawl it has been, especially day number 2, where you fought back to back to back. And here you are in the grand finals. And might I say, this is a revenge, man. Now, coming from you, right? Are you confident that you're able to translate this from that loss before into a victory against the Philippines? Inshallah. So, okay, just to translate you guys, right? So, with God's will, He will, all right? Anything you want to say to your opponents here from the Philippines?
Let's have a good game and have some fun tournament.
Okay. All right, so he said have a good game and let's have fun together. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before they head out, can we have the biggest round of applause for these two teams at the grand finals? Now, gentlemen, to kick down things off on a good note, as Coach Moshe would like to invite both of you to shake hands and head over back together with your teams. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 2 teams left. We started with 8 on day number 1 on Thursday, and here they are, the final 2 teams, and they hold the pride here for both amazing nations. We have here from the left is from NU Bulldogs, from the Philippines, and here on your right is none other than KPTM X Velocity from Malaysia. Now let's hear it. Give us some cheers for a team from NU Bulldogs from the Philippines! Now, let's hear it for Team KPTM X Velocity from Malaysia! Now, let's be real. KPTM X Velocity, they do have an advantage here being in home ground. But we do have support from the Filipinos who's currently watching in to this official live stream out there. So do show your love and support in the comment section below. Show all the support because they need it right here. Because in a few short moments, they're going to be jumping into the finals series we have here for the grand finals. And remember, only one of them will be bringing back home the big chunk of the prize pool, which is $32,000 US. And without further ado, we're going to be heading over back to our commentators to tell us a little bit more about what we can expect here from this match. So casters, this is your time to shine.
After 4 days of running into this cross-national tournament that is brought to you by OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026 is closing to its end. But before we do that, we need to crown the champions. And it could be either one of them. Either the team Malaysia, KPTM X Velocity, or would it be the team NU Bulldogs from Philippines? Welcome back, guys. This is the grand finals. You're with Fasha Bani with Ken right here at the Caster Desk.
Yep, and that is definitely a match that we all been looking forward to. It's either going to be a revenge game or a clean sweep for either of these 2 teams. And of course, shout out to all the teams that have already played throughout the first day and then coming all the way to the championship Sunday. One champion shall be crowned. And of course, we would like to tell everybody that, you know, just show your support here. Just come down to one Utama, Damansara, right, like 30 minutes around the KL area. And it is such an awesome time to be right there.
Yeah, 4 days of events has been going on at the new course or new main course wings at One Utama Damansara, which gives a lot of opportunity for all of the Malaysian citizens, especially who's live in Klang Valley or near Kuala Lumpur or even around the area of Damansara. You guys just drop down there and just give your support for this last match right here. And it seems that they're going to actually go in for the flip of the coin. It's going to be the side of NU Bulldogs. It seems like that. I guess they've already picking this up. I think there's definitely that NU Bulldogs will be picking the first pick for themselves. So let's hope for the best. We will go into the draft later on and we'll see what are the bands and picks that will be chosen, and let's do more even recap in depth of what has happened throughout day 1 until day number 4 till we arrive to this moment whereby, like Flava said, just like we've talked previously as well, whereby Team NU Bulldogs has been performing superbly, just like OPPO Reno 15 series. Again, we talked about how the players are playing on this phone to a point that they have performed in anonymous or in the most astounding performance. And even KPTM, it seems that they are very comfortable with this phone. So if you guys are looking for a phone to upgrade your gadgets or thinking that I need a new phone for gaming, it's gotta be OPPO Reno 15 series, Ken.
Yep, I think the OPPO Reno C15 series has already created multiple memories, multiple highlights, showcasing the players, the student athletes, when they're playing with the phone. They managed to get a lot of MVP highlights, kills, assists, and showing us some top tier university or at least collegiate level of tournaments in this arena. And most importantly, you know, like you said earlier, Fasha, you know, you can have a very good photo with it and you can have a lag-free experience, especially playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And it's all coming down, consolidating everything into the grand finals. Speaking of which, here we have the map draw right now. It's none other than dangerous grass, letting the opponents guess and have to be cautious in every movement within the map because of the dangerous terrain.
Yeah, I'm a little bit like distracted because how the KPTM was a little bit doing a public display advertisement just now. I'm like, oh, nice, doing some show off with your OPPO Reno. I like it. There has to be someone on the Marshall stage to say like, please promote that phone. Please, we need that. And I'm loving it. Doing your job scope very wisely from KPTM. But going back to what you were saying, dangerous grass map for the opening of our grand finals. I think that we rarely see, I mean, not to say that we don't see dangerous grass, but it has been the least amount of map that has been opened up for the teams to play here. But we've known the capability, the landscape that can be provided in this map, whereby you'll be able to do a lot of ambush. You have a lot of heroes that can actually have the capability of using their passive to actually gain a lot of potential inside that dangerous grass, such as Hilda. So those are the things that maybe be in particular the prioritization of the heroes. So going back into the phase of the band, we see Fredrin, Carrie, as well as Jushin back into the drawing boards, as well as to the straight of our books. These are the heroes that we definitely do not want to be given opportunity to be taken by either side, whether it's NU Bulldogs or even Team KPTM Velocity Malaysia. Here's the thing. We saw NU Bulldogs taking down UITM Velocity because they didn't respect enough that Yi Sunjin. Will KPTM do the same thing for this last two-phase ban?
I feel the team itself, they will do their study here, but they need to see what is being banned out here. And you know, we already have a roamer, another marksman, Fedrin as well, the fighter, roamer in place, a jungler. So I think maybe, just maybe, they might just try to ban this Yi Xunshin. But yeah, they haven't faced the opponent yet just recently, and they did not. They went with the Freya. I think the Freya is a bigger threat because in the hands of Heroro, he's able to do so much damage on that. So I think the Yi Xunshin most likely be a big optional pick from the side of Team NU Bulldogs.
Let's see if, because of the fact that they're opening this option for NU Bulldogs, will they be picking up. But for the first pick, usually you don't really pick up the marksman early on because they know it's not really a necessity. But glue, yep, definitely one of the top priorities will be able to pick up by NU Bulldogs. Now, Team Velocity, if you want to actually snatch that Cloud immediately because it is your comfort pick, it's one of the heroes that has been very prominent, very resourceful to be used by Saurus. Saurus has been performing well, so it's one of the heroes that they can utilize and comfort pick for here. But Goodriver also one of the top picks as well for KPTM. You see how they set it up with this special migration as well as Violet Requiem. So I'm feeling that Team Velocity, they're sticking to what they've already comfortable and confident with.
Yeah, confident picks, comfortable enough to use them and produce results. I think this is basically the go-to moves coming in from both teams, specifically for Team KPTM Velocity right there. And most importantly, they have Saurus. His Cloud has been performing really well, has been in multiple MVP highlights, but we have to always remember that you have to make sure that Cloud gets away from trouble, slowly spike up, able to get the respective gold and equipments as soon as possible to hit the Holy Trinity in hand. And now going back to Team NU Bulldogs, Selena is widely open and be available alongside with the Basia. This is going to be very, very interesting to see two tank roaming heroes just face to face one another and trying to create as much chaos and disruption across the map.
They have a lot of catch here. Selena with their Bezel Arrow, definitely NU is setting up to make sure that they'll be able to have a good team fight, immobilize Team Velocity. Yes, they do have a little bit of escape mechanism, but I mean, if you escape the Wrath or even the grab from Glue, you still need to be aware of how Selena shoots the Bezel Arrow. But back to the basic as well, we see Lilia has been prioritized again and again as well by Team KPTM, so it is a little bit of repeat what we see, and I'm just a bit scared. I'm not saying that it's not good. It is good because you're playing with what you are confident in, and you know that you've been doing the same formation over and over and again, right? But I'm worried that NU Bulldogs have read your move because you've already done it a couple of times, and you talked about it. The longer the journey, the longer the view, people can know what is your stacks already. You can see the cards that you've already unfold throughout your game. So this is a little bit of risk from the side of Velocity, but I hope they will be prepared with what they are going to provide here in the team fight. But moving into the second phase of the ban, Alice been taken out as well as Leslie. I do agree on Leslie as well. When it comes to Leslie, Hero has been performing well as a sniper, the ultimate sniper as well. So this is something crucial when it comes to the dangerous guys. Even if you might be able to run away as fast as possible to avoid those shots, but here's the thing. The ultimate snipe will always target you immediately and you will not be stepping away from the eyes of the sniper. Do you agree on that, Ken?
I agree on that, and I don't think there's enough time also to shield those bullets, or at least the attack, especially in a very messy team fight. So definitely you're able to take a very crucial pick off from there. And banning the Yishun Shin and the Leslie as well is a great... I was wondering why are they not banning Yishun Shin, but instead they go for the two comfort pits and just taking off as many heroes, comfortable heroes away from Heroro, or at least from the top tier players right here in NU Bulldogs. And at least not going to see the day of light. There's no roamer at the moment for Team KPTM, but they still have that Hilda available. I believe, yes, the Hilda is available, and like you said earlier on, Gatot Kacha could be another option they could go for.
Okay, what else that can be picked right here by Team Velocity? Even though, yeah, there's a lot of roams already been secluded already here for the ban, Hilda, definitely the best option. I feel like that KPTM, if you're not taking that, even though it is a little bit of bait coming from NU Bulldogs, it's still a good option to be picked up. You can't go wrong with Hilda to be actually added into your pools. The question is if Velocity is feeling of something else. Oh, High Loss will be the prioritized for the team of Velocity. Okay, interesting. But on the side of team NU Bulldogs, you still need to find a way to actually pick up your goal lane. Since that a lot of the goal lanes or even the hero comfort picks or probably signature heroes has already been taken out. I feel like Heroro hasn't actually shown off much of his cards as well, because again, they have the least game, so they pretty much play along the same rotations as well. But Harith could maybe be a game changer right here to be fighted off with NU. And not only that, I think I hear Fanny!
Wow,
No! Fanny!
This is gonna be a hyper aggressive lineup right there. As we said, Harith, Fanny, they can just come in, do some damage, and then get the heck out of there. You have Selena as well, setting things up with the Abyssal Arrow, and then you have Glue and Basia to do as much disruption across the map. Phoveus was the one that I actually wanted to say, but again, I like the setup of NU Bulldogs. Like, I can already envision how much ganking power, how much aggression from one lane to another. Maybe in less than 5 minutes, or at least the first 2 minutes, we will see an abysmal, or at least a very huge team fight coming in from NU Bulldogs.
Oh my god, this is tough. I mean, we talked about it when it comes to draft wise. NU Bulldogs definitely showing off a little bit a better angle compared to what we see from the side of team KPTM Velocity. I do see their pictures. I understand the vision that they want to put out. Again, a lot of the heroes that they are actually picking off, it's too much readable to the side of NU Bulldogs. And that's what I say. Once you play off the same strats over and over again, NU Bulldogs will just find a way to just counter it off. And this is it. This is what they need. They breaks off. You might be taking a lot of the signature heroes of Heroro. I'll be playing something else, even more so, adding Fanny into the formation. So this is it, guys. This is what we've been waiting for. The grand finals, the last series of our OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026. It is between the Team Philippine and NU Bulldogs versus Team Malaysia, KPTM X Velocity. And because you guys are amazing supporting this event, please screenshot. This is a redemption code for you to redeem at the game Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Please take a look. It is a bit long. You need to type it out. So take a shot so that you can keep it for yourself and redeem as quickly as possible. Like Estacio getting the first blood as quickly as possible.
First blood already. I stand corrected. Let's just say first minute, there will be a first blood here. Predictions are not on point. But then again, Fasha, you can see that how aggressively Team NU is trying to play. Like, you know, they are really wanting to get early kills, early lanes, and then hopefully just trying to invade their opponent's jungles and just cut off how much resources as possible in hand. Most importantly, you know, for Team KPTM, they have to keep Saurus alive. They have to make sure that he doesn't get fed, he doesn't get bullied like you always mention in the first few minutes. Because if he does, then unfortunately, you will have that Fanny activated anytime online.
Imagine it's this early, 1 minute on the clock, and Fanny was just flying through the sky, getting the kills already. I mean, even though it is over against Hylos, a roamer that you know for a fact will definitely have to sacrifice. But here on our Spire Shield, Migration, able to go in for the Valerian, but Pachuan still managed to survive it out of here as Taksho comes in to finish it off. And Wafi did manage to take down Pachuan for the last hit, but it's a little bit of overextension, and Blast comes in for the last hit to go in for 1v1 between the mid lane, and Nani had to be traded off as well.
Yeah. The roamer for a mage, I'm not sure whether that is a good trade. In my own opinion, I feel like they kind of want to get the kill, but they got the wrong target instead, and they are kind of overcommitted quite a lot. I believe that Petulant was already far away from the jungle, zoning out, and leaving Lydia from KPTM very exposed for the kill.
Fantastic coming up for the turtle right now. Istachio joining in the fight right here. Goes in for the steel cable. Looking for a target, but doesn't get through. The great zoning coming in right now by Mizu. Now, team somehow, Anu. Oh, Blast did manage to get Jin though. And Saurus goes down for the trade of Balsal. And now leaving 4-4 right this instant. Still trying to contest it out. Drags a little bit with the Demonic Force. Pachulan still trying to struggle. A really good zoning coming out from Team KPTM. I'm loving the fact they still managed to pull through that scrimmage.
Yeah, and I mean, they also deny that total as well in place. Even though Fanny has already level 6, very upskill power right there, and just like I said, that Nani unfortunately has to bite the dust. So now strength in numbers. It seems like Team NU, they are really want to gunning down for that particular turtle, but they need more members in place. They need that Fanny activated anytime when there is a potential steal. The Fanny will come and swoop in and now deals damage.
Violet Requiem does catch 2 players, but it's not going to be enough though. There was not a follow-up right here. There's not much damage, but Mizu does take Pushulan. And right here, Estacio! 1 hit goes! Mizu getting double kill right here. And Bangsa, I'm so sorry, that's not going to be done by you. You will not be taken out in the grabs of Team Malaysia. Not just getting the turtle, they got 3 bloods in their hands.
Yeah, 3 kills across the team, and most importantly, it is the turtle. That is the objective they'll be seeking for, giving them a little bit of a slight advantage in terms of economy. Now, looking from Team KPTM X Velocity, we can see that Saurus is still chilling, still making sure that he's staying alive. And speaking of staying alive, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and claim your Mobile Legends Diamond code right now. It's available on screen, as Fasha says, better claim quickly before the steal comes.
Staying alive, staying alive.
Yeah.
Stay alive. Oh, but they literally staying in alive, and I'm loving the fact that the counterattacks that was done by Team Malaysia looking more firm than they did during the early stage. And I feel like they finally able to crack the code. They know for a fact that this Fanny is not easy to catch up, and this is where the fine line they want to make sure that Fanny or Estacio try to actually use as much as possible. Gets the special migration, goes in for the Violet Recurrent. Pakulan, unfortunately, will be smashed by Nani himself. And this is where the fine line, they make sure at least the frontliners doesn't have the capability to guard Estacio. And I'm loving how they managed to actually counter it wise, but unfortunately now Gang comes over from the bottom side. Mizu have to bear it on its own. Goes in for the Inferno Pursuit, survive it out. Even Grabs comes in, and I think this is going to be a last hit from Fansal to get that trade. But is it worthy though from the team of NU Bulldogs, from them getting one of their main shuts down? Ended up, but now special migration comes in again by Wafi to go in for the trade, but nope, Grabs comes in. Is it going to be enough though? I don't think so. Wafi was a little bit too overcommitted and ended up sacrificing himself.
Yeah, just an unfortunate trade right there. Now strength in numbers coming in from Team NU Bulldogs. NU Bulldogs, they know they can go take that solo in place, and they can force mistakes from the side of Team KPTM Velocity, because they have not enough numbers. They are definitely unable to steal this, and if they were to overcommit, more casualties will happen for KPTM. A little bit like you said earlier on, Wafi just overcommitting right there. If he were to just give up on that fight, I think it would still be an equalizer for both teams.
I mean, you've already got what you needed. You want to make sure that at least you shut down Pachulan, but then why you have to go for Bangsal as well? Now here, Estacio still flying through the sky, trying to make sure a little bit of damage to Mizu. Even though Mizu will be able to withstand it all, it is giving a lot of pressure right here for our player. This Forvius is not having fun at the top lane, so this is going to be a little bit difficulty coming out from KPTM. They had their composure, but now it seems a little bit of crack comes through because of how they are a little bit aggressive.
Right here, Saurus, level 9. He will be the key difference maker here, because, Team NU Bulldogs does not have a marksman, right? They don't have a marksman, they don't have a true damage dealer, especially in the late games to burn down opponents. So I hope that using Cloud, Saurus, and the rest of the members of KPTM, they can make a difference. They can try to turn things around if they needed to, but it's all coming down to the survivability issue of Saurus. So far, hasn't have any depth yet, but if he's slowly but surely, I think the rest of the members of NU Bulldogs will be aiming for him. Harif is in the line right now, most likely calling for his teammates to start the gang.
And they are doing what they need to be done. Push also was able to actually throw out the bottom dress, goes in for the special blast, unfortunately takes down Nani. not a sight to be seen right here for the team of KPTM, and Estachio joins in for the fight. Jin had to move away, but the Glory Pathway was not able to go in for the escape mechanism. Now Wafi will be the next victim, had to be grabbed and getting the double kill in the hands of Estachio.
Well, good news, they kept Soloz alive. Bad news, a lot of multiple members fall down, and it's also not great again because you are leaving the lot open for Team NU Bulldogs to take control. And you know, again, maybe perhaps just maybe they have a game plan saying that yeah, we can let the Cloud farm, we can let the Cloud farm all for rewind, but we are going to power spike right now and bully him as soon as possible, including his teammates later on.
They keep on shredding Team KPTM right now. That Zaman Force literally locked on Mizu. I just feel like this is where they feel they're much more confident, they're much more sturdy to actually go all out aggression. Estachio just overlooking to Soloz. That is not a good composure, but thank the Lord we do see Jin right there to back things up. And even though Estachio might do a little bit of damage, but needs to go back to the base to actually heal up that stamina again. So let's see. With the first slot already marching in, Special Migration, Brilliant Requiem does get bounced out immediately right this instant. There's one frontliner has already been taken up. KPTM is doing their best just to shred at least one of the protection that is needed by NU Bulldogs. But they still have Pachulan. Let's see what's going to be done right here. Going to clear out a lot. I don't think they will have any problems with here, but there's solo push coming from this jungler. Estachio, the one that they still cannot catch, the one that keep messing things up. Glory Pathway have been put up. Somehow they don't really go for the follow-up. They do stun Pachulan, and he's going to actually drag even more. Goes in for the Violet Requiem. Pachulan, unfortunately, will be able to survive it up because of the Zaman Force has already been put out. One more hit to go. Mizu gets the kill. Great job, but Hero not Hero wants to actually punish out, but the players of KPTM says, we're done, we're good. But oh my god, sneaky jungler. You're too busy with the fight. He is busy pushing all the way to the top.
Yeah, Team KPTM X Velocity, they had to put all their resources in the middle lane, the top lane, you know, trying to defend whatsoever, but they have to let go. They have to sacrifice bottom, and you can see that Lefani is just farming so easily, just putting pressure after pressure for the later stages of the game. Now, I think it's still doable, it's still reliable, because they have Cloud still alive. He hasn't sacrificed or haven't had any deaths just yet, but he's not getting the kills he needs. I noticed that Hylos is getting the kills. The last hits are all there. So Cloud is not getting the best farming rate so far, and I really hope that he can quickly accelerate his potential growth, because he is going to be the one that's going to burn down every one of them later when we hit the 15-minute mark.
There's no one for them to lock on. This is the question when it comes to Team KPTM's draft. Yes, they will be able to withstand either one-on-one or probably being scattered around. There's a possibility for them to do so. But when it comes to team fight, we do see that the only thing that they are hoped for is that Spatial Migration will be able to catch few of the players with the Violet Requiem, and if the follow-up doesn't come through, it's very risky for the team of KPTM to be punished back by the team of NU Bulldogs. But again, NU Bulldogs, there's, like I talked about, this jungler hasn't been catched by anyone just yet, and making it a little bit difficult because they're too much up to make sure that the push is also able to stabilize, able to push on, but at the same time, they want to make sure the objective is also in their hands. But this lot, this second lot, definitely not as powerful as we expected, but it is at least giving a lot of the pressure for the push to make sure at least two of the turrets that still left from the top lane as well as the mid lane will be taken out as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very difficult option for KPTM. They have to choose the lesser poison, the lesser evil. You know, sacrificing the Lord, okay, sure, but we need to defend our lanes. They can't do everything because they haven't reached a certain power spike just yet. And you know, NU Bulldogs, they are living this, they are loving this especially. And when the time is right, especially with the Abyssal Arrow comes into connection, that is where is their signal to go, let's just end this as soon as possible.
I mean, that's what the draft is supposed to be. They land the shot, they be able to immobilize the team of KPTM, they set things up, and they go all out team fight. Because with team fight, it has the better outcome, and this is what they're doing. They're going all out, goes out for the chrono dash. Right here, goes in for the steel cable as well. Stasio doing their best to make sure doing some damage to KPTM, but again, KPTM having a really good composure, making sure there's a safe distance, but that bottom lane has already been bared by the Lord himself, so this still gives so much an opportunity for the team of NU Bulldogs, and you cannot be wasting it. They're trying to survive for that mid lane, but again, Pachulan shuts down Wafi instantly. One life, and maybe Mizu wants to actually go in, but I don't think that's a good favor. Summon 4 has already been put out here. Jin as well as Wafi been dragged out right this instant. Basal been able to tag down by Saurus. Great job by Saurus. This is too far off. We'll be able to back up with the battle mirror image, but again, Mizu trying to invest with the Infinite Pursuit will not be able to do so as Estasio shuts him down immediately.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. I think I saw Pachulan got revived thanks to the immortality, giving second chance in life and just sustaining the battle as much as possible. And speaking of sustainability, ladies and gentlemen, you want more diamonds? We have them right here. We're dropping it down like flies, just like the kills of the game itself. So make sure to go and claim it here because it's limited redemption and it will be fast claimed.
Definitely, and I'm loving the fact that right now Team KPTM, even in their final hour of trying to make sure that they have the line of their defense, it will still be able to recover just a little bit the damage that is done by Team NU Bulldog. But they really have to be careful. Jin, right in the open, had to put out that glory pathway as the escape mechanism. Is it going to be good? Yep, they will be able to scurry away from that scrims, and at least they are safe from any casualty that will be brought up by the team of NU Bulldogs.
NU Bulldogs, I mean, they are just playing around, they're just toying with their opponents right here. They have all the objectives in place, they just need to make sure that once the Abyssal Arrows were to get a hit, and most importantly, the lot is up again. In fact, I think they haven't even done single thing from KPTM. They didn't even contest the lot as well because they're so covered across their own map, and every time they want to step out, there is always a fear that the initiation from Team NU Bulldogs were to happen.
Too fast with the glory pathway. They want to go out to Heroro. Heroro was able to back things off. Now Saurus goes in with the blazing duvet. Doesn't get the damage that is connected, and now it's going to be the punish coming in with the grab to Mizu. And even Estasio goes in for the sneak attack to the crystal. Managed to back it up, but this is going to leave the teams to be taken out by the rest of the players of NU Bulldogs. Even Jin barely surviving that will be shut down, leaving only 3 players of Team KPTM X Velocity. I mean, ooh, that was a shocker. Estasio, they really need to put an eye on him because the fact is he is doing something that no other players has been doing. They are not opening the map. They're not realizing this jungler is just messing around.
Yeah, messing around and then, you know, just doing backdoor attacks from time to time. And then most importantly, if he is able to keep on putting pressure onto the Crystal Palace, that breaks up the whole hero composition from the side of Team KPTM X Velocity. They cannot execute their plan, they cannot execute the team plays that they want to because they have to at least one hero to defend their base. And overall, it's just disruption after disruption, creating chaos and not giving Team KPTM a chance to at least turn things around. So I kind of like this from Team NU Bulldogs. With that Fanny pick, I believe it is so valuable because we get to see a different playstyle in terms of them. They have been always hyper aggressive, but this time around they have a backdoor laner, backdoor attacker just doing tons of damage and pressure.
Yeah, I think they definitely have outsmarted the team of KPTM, thinking that it might be a team fight because of their draft wise, but they didn't know that Fanny was going to do all those sneaky attacks. And here on out, even with a lot, we'll be able to take it out. Glory Pathway will be going in for the mid lane. Heroro still wanted to be catch up, but Blast takes down Wafi and immediately now goes in for the steel cable as well as the force. Now, Bombshell shuts down Jin as well as Mizu trying to go in for the Infinite Pursuit, but it was cancelled out immediately, leaving only Saurus as well as Nani, the only damaged dealer in the baseline of Team KPTM X Velocity. Oh! Just with a chrono dash! Shuts down immediately! Nani and now leaving only the last man standing! The crystal, the first match, the first round has been taken by Team NU Bulldogs Philippines.
Wow, I mean, that was a phenomenal play coming in from Team NU Bulldogs. I mean, I already mentioned earlier onwards, if Team KPTM can keep their cloud alive, can keep Saurus alive as long as he goes online, I think that will work. But we forgot about the other crucial point, or the other get-go, is to get his other teams online as well. His teams have been sacrificing, they have been pretty much getting picked off left and right. And comparing to the power spike, even though if let's say Cloud is able to go online, it's not enough. You're 1 against 5, and that is so difficult, and it's such an uphill battle to actually attack onwards. But anyhow, I still think that KPTM, they still believe in that process. It's just that for this particular pick on Fanny, it creates so much chaos, and they don't have a counter plan towards that.
Remember what I talked about, how they were too focusing on what the hero schools coming off from Herrero side, right?
Yep.
They're definitely just trying to actually take out Yi Sun Shin, take out Leslie, taking out a lot of the hero pools that we know that it has been performing well in his hands, especially Freya as well. But little do we know, as much as they keep on focusing, even during this team fight as well, we do see that they keep on trying to harass Herrero a couple of times, but didn't manage to do so because he is a Harith. This is the thing about Harith. The chrono dash, the way how he's able to immobilize himself, able to move away as quickly as possible from any danger zone is what makes Harith very hard to catch off. And even so, I do feel there was not much of the spatial migration that was done at the end of the game itself that made that setup didn't manage to pull through for the team of KPTM. And Estasio was able to just, make it beneficial for their side because of how much the connection that is done by team KPTM was not successful.
Yeah, I mean, like in basketball terms, if you double or triple team their best player, you have 4 other players who are open, right? And then these 4 other players, they can even make their shots as well. So it's such a terror. I mean, it's such a nightmare for KPTM players because they already try their very best to stop their best player. I assume that is Herrero. But they have forgotten that they have other 4 all-stars there. They have the 4 other players who can excel, who can just power spike anytime they want. And that's the case for Estasio. Estasio is the MVP for this round, regardless of what the leaderboard say. But I'm going to say that is definitely the play and the pick of the team.
Oh, definitely. I love how the fact that, look, just one hit from that chrono dash that Herrero put out was just beautiful. But little do we know, we have the MVP in the hands of Blast, our mid laner with that Selena. I mean, yeah, you did talk about how a lot of the bezel arrow was landing right on point to get the setups right. I mean, it is the starting up of what the initiation that is needed for the team of NU Bulldogs with 4-0-13 KDA. Oh damn, nobody was even looking at Blast. Blast was just blasting, having the time of his life.
Definitely, controlling tempo, setting up plays, putting the traps as well. And the most important thing is, they don't even have a marksman, but the rest of the players, they can still deal damage output sufficiently to kill off whatever's left in KPTM's lineup. And let's just see about that. I mean, from the start, from the get-go, I felt like there was a little bit more hope for KPTM. Like, they had the game plan ready. They managed to get some good skirmishes, I believe, in the earlier rounds, but kills. But after that, I believe the second turtle onwards, it was just downhill all the way. And just unfortunate because there was a glitter of hope that we might see that a comeback or at least a turnaround for their team. Just to such a dominating performance coming in from NU Bulldogs.
I think the formula that Velocity was looking forward, because the reason why they even got that 9 kills is because they were able to actually separate one player at a time to make sure they'll be able to gank up. And that's the thing, when you're actually able to do so for one player, the rest of the players of NU Bulldogs was able to read between the line and realize that we're not going to leave anyone all by themselves. And you can see the movement that was done by Pachulan, by Bangsal. They were always able to actually cover things up. Even Blast was always on the scene, just making sure that Herrero will be able to guard up. And Estasio, on the other note, they have so much of confidence. They believe in Estasio's movement as well as capability. They let Estasio free. Do whatever you want to do, man. We know for a fact you'll be able to do silent damage, a little poison sipping through into the velocity or KPTMX velocities point to realize that they don't even understand that Team NU Bulldogs knows for a fact that they can direct those confusion and have their own gameplay round out right behind the side of Team KPTM. And again, this is just an outsmart play coming from NU Bulldogs Philippine, and this is the team that hasn't dropped any maps whatsoever. It is already expected for the team of KPTMX Velocity to have a little bit of struggle to fight them off. I mean, as much as experience you have, the longer journey that you have, it might also be seen whereby NU Bulldogs, they're just much more firm with what they have been playing throughout this experience.
Yep, discipline, sticking to what they think that goes right, and then most importantly, like, you know, they are able to adapt. You know, banning out the heroes of Hero, everything is being banned, but they have no idea, they have no pointers to stop the rest of the players of NU Bulldogs. I kind of like how, you know, how adaptive they are, and most importantly, they are confident. If you don't have confidence, you know, then that's the end of the game, right? You don't trust in yourself, you don't trust in your teammates, and more importantly, you don't trust in your game plan. So if you don't do all this stuff, then there's no point in continuing the competition. But they excel in all these parts, and I'm very happy for them. As we move on to game number 2, Dangerous Grass again. Fasha, I think this is the second time looking back to back, I believe so, that we have seen Dangerous Grass. Maybe, just maybe, you could have said Broken Walls, that we can get Broken Walls back one more time.
It's okay. I'm good. I'm good already. I mean, like, too much of Broken Walls can put a toll on this very small, young-minded Fasha Bani. Oh, am I really that young? I don't think so. But anyway, yeah. I feel like having a different kind of map can actually take out a little bit of the expectation that is been seen by both teams, because I feel like they've been playing too much of Broken Walls or other maps to a point that they're not accustomed themselves with a different kind of map. And Dangerous Grass is a place for them to put all stunts out, and I hope could be the key for the team of KPTM as well, once they realize that there was not much of the benefit of the landscape that was provided, that they use to full extent, is something that they need to prioritize now for the second draft. Now, ban phase, just as simple as it is, Marcel as well as Jushin will be put out from the equation, because we know this is the two heroes that you don't want to mess around. And you saw, if Jushin was let out because of how Team Solo is able to play it off, this is a hero that you do not want to be reckoned. Will be able to pick you up, drop you off with the lentil fair. So this is something that you don't want to be given to your opponent. And it seems that Phoveus has been taken out by Team Velocity, even though they were the one who used it. But I know for a fact NU Bulldogs also did use Phoveus combo with the glue during the upper bracket, where Velocity KPTM was the one who dropped down to the lower bracket. So this is something that I think Velocity is looking up there, looking forward to see, like, hey, we're just focusing too much on Heroro. Why don't we figure out, like, lessen out a little bit of the sturdiness that they have for the tank. And even Carry as well as Freya has been taken out.
Yeah, I think Freya pick again is still respect ban. Coming in from the side of Team KPTM. I think they don't want to deal with Pharaoh again with that particular hero. And Irena's will be banned out as well from the side of Team NU Bulldogs. Both teams, they don't want this roamer in place. So it's coming down to the first one, the first pick from the side of Team KPTM. I believe they should try to go for a solid roamer or a solid offlaner. At least to somebody that could dictate the game plan, or at least the battlefield tempo overall.
Let's see. I mean, do you want to actually take the glue now? I mean, and risk that Claude? Because again, they were prioritizing Claude too much. Even though, yes, I know Saurus has been performing well with that Claude. Maybe there's other hero pools that you can put out on the strikes right here, because you need to pull all stuns. Like, you cannot be in your comfort zone more. I said stop, but you did not listen. Why? So now it's giving the opportunity for NU Bulldogs to just take that glue if they want to, or they might actually switch things up there's not really a necessary for them to pick up that glue. But I feel like when it comes to the Philippine teams, again, I've used this sentence many times already. The saying of, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And New Bulldogs will do just that. And I think there's a possibility the glue will be picked up, or maybe this is the opportunity for them to try out to pick out the Zetian as well. But no, glue will be the one to be picked up first of all, as well as Baxia.
But whatever works on the previous round, they will stick to it. I think this is a good pick coming in from NU Bulldogs. I know you're a little bit disappointed regarding the Cloud pick, but we have to understand that KPTM's currently their main go-to move is to prioritize onto Saurus, making sure that, hey, last game we didn't work out that well, but it's okay, we still believe in you, we still trust in you, we still get one more game to at least test things out, and they will go for the Cloud. I mean, yeah, let's be honest, the Cloud hasn't been really impactful, but he has been very careful, very cautious, and he's able to power spike as soon as possible. So now the game plan is, we have Cloud, what are the other heroes that we can avoid the same mess or the previous mess that we had done in the previous round. So they need a little bit more flexibility, they need more roaming, and they will stick with Hylos and Lydia once again though.
Why Hylos? You could have actually pick up the Alice right away right now, but...
Yep. Or the Hilda if you want to. But I think the Alice will be better, but...
Right! Alice will be better, right?
Yeah,
rather than the
Alice will be
Hylos.
better. Yeah.
Because it was just a bit too fast for you to pick up that Hylos. I know for a fact that Hylos has been the only key for them to have that escape mechanism with the Glory Pathway, but it wasn't really an important strat for you to show it right now. And Team NU Bulldogs, again, when you see a team that is not really respecting them enough or not actually reading them enough, the Team NU Bulldogs is just taking that situation to their points, and they're just using every strat that they've done already that was successful in the first run. But at least Team KPTM put a respect a little bit to Estacio's Fanny, which is very nuisance. It's now a little bit of annoying to come in with the backdoor strats, as well as Yi Sun-shin. Okay, I think that's a really good ban coming in from Team KPTM, with Fredrin as well as Guinevere to be shut down by NU Bulldogs.
Yeah, great bans coming in from Team Velocity, KPTM Velocity. I like that. It's definitely all the comfortable heroes. But now let's see what they do. They allow Leslie to come out. Here comes Heroes Leslie. Oh dear, this is gonna be very, very interesting and very dangerous for the side of Team KPTM Velocity. They need to catch this Leslie ASAP, but with Basia, with Glue, and of course Selena initiating and leveling up the playing field, how hard or how challenging can KPTM catch this Leslie, or at least disrupt her power spike process?
No, pick up the Alice now. You need to pick up the Alice right now. This is it, because you want to go for the back line. You have Hylos for the front line. Alice can go with the Crimson Blood just to go to Leslie, and I feel like that could actually add on to the strats right now. They've already have what they needed, unless they want to pick up...
What? Lapu. Okay. I think this is the first Lapu I've seen, at least in the tournament. I mean, aside from Harley as well, but wow, this is mind-blowing a bit. I need some time to process, but again, using Lapu definitely is able to do lots of CC, and then maybe paying out respect. You know, this is the hero or the legend from from the Philippines, and yeah, just maybe they will just put up a good fight for Team KPTM Velocity.
Okay, putting out Harley against Leslie is not that bad. I do understand the vision that KPTM is putting out. I just don't think that the frontliner will be enough for them to secure that backline. That's the thing. I mean, like, yeah, Harley definitely will be able to go out with the Deadly Magic as well as the Jumping Head as well. But that's just one. do you understand? Like, there's just one mechanism of you being able to actually penetrate or even invade into the back line of Team NU Bulldogs. There's still a couple of heroes that they need to actually control and zone out in this midst for the second draft. And a little bit of heads up for the viewers: if we go into this second match and we finish with a 2-0, we will take a break right after that before we continue with the third match. So let's see what's gonna be like. Is it gonna be a second point for the team of NU Bulldogs Philippines, or will it be the first time Team KPTM Velocity able to bag 1 point from this Team Philippines?
Coming down to this game number 2, Fasha, and I mean, this is going to be the match that Team KPTM needs to break forward to at least to have to secure 1 point or 1 match in their pockets. But now it seems like let's just trust onto this team. I mean, the composition is definitely unorthodox. You have the Lapu Lapu in place. Backliners, like you said earlier on, not enough to follow up, not enough to dive towards for confirming the kill. So it's all about how are they going to set things up, how are they going to play around the terrain, how are they going to go from the jungles, the invasions, and so on as soon as possible. And speaking of this, already first blood in less than 2 minutes.
In less than 2 minutes, Blast getting the first blood straight away, and there was so much of ganking that was done by NU Bulldogs. Team Velocity, Malaysia just having a little bit of struggle to actually read all the cues that is already given by Team NU Bulldogs. Okay, Jin again needs to be alert of what the covers, what are the movement that will be done by NU Bulldog. But yet again, this is not going to be easy, as during the early stages, the team of Velocity might not have that upper hand compared to us, who has the upper hand to get freebies by OPPO at Mountain. So please screenshot this code for you to redeem at the redemption page on your game app. So it's an opportunity for you to have that feeling of appreciated because supporting our OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026. So click on it, please screenshot, take a picture.
Yep. Most importantly, we want you to feel appreciated, like what Pasha said, and of course, feeling appreciated is none other than this battle right here, going back and forth. Team KPTM trying their very best to deny this turtle, trying to start some firepower, but it's not going to be enough. Wafi, meanwhile, with the Harley, is getting sandwiched by multiple members of Team NU Bulldogs, and NU Bulldogs at this point of time, they are steamrolling, even though it's less than 5 minutes into the game.
I told you. You thought that Wafi with the Harley will be able to do a dive from the back line, but you ended up being stuck because you have that Blast with the Abyssal Arrow and not be able to move. And this is the ultimate snipe coming in from Hero. Even just one shot, Saurus was able to back up, but still, that was really risky coming on, and you had to actually go back to your baseline just to reheal back. And this is where you see the difference level, the gaps that can be done by one Hero with Leslie.
Leslie, I mean, this is making sure that this Leslie, even though she hasn't gotten any kills yet, but it's the level spike that is important. Level 6 right now, not the best, but again on track and hoping to get as much XP, as much gold, as much jungles, invasions, the buffs in order to power up towards the late game. In fact, by the mid game as well, if this Leslie has all the items needed, then I would say even with the high loss, there's nothing much they could do.
Again, going back to what we see from the draft wise, they just have to play a little bit safe. Wafi will be immediately taken out by Stasio. Saurus will be able to move away with the Battle Mirror, but here's the thing, the team of NU Bulldogs, they still want more. Had to pull that whole entire glory pathway just for them to move away as quickly as possible from NU Bulldogs, and not much of fully using that glory pathway for a diving composition. And Saurus, you're not supposed to be too ambitious there, because you know there's 3 players just overlooking even Dominic Force trying to actually drag that Jin, and oh my god, this is a danger zone coming in for Team Velocity KPTM. So Thank the Lord that we do see Velocity has already seen what the rotation and the ganking that's been set up by the team of NU Bulldogs. So now they're preparing for the second turtle. And it seems that Team KPTM is waiting for the attack. Pachulan will be the one to go in. Now moving on for the side and did manage to actually score. Blast away, just almost close enough, but still Jin is the one to be sacrificed as well. Goes out for the blood of Ode. Nicely done. Mizu takes down Herero as well for the back, and Pachulan goes in for the trade of Mizu. This is 1-4-2. Still love, but Wafi comes in with a deadly magic. Managed to get that 2-2 for the team of Velocity Malaysia.
Team 2-2 trade, but then again the turtle is still in control on the favor of NU Bulldogs. It looks like they're going to try their very best to do so, but I don't think they are able to steal it. It's still in the hands of NU Bulldogs, and once again the high loss bites the dust. Just very, very unfortunate, because he wanted to at least try to steal the turtle, or at least to disrupt it, but ended up as a casualty instead.
Oh, this blast. He definitely made it really hard for Wafi to get away as quickly as possible. No matter how much he's be able to actually pop up from one end to another end, they'll be able to do so. And here, Phantom Steed comes in. Estachio just tried to mess things around with Mizu. Still has a backup coming in from Bansal though, but I think this is just pretty much just pressure to be put out. Right at the top somehow, we do have a little bit of their own scrimmage 3-on-3 right here by Velocity with the team of NU Bulldogs, but they disengage immediately once they didn't see that follow-up that is needed, and Blast just blasting away that abyssal arrow everywhere to catch anyone in the grass, and this is what it's needed when it comes to a Selena, and again, thank God it actually misses out Team Velocity, or else they might actually just go for the setup again in that grass. And Stasio comes in, goes in for the poke right now as well. Another Visceral lands it out for two players right there of Team Velocity. Goes in for Wafi's kills, and now this turret will be open for NU Bulldogs, and Velocity is just overlooking. And even at the bottom right here, we have the one and only Bangsal just trying as much as possible to shut down Saurus, but there is a turret that you need to fight off, and it is just a 1-for-1 trade from the roamer to the goal laner. And again, this is Tasio. We thought that the Fanny was just too much. Now we see him in the action with Leomod. Last getting Jin as well, and now more left just ripping off, making sure that NU Bulldog shuts down every movement of Velocity KPTM.
Oh man, I mean, NU Bulldogs, they are playing perfectly. They get the trade, the kill trades they wanted, stopping Saurus, who is, lost his life for the sake of a roamer. But again, that's a win that I want to take anytime, any day to stun the growth of their carry. But in the meantime, though, this is the same thing as the first game. The other four members, they haven't been performing that well just yet. Wafi, meanwhile, he's supposed to be the secondary damage dealer, but not doing any much as well. So overall, it feels like they haven't broken the code yet just for Team NU Bulldogs. And NU Bulldogs right now, they're sticking to the same plan, aggressive, roaming around, dealing ganks from time after time, behind enemy lines as well if they want to, because they have all of the equipment and power spikes in the world to actually execute that.
And this comes into the question right now that why did they pick Lapu Lapu as the last option, whereby we can see that Lapu Lapu hasn't had the capability to withstand a lot of those front liners. So much damage that had been put out just to make sure to got out that top lane was really unbearable to see, and Mizu looks a little bit uncomfortable with this Lapu Lapu pick compared to what we've seen how he has been performing with Phoveus, or with even, if I'm not mistaken, Blue, or was Hilda, Hilda. And this is something to ask, like, why KPTM try to actually break from their norms to a point that it kind of breaks their formation instead to fight with NU Bulldogs?
I mean, they kind of want to break it, but then they are also disrupted also through the multiple pressures of, the Abyssal Arrow, the Abyssal Traps. Having an Abyssal Trap as well opens up a little bit more of a range, information intel if let's say somebody steps onto that. And it causes a lot of confusion from the side of KPTM, but like I said again, why not Hilda? Why stick to the high loss? The high loss hasn't been working so far. I mean, aside from using Glorious Pathway to escape, but most of the times you are supposed to use that to initiate attacks. So hasn't seen much ROI back here. And now NU
No.
Bulldogs, look at that
Ooh.
Abyssal Arrow, Basha.
It goes in for the grab. Soloz, unfortunately, even the blazing duet will not be able to save you. North Farway has already been picked up. Does manage to trade up with Bangsal, but Hero gets Mizu instead. So that's 2-for-1 trade by the team of NU Bulldogs again. And I don't know why Soloz was just right at the top for the opening. I feel like he should have spotted out. Bangsal was right there. Bangsal definitely was just waiting to just grab on him, making sure that he doesn't get away. And not only that, we have Blast right on time with that Abyssal Arrow just to clock things out. And NU Bulldogs again, 15-5 right now with a huge gap of economy right now, 9,000k in the hands of Team NU Bulldogs. I think Team Velocity has their moral goes down. Is it because of too much of the pressure that they've been doing from grinding from the bottom to the top right now? That is why they're having a little bit of struggle, depleting of their momentum. I'm worried because here on out at the grand final, you want to do your best. You want to make sure that at least you try to actually get that execution properly. But I do feel like the energy right now has kind of affected them after that long run.
Yeah, or you can just say that NU Bulldogs, they are at their prime, they are at their peak. This is their best game so far, and by their best game so far, they are putting lots of pressure towards Team KPTM X Velocity. And look at that again with the Abyssal Arrow, just creating so much chaos, and then just opening things up from the side of NU Bulldogs with the lot now charging from the top side.
All holy defense already been broken. That's gonna be a dead end. But even with the Glory Pave already been put out, Estachio trying to actually do a little bit of teasing that goes in for the Phantom Steed, but doesn't manage to actually get the finisher. So now ultimate snipe comes in, and Mizu try to do best to actually guard out, making sure that Nani gets away as quickly as possible, which is what you needed. You have to sacrifice their body, making sure that at least your damage dealer will be able to survive it out without that reset. But Pajulan getting more ambitious, going in for the invasion, diving into the baseline, and we see now Bangsal also try to go in for all out of the split as well as the grab, but doesn't go in. Estachio takes down Mizu first of all. Jin try to hold on for dear life, but I think will be taken out by Hero instantly with a snipe, and now Abyssal Arrow missed out one of the plays, but Soloz still managed to pull through, and now leaving 3 players. But Estachio getting a little bit ambitious right here, will try to clear things out for the turret of the mid lane.
Mid lane will eventually be exposed really soon. And look at that, Saurus is down. I think there's no other damage dealers that could have tried to stop this. It is just an inevitable time. One more turret bites the dust, and I think just probably the top one is going to be exposed as well. Now leaving for another 28 seconds down the lot. With this lot, I think they can finish things up for game number 2.
Bangsal just stunts it out to Mizu. First of all, Mizu got grabbed by Bangsal instantly, getting taken down, especially with the fact that right now Jin trying to do his best, going in to hold out all of the situation, but Hero takes down Wafi in the scene, leaving only 3 players to go. Crystal is in the action right now. Estachio gets away in that diving confusion, takes down Saurus immediately, now leaving only Nani, the last man standing, and we know for a fact this is going to be a Crystal to be grabbed yet again. Second victory in the hands of Team Philippine and NU Bulldogs.
Yeah, comparing to the first game, NU Bulldogs just controlled and dominated throughout the entirety of this particular match. Is it because, Team KPTM X Velocity tried something different? Did they try the Lapu Lapu? Did they put their focus onto Harley? Or, like you say, Fasa, instead of trying to get Cloud, they should have gotten somebody else. They should have gotten Blue. They should have gotten the other heroes that could have just put a balance right there. Because from my experience, or at least from the first game, they didn't ban Cloud. Or Cloud is open for the taking eventually. So perhaps maybe their drafting, they could have focused onto other heroes. But other than that, what is said and done is finally over. Game 2 goes into the hands of NU Bulldogs, and they are 1 game away from being crowned as your MLBB OPPO Hyperlegend Cup winners.
one more game to go. This is the best of 5 and we're looking for one more points for the team of NU Bulldogs to get closer to that crown. But looking back into these highlights, right, we talked about how Team Velocity, this is where the final, we do see that they were able to contest that turtle. They were able to actually back things up. A great composition whereby they fight all out as one. And this is what is needed for the team of Velocity KPTM. But once they started to be separated by the team of NU Bulldogs and where they started to actually a little bit stagger, I feel like they were playing into the hands of NU Bulldogs too much a couple of times to a point that NU Bulldog was able to read every single movement. This is where we know for a fact that KPTM is already having a little bit of loss of what they want to go in for the directions. And even all the pressure that they wanted to put was not there anymore. I mean, Wafi did manage to go in for the backline dive in, but again, with 3 players just guarding that one holy defense whereby Herrero will not be touched at all. Even at the end of this 12 minutes, we see Herrero only one time been dragged out, and again, Blast was not even picked up. And I wouldn't be surprised if either Blast or Estacio will be getting the MVP, but I think Estacio should be deserving of the MVP because with 909 KDA in the hands of this jungler, he was phenomenal with the Fanny. He could have actually gotten the MVP for the first round, but it's okay. Sometimes you gotta give a little bit of spotlight to your teammate as well, but Estacio pulls through here for the second round.
Yeah, I mean, Estacio with the Leo mod dealing tons of damage, in fact burst damage as well, just diving into the enemy's turrets, killing off as much as possible. And most importantly, you know, he went online instantly from there. Without any deaths means he didn't sacrifice any loss of gold, any loss of progression right there. Everything has been seamless, and with 78% of teamfight participation, you know that he is there when his team needs him. And I was going through the players camp, by the way, Fasha. You know, I noticed the duality of reactions. You can see that Team NU Bulldogs just having fun, smiling, laughing when playing that. But for Team KPTM, they were in despair. They were trying very hard. Their faces were so serious. But you can see there's a little bit of disappointment, especially when, you know, they got Saurus out of the line. He was offline. He was getting killed left and right. This time around, he hasn't been performing really well. 4 deaths overall. So I feel that NU Bulldogs, or is the drafting coming in from Team KPTM X Velocity, it wasn't enough to kind of protect him, you know?
There's a lot of factors here for the games, especially from the first game as well. I mean, it could be the energy being drained out already for the team of KPTM X Velocity. I mean, this is the aftermath. Once you move in for a lot of longer journey, longer grind from the bottom bracket, this is something that you have to face on. And now you were able to actually come out alive from the black hole that was put out in the 3rd day, yet somehow going into the grand finals, it put a lot of toll in their minds right now, into their physical as well as their stamina to pull on through here for the grand finals. And not too discouraged as well to say that, oh, it's only because Malaysia is right now not in the best form. Just like you said, we must also give a lot of credits as acknowledgement to how NU Bulldogs has been showing off their performance, because no matter how much of the condition, the situation that the Team Malaysia is facing right now, NU Bulldog comes to the top because they have been doing a great decision making. They're spot on decision making because they can read every single counter, the response that is needed by the team of Velocity towards them. And KPTM somehow, they're, like I said, too much depending on the Claude, and this is something they need to break. They need to actually have a little bit of a surprise element in their draft as well, and hoping that after this break it will have a reset a little bit for the team of Malaysia, because this is the one time that Malaysia was able to actually go through to the grand finals, and they are our host country representative, and we're hoping for the best. And it says a lot how Team Malaysia, even the Malaysian audience, would love to see the champion to be crowned here at the Hyperlegend Cup 2006. It is our host team itself, but it could go either way. It could go. I mean, like, we are seeing NU is at the best form. So let's see what's going to be like. Don't go anywhere. If you want to know who is the crown champion, stay tuned for the last match, or could be the third match that's going to be giving that opportunity for the KPTM at Velocity. I'm Fasha Badi with Ken. We're taking a short break. See you guys right after this.
Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in the starlight. I feel so alive. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. I came in, looking all around. Right now, set it, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the answer.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started recruiting by to compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia, karena mereka dari awal dipandang rendah, mereka bisa masuk lower bracket, kemudian mereka berjuang sampai akhirnya bisa juara champion, ya kan. Saya mau jadi kayak mereka sih. Tim kita yang dipandang rendah bisa membuktikan bahwa sebenarnya kita itu kuat berkuda hitam.
So dengan perspektif dan hujatan daripada ramai pihak daripada luar tentang kebolehan kami untuk mewakili Malaysia, kita orang kat sini sekarang untuk buktikan yang kita orang sebenarnya layak untuk dapatkan sulat ni dan akan cuba membanggakan nama Malaysia untuk OPPO Grand Final kali ini.
Dari tim kami, kuat itu dari PH, karena kan kita tahu sendiri omongan orang-orang banyak, PH itu kuat, banyak meter dari mereka semua. Tapi menurut kami, semua yang kuat, semua yang strong atau semua yang lemah, kita hadapi semua, kita compete, kita tak boleh ada rasa takut, kita hajar semua, kita buktikan siapa yang kuat.
I think Team Malaysia is easiest team to defeat because we always win against them in rough game. So I think we can win again in this tournament.
I'm going to be humble and say any team is as easy as each other to beat and put ourselves as the easiest team to beat. Not all teams are invincible and it's up to us to prove that we are the strongest.
I formed this last minute team to qualify through SG qualifier and didn't expect us to be champion in the SG.
So sebab kita orang dah main lama, from high kita orang dah tahu what does they want in game. Kalau dari segi comms, kita orang maybe quite smooth.
Ya kelemahan tim kita sih sebenarnya kalau di rank doang sih sering kalah gitu kan. Tapi kalau udah di turnamen, mode serius, ya bantai-bantai menang lah.
I don't think any weakness of our team. We just continuous learning and we stay consistent in our gameplay. We are confident that we can win.
Jadi awal terbentuknya tim Little PK ini karena kita sama-sama sering mengikuti turnamen, cuman sebagai musuh dan punya satu tujuan yang sama. Jadi kita sepakat untuk membentuk tim Little PK untuk menjuarai turnamen kampus-kampus di nasional maupun internasional.
Previously, when I'm in SG, I had like a completely different team and we were training a lot, we were winning a lot of tournaments together. But when I came to join this team, it was like a completely different environment for me.
Kita orang kan student, so masing-masing ada time yang diorang free and ada yang tak free sebab diorang ada final year project ke, ada yang tengah buat internship juga. Sometimes kita orang dapatkan playtime tu quite hard.
Kemarin sih tim gue sempat kalah BO1 ya di final nasional kemarin, jadi sempat turun ke lower bracket dulu. Jadi kita lebih banyak berjuang di lower lah dan sempat apa ya kayak parno dikit lah gimana nih mau lolos.
The strength of our team is our chemistry because we played for almost more than 1 year. We always the tournament's champion. That's our strength.
Our last winning team is basically our strength and weaknesses. We lack of a lot of chemistry, a lot of synergy together. I didn't expect myself came all the way to compete with all the other international teams, and I will be grateful to fight them.
Kita orang gaduh, kita orang akan fix balik, just rebonding semua. We just say a new thing, so tak ada yang akan get hurt and we just try to find the solution in game kat situ. Tak ada siapa akan dendam dengan each other, so memang kita orang kat situ memang like best friends lah.
I already know some of them because I already compete with them in international stage. I am confident that we can win again.
I believe the easiest team to defeat is TKP, which is my team. It is a very huge challenge for us to compete with the other teams, and I hope we can put our good fight for the other teams.
Honest review, honest opinion lah. Kat saya rasa MCS Malaysia lah. Kita orang sangat-sangat selalu lah jumpa diorang. Sometimes we be screen partners, so macam quite confident lah untuk going against diorang.
Betulnya gue respect sih sama semua tim. Soalnya mereka pada kan juga udah sampai ke final internasional ini kan. Tapi di satu sisi gue juga ya pede juga lah sama tim gue pasti kan. Jadi kita yakin buat ngalahin semua tim-tim yang di sini.
Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, Persian starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking alright. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the answer.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started recruiting by compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Welcome back to OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026 as we are still here for our last series of the day, whereby we've already had 2-0 in the hands of Team NU Bulldogs getting the lead, and KPTM X Velocity Team Malaysia, our host team, somehow having a little bit of struggle right here, but it's okay. This is the game of best of 3, so we hope for the best for Malaysia to bounce back. You're with me, Fasha Bunny, as well as Ken in the custom desk.
Yep, and that is going to be the do or die, I think, for Team Malaysia, at least for KPTM. They are trying to win all 3 games in a row. And of course, the cross-national finals is held offline. If you didn't know right now, head to One Utama Damansara, or Bandar Utama to be more precise. It's 30 minutes across Kuala Lumpur, the heart of Malaysia, and I think this is such a great opportunity for you to just visit the players there, you know, just say hi. Even let's say we finish as runner-ups, right, in the tournament, they are still our pride and joy. Remember, all these are student athletes, they are not even professional players. Maybe they are semi-pro a little bit, but for, you know, going back to what we talk about here, they're representing their not only their nation but their university, their intercollegiate factions. They also have to study, you know, studies first. That's why they are called student athletes. And going back to what you all watched earlier on with the ads, you know, they put a lot of their own effort. And speaking of effort, OPPO, thank you so much again for putting such effort, such time, and most importantly, dedication towards the esports scenes on Mobile Legends Bang Bang. The OPPO Reno 15 series is available now for purchase.
Just like Team NU Bulldogs getting the first choice, OPPO Reno 15 series is definitely the top choice for you guys to get it off from the market and play MLBB at its finest potential, as well as having the smooth gameplay and with easiness, no overheating. Even if you are down by 1%, you have that fast charging output that you'll be able to play your phone back again. And look at this! Happy Faces, who just backed his new phone as well, right here at the physical booth of OPPO. If you want to be as cool, as amazing as that guy, come down to One Utama to get your own OPPO Reno 15 series. I love that. Really good public advertising as well as PSA for the OPPO Reno. Now let's go back to our gameplay of our grand finals, whereby I talked about how Team NU Bulldogs, look at the coach. Coach is having a time of his life. He is really in a really good mood right now. Love in the air, especially the fact that they know they got the first pick by the coin toss. Now let's go to Expanding River. I feel like we are going to Expanding River. No, we're going back to Flying Clouds. I mean, Flying Clouds, again, is pretty much more of the mobility-wise of you being able to join into team fight as quickly as possible with the cloud, or getting into your invasion, or even able to actually maneuver from each lane that you want to actually control those minions waves. So particularly, one heads up that you need to know about this map is that you're going back to what it is called the OG standardized gameplay. Not much of the effects will be done by Flying Clouds, but at least you'll be able to go standardized. There's not much of a broken wall or dangerous grass for ambush or for passive, and even Expanding River for your mobility wise, which we see so far. If any heroes or any players that be able to play at Expanding River, the gameplay will be as fast and furious as we've seen from NU Bulldogs scene. But now moving into the draft wise, this is where KPTM X Velocity, what are you going to do to control the movement of aggression that was done by Team NU Bulldogs?
I think for Team KPTM, they have to go back to what works for them. I mean, we always talk about the cloud, right? The cloud on Saurus is able to stay alive as long as possible, but that doesn't work right now. So what is next in the textbook? You know, what is next in our game plan? Are we still going to prioritize this particular cloud, or can we switch things up? Maybe cloud could be later in the stages, later in the picks, because Team NU Bulldogs, they're not even banning the cloud at this point of time. They're banning other heroes in place. So we let the cloud away, try and pray that Team NU Bulldogs not take that away or steal the cup, and then focus on the other better picks in place, like offlaners, roamers. You have your assassins as well, that is able to bring a bit more power spike, bring more advantage towards the team in hand.
Yeah, we're back to the same band that we've seen so far. Ken, Uranus been taken out, Freya, and I wouldn't be surprised if they take that out as well, Marcel, because this is one of the heroes that we haven't seen able to be given opportunity to be to go out into the field of Lenodon, because from the day one the effect was just too much. Glue will be picked out again by NU Bulldogs. I mean, the first pick, definitely one of the best choice, and NU Bulldogs has been doing phenomenal. Once you have Petulant with the glue in his hands, he will definitely have that one hit. Even though he is a roamer, he will do as much of disturbance to whether or not it's your goal laner or even with your jungler. But going into the side of Team Velocity, now they have the capacity to get the Guinevere straight away. Now they prioritize Guinevere instead of putting Cloud in the first hand, and Selena has been stolen because it also has been a little bit of struggle when it comes to NU getting that Abyssal Arrow landing on them.
Yeah, and you can see that they stolen one of the better heroes, so hero picks from the side of Team NU Bulldogs. Specifically, Blast has been phenomenal with the Selena, and it opens up more options for Team NU Bulldogs. Yi Xunshin finally makes his mark once again. This is going to be perhaps a counter to the team fights, just giving intel and just disrupting based on the abilities that Yi Xunshin has.
I mean, we've seen NU Bulldogs with the Yasunshin. YSS is not to be messed around, especially we've seen how Estacio been performing well, and I think that her role it could be flex actually. It could be given out to Estacio. It could also be in the hands of Hero. Let's see which side that they want to actually go in for this direction. But on the side of Team Velocity, if they want to actually pick up Cloud right now, I think that could be the best shot before the second phase of ban is coming up, and you want to prioritize that. Yeah, definitely. So going into the second phase of the banning, this is where they want to actually take out more of the roamer on the side of Team NU Bulldogs. I know for a fact that probably high loss, even though it doesn't really give much of effects to the NU Bulldogs, but having that escape mechanism right here in the hands of KPTM, I think NU Bulldogs will try to shorten out a little bit of the options that they have inside the team of Velocity. But somehow Team KPTM Velocity decided to take out Leslie, which I don't really think that is necessary. But again, we talked about how this Yisunshin can be a flex, and to have two to have one assassin marksman as well to be a jungler can also have a problematic issue to KPTM. So I'm liking how a little bit bigger picture is opened by Team KPTM with Zetian as well as Alice been down, as well as Sora.
This is good. I mean, taking out Alice is also definitely a key factor here to try not to make KPTM a bit more aggressive play. So I'm assuming they might want to go for the Hilda. The Hilda is still open for the taking. And for Team NU Bulldogs, they will be aiming for their offlaners in place. Most likely someone that could deal multiple damage. Phoveus is still online, still available. You have perhaps you can take another mage in place. Probably Arif this time around. Arif has been pretty good as well. Or you can go for the Eve. I mean, the Eve is still alive and still not being banned. So there are multiple choices that can go well. Gato Kacha! Hey, Fasha, it looks like this is going to be our very first appearance of Gato Kacha, at least for the last day of the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026.
I mean, like, you talked about how Phoveus is open, but there's also another role, which is Gatot Kacha. AOG, we talked about how Gatot Kacha hasn't been popping off in as a priority pick, but it is still a good option to be picked up, and Velocity breaking a little bit of their patterns in fighting off with NU Bulldogs. I'm loving it because with the AOG, you'll be able to move around, jumping into the backline as quickly as possible, and the escape mechanism is much more far better compared to what can be offered by Hylos with the Glorious Pathway, and hopefully this could be a game changer. But Oh, why did I forget about this?
Yeah.
No, they had that double jungler side again.
You see, Fasha, you see, right? Literally, they caught us off guard with the Fanny pick, and then they even caught Team KPTM X Velocity off guard through the backlane attack of Fanny. So, I mean, this is just too overwhelming, at least from the side of KPTM. I think KPTM right now, if you want to stop this Fanny, Selena is the best way you can do, really, right? Abyssal Arrow, the traps, anything
If
to
it
slow
lands.
this Fanny down. Yeah, if it lands, I do believe the player's ability to do so, but can they stop this Fanny? That would be a question mark that they need to solve.
No? Oh,
Ooh.
wait! Akai
Okay,
making an
Akai.
experience! I was thinking that they would have actually picked out Harley, even though it is a little bit of single-handed, but oh my god, the perfect
This is
jungler
good.
to be fighting off with Fanny! The spinning panda right here. Oh, I'm loving it. This is better off of draft coming up from KPTN X Velocity.
Yeah.
There's hope. There is hope. Even with that surprise element, or not even surprise. I mean, probably we're just a bit overlooking on Annual Bulldogs, what they have in store for this tries. I thought that we've already expecting that Fanny was going to pop off, but Lilia Stole is also a really good move coming from MU Bulldog. But this time around, I'm a little bit more confident with our team Malaysia.
Yeah, I think the Akai is a hard counter, especially using the ultimate to just pin down Fanny, trying to stall her movements and then giving the chance, opportunity. If you're able to pin down this Fanny towards a wall, or just CC her a bit, the rest of the teammates can just fall in, dive in, and take down the Fanny quickly before following up with the multiple setups in place. So I really like this draft, but again, time and time, can they execute this well? Ladies and gentlemen, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, we're gonna go into game number 3. This is do or die for Team Malaysia KPTM X Velocity, but it's one win away for Team NU Bulldogs, hailing from the Philippines, to be crowned as your champions for OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026.
One more game for Team Philippines, or maybe this is where the pattern of KPTM X Velocity recreates again all their epic comebacks throughout that lower bracket. But oh, look at that! Straight away goes in all for the dash, as well as Nani had to use that flicker to move away quickly. But again, the aggression has been seen by NU Bulldogs, and it's going to be in a little bit of invasion to steal that blue buff. On the side, for Herrero as well as Saurus, we know one-on-one, there's not going to be much issue for our gold laner. But oh, coming back to make sure that that blue buff will not be stolen. But unfortunately, it's already done and dusted by Estacio. So unfortunately, a little bit too slow coming off for the team of Velocity. But it's okay. When you talk about Akai, right, this is where you know that Team Velocity will be playing a little bit slow. Just wait it out for that level 4. That's when we can see that Akai will be performing a little bit better for Wafi. So that hopefully that will be the case right here for both of our teams. But another case to be seen right here for our viewers. You've been such a wonderful viewers, wonderful audience to be supporting. Please screenshot to give you guys a heads up. This is the redemption code that you need to fast pace, and I say that as quickly as possible, execute it right away at your game app, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and write it down at the redemption page. So thank you again. This is a freebies by the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026. Thank you so much, OPPO with Moon2.
Yeah, and here comes the first blood right here, and it will be Cloud. And here more to come on the side of Team KPTM, though. They will be retaliating with this, and here comes the Archive helping out. Lots of information, lots of zoning out here. But then for 2-1 at this point, so 1-1 right now, but they managed to get the turtle. So I think that's a good trade-off coming in from Team KPTM Velocity, despite, however, losing the Cloud in first blood.
great diversions coming in from the team of Velocity. If you can't get everyone, at least you just find a way, find an objective that you can be able to execute. And I'm loving how they're now much more firm with what direction they want to go in. And somehow we are seeing the team of Velocity are well prepared. Just make sure if you get the turret, at least we still have that economy gets for themselves, making sure that resources is still in their hands. And somehow Team Velocity, they might lose that bottom lane, but yet they still have that capacity to make sure that at least the second turtle they'll have that setup. Now let's see if it's going to be a done deal for the team of KPTM. Team Annual Bulldogs, however, they still managed to wait it out to make sure that they have a little bit of opening. And now Estachio goes out for the steel cable. Woo! Just one hit too! The side of Jin, making him shredded through the core. And now one frontliner has already been shut down by NU Bulldogs.
I mean, that's the power of Fanny, right? Straight away, burst damage, not even lifting a finger from the opponent's side, instant wipe out from the map. And I mean, we've been talking about how would you counter this Fanny. You have the Akai. Cool, that's great. But the ultimate you only can use that, one at a time. You have the Selena traps, the Selena abyssal arrows and traps, but it hasn't been landing so far here. So this Fanny is still dealing lots of damage. He already has 2 kills with level 7 already in pot. It's going to be very difficult for Team KPTM if they don't stop this Fanny as soon as possible.
Oh, definitely. Now, contest coming in for the second turtle, and it seems that they are going in for the setup. AOG comes through, gets Spatula. Great catch right here for the team of Velocity, but at the same time now goes in for the heavy spin right there. Just gonna zone out Estasio. Great move. Blast takes down Mizuto in the trade, but somehow that turtle still gets into the hands of Velocity KPTM. And now Saras also having a little bit of fun right here. Getting the gold shield, but oh, this is the danger zone. Battle Mirror comes in, but no, they're not gonna go in. They give that diving conversion, but Blazing Duet had to be used for the escape mechanism.
Yeah, I think it's still worth it to just pop up the ultimate, just making sure to run away. But then Estasio, oh my goodness, killing off Selena right there. So you can already tell a pattern, right? They are creating so many problems for Team KPTM. KPTM only has a handful to deal with, perhaps 1 to 2 problems. But when the third and the fourth problem came out, they have no answers to that. They have no solutions. And then because of those reasons, the team just slowly chipping away whatever they had to let go of the control of the lanes, they have to let go of perhaps the buffs. Sure, they take a bit of objectives left and right, but the turtle can only provide you so much to start things off. Later, when the game snowballs, Fanny is still online and activated anytime soon.
Definitely, okay. They will be able to get that top lane. Goes out for the Mountain Shocker. Wafi goes in for the heavy spin. Try to pull out to Estasio. Estasio did manage to take Nani before he shut out by Saras, but now goes in for the special migration. Violent with Kriam. Nicely done. Takes down Basal. Now leaving 2 more players to go. They need to go for the follow-up, but it seems that Team Velocity, they don't want to be so stingy, so they made it through saying like, you know what? It's done. It's a done deal. You get 2 and you're already getting a lot of wins already in the hands of Team Velocity. Back to the objective, and that's the discipline we need.
Yeah, I think that was a great move overall. The play was to stop that Fanny. The Archive came in at the right time, using the ultimate, pinning the Fanny down to the wall, and able to get the kill. And I believe Saurus was still alive as well to actually secure the kill and then give a little bit more farm for himself.
Looking on the side right now, it seems that they want to actually engage again more for the scrimmage. Mountain Shocker come into Mizu, but it's okay. Mizu still will be able to survive it out. Goes in right here for Mizu. Moment. AOG goes in for the Villager Grim. Catch 2 more players. Goes in for the last hit. Jin takes down Blast immediately, getting another kill in the hands. And Wafi just down Pachulan. This is phenomenal coming up from KPTM X Velocity Malaysia.
Seems like there's a bit of hope right here, even though Fanny is trying to take down that second tier turret, but she gotta go. She has to go right now. Akai is right there. And of course, Point once again, you shouldn't play with your food. And finally managed to get away to safety. And this opened things up for KPTM to continue on with the objectives. The turtle is still right there. They can have they have strength in numbers right now because they have to force this Fanny to go out as soon as possible. Wafi managed to secure the turtle, and it looks like KPTM, they have finally found their footing, at least in this early game.
3 turtles already been taken just by themselves. not much of the gap that we can say. I mean, 1,000 difference of themselves. Yeah, definitely it is something to be said, especially a difference of the gameplay that we saw throughout the two games previously. But again, recovery wise needs to be much more firm compared to what we've seen so far, and especially Estacio is still being able to actually slipping through everyone's finger, having that solo push as well. So team KPTM, you are doing well, but you need to look at a bigger, more picture, and hopefully you can contain that momentum. So far right now, they spotted out Bangsal, goes in for the dash right here. Wafi does not really go for the overcommitment, just trying to actually zone out just a little bit of the place of NU Bulldogs.
Yeah, if they can keep Estacio's Fanny from, just taking multiple turrets off, and, just continue on with the strength and numbers of playing the fight or the team fight, I think that is their go-to plan right now. That's their goal. Fanny right now has been a real nuisance because, the flexibility of the mobility is so vast for this particular hero that from one time she could be in the top lane just clearing off turrets or lanes, and the next second she will just be falling downwards.
Land that Abuzo arrow to blast, but there was no follow-up. A little bit slow of movement of KPTM X velocity.
A little bit slow there, and you can see from the top, and he's gonna try to teleport home. For me, perhaps just to refuel and recharge as waiting for the next fight in line. The next fight in line is definitely going to be the Lord in 15 seconds. Again, this is a level 1 Lord. You don't really need to fully sacrifice on that particular Lord because again, it's a weaker Lord. But one more thing to show is if you have this Lord, you are able to get that 6-man and at least some damage onto the turrets in place.
Definitely, and this is what we are needed. And even Estacio was spotted out by Jin as well as Saurus right there. Not a really good move coming in, especially you know that you want to go in for solo, but this is where we are seeing a lot of the covers has been done by KPTM X velocity, and even so, we are seeing Bansal try to do a little bit of nuisance in the mid, making sure that at least the contest of the Lord will be setting up. Shots come through, Jin's just overlooking through the grass as well. Team Velocity, they know for a fact that they don't want to have any of the backline been taken out, so this is a really good zoning coming in from Mizu as well, but it's not going to be easy as we see now Estacio from the top. Already been spotted. I don't think that Team Velocity does not spot that out. If they didn't spot it out, that is going to be a very risk, but goes in for the Mountain Shocker right there to Mizu. Mizu still survives it out, and now Estacio just pushing a little bit of that minion wave, and Jin is already spotting out Estacio. Let's see if the team of Velocity, this is a lot of bit of hesitation, but it is needed. The hesitation is needed because you don't want to make any mistake right here.
Yeah, it's the pull, the bait and switch, making sure that they don't overcommit to one single fight in hand. And Mizu as well, trying to do his best to zone out with the Gato Kacha. And it looks like it's opening things up for KPTM.
No!
And they didn't! Fanny with the retribution, and this is go, go, go! Team KPTM is in a lot of trouble right now. They lost a lot, that is okay, but then they lost Mizu. They don't have their roaming tank here, and most importantly, the Fanny is still alive and still dealing damage all right here with Lydia with on the kill, and more turrets falling down, Fasha.
No, lost the Lord, and now Saurus, you're overextending yourself. What are you doing? Blazing Duet will be used. At least the Better Mirror is still surviving for you to escape, but you don't want to mess around, especially with the Lord is marching in already. This is where you want to reset things, making sure that you have that last lifeline or even the final defense before the Lord comes in and crash that holy defense. It's a bit risk coming from KPTM as Velocity. They were doing so well, but just because of the mistakes of losing that Lord, somehow now Team NU Bulldogs have turned things around.
NU Bulldogs, they have the momentum here. I mean, the Fanny as well, you have to give credit to Estacio. He has been phenomenal with the Fanny, but let alone the steal, right? If it wasn't for the steal, I think KPTM has that cushioning already. They have a little bit more edge to go up against Team NU Bulldogs, and let's perhaps take 2 turrets out through the split push or the split lanes attack. But ended up, it is that Fanny, and I have no idea how Saurus got caught at the bottom lane, just trying to farm, trying to perhaps get his farm or buffs, but it is Estacio who is going to spoil the party for his return.
No, Oh, okay, Stasio. Oh, flexing too much right there, showing off. I understand. Yeah, getting that goal lane and the damage dealer that is needed here for Team Velocity. But don't be too hasty, my friend. Again, I understand. NU Bulldogs, they are more confident than ever. They are in the peak view. They are at the most high level state right now. They are capable to take down anyone from Team KPTM X Velocity. Now, here's the thing. We are hoping for the best for Team Velocity to turn things around if they can find a way, because they still have Akai and we're hoping for the best. Heavy spin has already been put out. Now go in for the lock-in for the side of Team Annular, but couldn't find anyone. Ended up they had to go back again to make sure that they survive it out. That lock-on was not in their favor, and somehow Team KPTM Velocity lost their window.
Yeah, Akai's ulti wasn't really at the right position. I mean, it's near the wall, but the three other heroes are still there, and you Bulldogs are just enjoying, just hit me, there's no follow-up, bidi bala bala, and just still walk away alive. So, just unfortunate they could not capture or secure a kill right there. And you Bulldogs, I can see that this Fanny's level 15 already. Oh, where we go?
No, goes in for the Violet Requiem. Jin makes the danger right here, making sure that Stasio will be taken out. Now goes in for the heavy spin to Patula. Patula will not be able to get away here, even though he did survive. Goes in for the thought. One last hit from Zara, shuts him down for good. 2 lifelines have already been stolen away. But grab comes in right here. Saurus in the danger zone. They gotta do something to shut down Basal, and this is gonna be a revenge. Flickers away to survive it out, but it's already done deal. Team KPTX Velocity finally managed to make a change right here.
I think this is great. I think they are able to catch on Fanny, Stasio, instantly. And this is where their go-to plan now. Take the Lord as soon as possible before Fanny goes online. But you all have to remember, this Fanny can really teleport, can really fast mobility towards the Lord now. And the Lord has been finally taken by Team KPTM, and they will have to bail out. They just have to go out right now.
This lot can change everything for the KPTM X Velocity. When hope was almost lost because of the recovery that was done by NU Bulldogs, now KPTX will be able to break the second level of that tree. And hopefully it will be enough. Again, with the Violet Requiem, Saurus will be able to take down Bangsal, goes in for Patulan as well. Diving to position, unfortunately had to back up just a little bit. The Blazing Duet was not doing as much as damage as needed to the rest of the players of NU Bulldog. But it's okay, at least you have the first frontliner to be shut down still left for them. But Stasio again with the sneaky slick move coming in for the solo push. But at least we see that Jin comes back to make sure that that push will be denied.
Yeah, will be denied. And you know what's even better? Team KPTM has the extra Lord to give them strength in numbers. And now the Lord launches the ulti onto the turret. This is very, very good news for KPTM to at least defeat Team NU Bulldogs right here, right now.
No, Wafi! No, why did you body slam right in front with no target to land off? And this is just giving bodies to Team NU Bulldogs. NU Bulldogs, knowing that their jungle is done, special migration goes in. Even with the AOG, did catch 2 players, but where's the follow-up? There's nothing to be done. Saurus does manage to take Stasio though, but it's not enough. It's a little bit too slow of the connection, but okay, it's okay. Small win still matters for Team KPTM X Velocity for a while now.
Yeah, he body slammed way too much into the enemy's territory. And that was a little bit more trying to zone things out, but he couldn't make it out alive, and then he got CC'd and eventually just got wiped off the map. But you gotta give it up to Team KPTM. They still take down the Fanny. The Fanny has like 14 seconds to recover. Back to respawn session. This is a good opportunity to control the map right now. The jungle is there for this to take, but it's all coming down to how KPTM can close things up. 49 seconds for the next slot. This slot is going to be super duper important, especially heading into the finish line.
Saurus is already online. He has the Holy Trinity items already in his hand. So definitely this is something that Team KPTM's X Velocity cannot miss a beat at all. They cannot waste this opportunity with having so much of the burst damage in the hands of Claude. Saurus will be the key changer, the ultimate that can be done to make sure that Team NU Bulldogs can be stopped. But the question is, the guard that is needed for the team of Velocity, they need to be aware. Can they actually do a little bit of more ambush that is done? So far, pushing still been done. At least they'll be able to break those top and as well as mid turret, so that they can have more pressure given to the NU Bulldogs. This is going to be the third lot spawn out. Let's see who contests it out. Stealing a little bit of the invasion for the buff. I'm loving it. At least the team of KPTMX also having a little bit of comfort zone for the invasion.
Yeah, invasion comes right now for Team KPTM trying to take this third lot. Probably NU Bulldogs here. Estacio, he's going to try to snipe with the Retribution. Can he do so right on time? And the Fatula takes down Nani already. And Wafi is able to secure the lot. But then, can Team KPTM run away from trouble?
Immortality, but I don't think Wafi will be able to make it out alive. There's going to be a shot coming up from Hergoro himself, and even Mizu had to actually go down because of the fact that Blast as well as Bansal just tagging him off. They do get the lot, but with 3 players down by the numbers, it's not going to be easy for the team of Velocity, but this is what they need to do. At least they will be able to slow things down for Team NU Bulldogs. Time is of the essence. At least the pressure still is in the hands of both sides. Either way, NU Bulldogs has slowed things down as well for Team Velocity.
You gotta understand, Pasha. I mean, based on the hero comp, I believe Lee Shen is a bit more of a late game hero, a late game marksman. Alongside perhaps maybe with Fanny, once they reach late game, they kind of alter up a little bit of their equipment overall in their inventory. And comparing with Cloud, Cloud, Guinevere, they are not, at least from the hero's perspective, they are not late game material yet. Unless of course Cloud can find a way to run back, fall back, attack again, like a bait and switch scenario, I think they can do wonders. But now the favor in terms of late game with 19 minutes and 30 seconds already in the clock, Yi Xuanxin, including the entirety of Team NU Bulldogs, they have the upper advantage.
That's true though, and when it comes to the setting ups, this is something that we are seeing when it connects, it definitely will be going in the favor of Team Velocity KPTM. But if it doesn't connect the dot, it actually counters back, and those backfires will be utilized fully in the hands of NU Bulldogs. So let's see, setting up for 30 seconds on the clock for the next slot, which is this is the enhanced slot someone. So definitely will have a lot of pressure, a lot of the effects will be given for the team that will be able to get that lot in their hands. So let's see if that's going to be in the favor of both teams. Goes in for the special migration. Valerie Cream able to attack Bangsal. Bangsal will be the next with it. Even with the heavy spin, Bangsal done by Saurus. And now moving on to Pachulan as well. This is all out attack with the taunt as well to slow things down. Goes into Herrera as well. Herrera has the immortality, but they're not going to give it up. Goes in again for the Valerie Cream. Shuts down immediately by Nani as well as Saurus. That is 3 bodies dropped to the ground by KPDX. Velocity and Estacio, what were you doing? What were you thinking? You were just diving in, giving your body straight to the one and only Team Malaysia, and this could turn things around. They don't even need the lot. They just able to actually go in for the crystal if they want to. Go in for the minion. Zone in. Goes in again for the special migration. Even heavy spin to lock on to the one and only player of NU Blast, giving the first win in the hands of Team Malaysia, KPTMX Velocity.
This could be the start of a comeback, Fasha. This could be Malaysia's food thing right now. The first step to greatness, and that starts with the hard counter of Fanny. The archive pick was phenomenal. They managed to catch Fanny multiple times, even though Fanny was causing a lot of disruption back and forth. But most importantly, KPTMX Velocity, they completed their objectives, they managed to get the lot, they managed to get all of the equipment that they need to, and finish up the game before any shenanigans from NU Bulldogs were to happen. Finally, a win and 1 map down for NU Bulldogs. This is, I think, their first loss. Correct me if I'm wrong, Fasa.
Oh yeah, this is their first slot throughout 4 days of Grand Finals OPPO Hyperlegend Cup. And the one who did it is the little brothers of Velocity from KPTM. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? The one who has been struggling even from the past, from the MSL Championship. They talked about how they look up to their big brothers of UITM, but here on out, they're trying to show off that they have grown as well to be the big brothers in this scene. And I'm loving the tactics they've done so far, the setup that is done. Even with the special migration, they look forward for that heavy spin, and that heavy spin make a lot of difference here for their connection. And Team KPTM X Velocity having this under your belt, you've been keeping this, you've been hiding this, how dare you? But great job. This is probably also a surprise for Team NU Bulldogs. I don't think they were expecting, just as us has been wondering why the team of KPTM has been playing safe or just keeping the same strats over and over again. And I feel like this definitely a good comeback, and it could also have the same pattern that we've seen throughout that lower bracket. They always drop down one map first of all, but they come back and rise to have that river sweep in their hands. And that could be a case here if NU Bulldogs doesn't beat them like they did before. But Cyrus finally having a time of his life. He was struggling. He was making sure that at least he doesn't drop his body, making sure that he is always online to give those burst damage. He is with the KDA of 624. It was a struggle, but he made it through as the MVP.
Yeah, I think we have to give credits and flowers to all of his teammates as well. You know, you have Wafi, you have, you know, the rest of the members just trying to shield him as much as possible, giving him the room to grow, the time to actually expand his gameplay from time after time throughout the map. Of Saurus as well, we do see that despite the first blood, the unfortunate first blood, but after that he was more careful, he knows when to bail out. And I think this comes down to team communication. Team communication is so important to know when is the right time to go out and for. So, you know, big shout out again to Wafi, Mizu, the Gato Kacha, and the Akai, just working wonders on their respective roles. You have Jin as well, who creates the disruption to deal with the team fights, alongside Rinani with the Salinas, Abyssal Traps, and Abyssal Arrows. Very, very important. This is how you kind of read onto your opponents. You know, this is how you adapt to them, and you finally get a map. At least you get a map. You're not going back anyhow with 0 wins this time around. You managed to steal a map against such a formidable foe. I think this is such a great start ahead.
It definitely recreates or changing the history that was made against the revenge art that we're talking about. They were having a tough spot during the upper bracket, and now it shows how KPTM is getting much mature with their decision making, and at least making sure that they have that essence that can surprise our NU Bulldogs. But looking on the side of the economy wise, actually it had a lot of back and forth for them, even though with the whole 3 turtles, most of the objectives were able to be cleared out by the team of Velocity, but NU Bulldogs was also tagging off not far behind, making sure that the gap was not that big. But what makes a lot of difference is that no matter how much of the invasion that was done by Estachio, is either he didn't get through it or he will be punished because of this overextension. Whether or not it is a surprise attack coming from Jin with Saurus, or it's Wafi just shutting him down and say like, back off from our territory, man. And looking from the damage rate right now, look at this, 19.4 damage dealt just by Saurus. But ooh, Blast had a blast time with his damage as well with 109.2, but it wasn't really connecting to how much NU Bulldog could do, because again, they do have a capacity to withstand the damage, but they don't have that catch that they need, the setup that they required to immobilize the players of Team KPTM X Velocity for this game. Usually we see a lot of the catch or a lot of the setups can be done by Team NU Bulldogs, but this is where Team KPTX Velocity decided that if you don't want to set up your catch up for us, lock on to any one of our players, we will move freely, because we have so many players that is not easily to be grabbed by anyone, even if you have the glue in your hand.
Yeah, I agree. And most importantly is they drafted well. They drafted the hard counter towards Fanny. They executed their game plan in game, which is to stop that Fanny, which they did multiple times. And I think that spiraled down. I noticed something that, you know, yeah, Fanny is still a very annoying hero to deal with, especially going through the lanes, right? Taking down turrets and stuff. But Have you ever noticed that Fanny wasn't really participating in team fights that
Yes.
often comparing to the previous rounds, right?
Yeah.
So the effect of having that Fanny being shut down and then lessen down the team fights gives that opportunity, gives that advantage towards KPTM to deal more damage and to deal more team fights, which snowballed them towards the victory.
I definitely agree on that note. That's one of the things that is crucial. They keep on trying to do that distraction. They're trying to do a diverse composition for the team of NU Bulldogs, and this is where KPTX will have to say like, hey, no worries. You want to do that distraction? You want to do that dispersed movement? We'll keep with what we know already, and they keep on ganking up any of players, and even without Estacio in the scene, they still be able to do so much pressure to a point that Estacio had to pull away and say, I'm gonna help you guys from far behind. But it's too late. If you're already roaming around the map and you try to actually come back with your steel cable, which I already say after the nerf, your steel cable, your stamina has a lot more to be cost if you wanted to move around as freely as possible. And in the end, you have to go back to your baseline just to reheal yourself over and over again. It takes too much time. And especially this is the map of Flying Clouds, which is why they were trying to utilize that Fanny as much as possible. But it was still not enough because there was so much that was roaming around for the team of KPTM that ended up that they were able to cover much more grounds compared to what NU Bulldogs. So congratulations to our team Malaysia finally getting the first win against a big giant here from our university, National University of Philippines, Faith College. And I feel like this is where the fine line of Team Philippine can be also not underestimating what KPTM can give. I also feel like I shouldn't be underestimating right now with Kai. Card has already been shown. I'm hoping that they can show even more diverse in their in their picks as well as band coming up next.
Yeah, I think if let's say Team NU Bulldogs or the National University of Manila, they are going to go for the Fanny again, you'll definitely see an Akai or an Akai being banned, right? And you know, it's all coming down to what picks that Team NU Bulldogs will have to select and how well KPTM is able to respond to that. Let alone now the tables have turned, or the sides have turned. We're going to see the map draw here. Is it going to be the same one, or is it going to be a different Flying Cloud once more? Fasha right there. So we might just see another same old lineup, and then that's how the teams will respond with one another in terms of the gameplay. You can see right there, Team NU Bulldogs a bit more serious right now. No longer the playing faces, no more the hee ha ha, because they know that if they continue to play with their food is going to bite them back.
Definitely. You want to actually savor every moment, and you've been doing so well so far, and they didn't even realize that they're actually playing too much to a point that KPTM also have something up their sleeve. And right now on Team Malaysia, they're looking much more confident. Even we can see from Jin's side, like, okay, we can do this. We definitely can do it. Smiles on the face. And hello viewers, hello audience who dropped down to OU to support the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup. If you guys are close by, do be one of the audience as well to support, because again, this is the last series, the last closing for the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup, and looking for the face of our banning back again to the drawing box, whereby Freya as well as Jushin will be banned off.
Freya and Jusian, very common bans. I mean, Freya is a comfortable pick from Heroro, and we have seen countless of times doing so much damage. Jusian, well, one of the heroes that is a little bit too hard to deal with, and I believe Marcel will also get banned, unless of course we want to see a Marcel being played here. Gludo being banned out, now leaving Team NU Bulldogs. Are you going to ban the Marcel, or are you going to let it be in the hands of Team KPTM X Velocity?
Yeah, I think Marcel will still be, even if they don't ban it now, they'll probably ban it for the last pick as well. Now, coming into the rest of the respect ban, I don't think there's much needed a respect ban. I mean, Akai-wise, yes, it was a surprise attack, but I don't think you need to ban it off. Carrie's still been banned off. We know for a fact that Carrie is one of the heroes that they don't want to mess around. They've been playing, I mean, throughout the metas right now. We just can say that the pattern for OPPO Hyperlegend Cup, prioritize our tank to not be shredded to pieces by this one tank player, which is Carry. And Selena be taken off by Team KPTM. They were the one who was doing well with Selena actually, but then again, when you kind of compare with what has happened through the first 2 games that was done by NU Bulldog, the Selena is not to be reckoned. So I like the fact that they put that out, but again, this is kind of leaving a lot of space for Heroes pools though, because previously they were kind of focusing more on a lot of those either junglers or even gold laner.
They didn't ban Marcel. They didn't ban Marcel, they banned Uranus.
No!
So first pick, they are forcing now whether Team KPTM X Velocity want to take Marcel, and yes, they should. Marcel, welcome to the land of Dawn. Most importantly, Championship Sunday here. Now leaving 2 picks for NU Bulldogs to choose, and these 2 picks is going to be trying to be the hard counter towards this Marcel.
Wow, Marcel seeing the light of the day? Are you serious? I mean, this is gonna be very, very interesting. Even though I do feel like there's a way to actually counter Marcel, so I think NU Bulldogs wasn't really afraid of Team Velocity picking that up. So having 2 tanky heroes right here with Phoveus as well as Hilda, I think that's pretty much a really good counter coming up from Marcel as well. Now, this is actually opening a door for Team Velocity as well, as Cloud is still open. You definitely want to prioritize that because we know that Saurus definitely has been comfortable with that pick. And if you want to pick out your B laner right now, also can be done. I mean, before the second phase of the banning, I mean, you probably see that Zetian, or probably you're picking up another mid laner. I mean, right at this moment right now, I feel like it's either they want to go with another tanky hero. It's not really necessary, but you can go that way either way as if you want lah.
Alice, Lydia, that could be an option right there.
Oh.
No, they will go with Zetian and Basia.
Wait,
okay,
Cloud.
That's actually really good.
They didn't take the Cloud.
Cloud.
Interesting. I told you, KPTM is having something up their sleeve. They're really hiding their stripe. We keep on saying that, Saurus is only comfortable with that Cloud. But again, this is also a little bit of mind game. There's a possibility as well.
Yep.
And you wouldn't even be preoccupied with Cloud if they don't actually ban out for that second phase of the banning. Cloud will still be taken out and will be seen for the last 2 picks. But again, for the last pick of NU Bulldogs, it seems that Cloud!
They will take it.
Cloud stolen!
I think they will take the Cloud. I believe that Team KPTM might go for Leslie, perhaps, if they don't get banned or they didn't ban this particular hero. Ooh, you have Alice as well. Granger is out already. There's so many possibilities right here, but I am very interested to see how KPTM is going to work around this Marcel. You already have Marcel, the support, you have Zertian, dealing so much damage as the mage as well. And Basia, the roamer, has been secured and locked on for the side of KPTM X Velocity.
They took out Obsidia. More of,
marksman, right?
I mean, another marksman, another gold laner that I think we did see Obsidia in the hands of Saurus quite prominent as well. So definitely one of the picks right now. They're really, really targeting Saurus right now to a point that, I mean, Saurus is the, not to say Saurus, KPTM is actually the one who gives that opportunity in the hands of NU Bulldogs. And they say like, hey, if you're gonna leave out Cloud as an option, we might as well drag it for ourselves. So Lilia been picked up right there as a ban for the team of KPTM. This is just pretty much just to shut down more of the options for the team of NU Bulldogs, but they picked up Valentina instead. I mean, Valentina wise, you got IMU. So if you have Fury of the Phoenix, they will also have Fury of the Phoenix. So that's not a problem for NU Bulldog at all.
Yeah, copycat, the ultimate from the opponent's team, I believe. And, just making sure that causing more disruption in place. If I were Team KPTM, what would be my primary marksman? Do I even want to run with a marksman to begin with? maybe, just maybe, I want to finish this game as soon as possible before we hit the late game stages. This could be another option that can play through if they are very confident in their hyper aggressive play style against their opponents.
No, they do need a marksman. They do need someone that can actually have a burst damage. So, priority wise, Bruno!
An OG. Wow.
I said that.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. And I talked about how we need a little bit of burst damage. And Bruno, even though it is kind of tough for the early game, but mid game wise, you don't want to be messing around with Bruno.
Alright, late game. This is a true late game hero. We have seen bursts of damage. Not only just bursts of damage, you know, this is more like multiple quick skills, quick damages in place. Hilda will be the last option. Was it Hilda or Fanny? Fanny will be the last option. They are still playing with Fanny again, right there, Fasha. So this is going to be very critical on how to stop this Fanny once again. If Team KPTM can use this whole lineup to stop Fanny, to activate Bruno, and to use up the potential upscaling of Marcel, I think we can see a game 5.
But here's the thing. Previously, the key to success for KPTM is having Atai in their hands. And that is the only reason why they were able to stomp against Team NU Bulldogs. I feel like this surprise element that KPTM was setting us up here was a bit too much of a surprise for me. I'm so sorry. I just feel like started out okay, you pick up the Marcel, okay, and then you denied that Cloud. You actually give that opportunity for them, for the NU Bulldogs to pick up. Now you see that the last card that was shown by NU Bulldog is Fanny, and you have no one to catch this flying saucer. So let's see what's gonna be like. Again, guys, welcome to the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026, the grand finals. 2 points has already been given to NU Bulldogs, and Team KPTM still trying their best to make sure they can get that tie. Can they do so here for the 4th match?
I believe they have the firepower to do so. It's all about the execution right here. Marcel, wow, look at that. Just doing so much damage to Pachulan already. Pachulan will have to walk away with safety, but it's all about clearing the lanes at the right time. Estacio, can he at least get a kill? The Lithium Mona unable to be... Oh, sorry, the Lithium Wanderer is unable to be secured by the side of Team KPTM and gives a little bit more of an XP buff towards Fanny.
This is a bit tough. Mustachio, backs again, just doing so much of disruption here at the top lane. Mizu almost caught off guard right there because of the fact that he's overextending. Want to go in all out, and a lot of invasion coming in from this jungler. Mustachio is doing well, just like how we've seen so far. This is just a little bit of repeat pattern coming up from NU Bulldogs. They are playing off again as how comfort they were, knowing for a fact there's not much that Team KPTM has to actually withhold the movement of this jungler. But let's see, maybe there's a possibility with having Marcel to be added on into the roster. And look at this, they just gang up against Pachulan, making sure that he is cornered back against the wall, but Pachulan will not have any issue whatsoever to run away with the power of the wilderness. And here on out, we see that in 4 seconds, we have our first turtle to be spawned out.
Yep, the first turtle has finally made its mark onto the land of Dawn. And it looks like multiple skirmishes from the top side is being done here. Wafi, meanwhile, a little slow HP bait and switch back and forth. Jin as well from behind enemy lines, or back to his base to be more precise. Nani with Pachulan just dealing stuff. But it will be the Turtle Pit controlled by the side of the Filipino team.
Let's see, NU got their setup right here for the Turtle Pit. Melanon is going to actually go in for the Phoenix Strikes as well. Goes in for Pachulan as well. Pachulan's doing a really good zone coming in right now. Mizu goes in for the Crimson Crush, but nope, Estacio will get the turtle. And now counter coming in. Can they actually do so? Bangsal will be shut down by Mizu, and Estacio still managed to survive it out. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Not only that, they get away with that turtle. Still a win for the team of NU Bulldogs.
Yeah, NU Bulldogs, they got the objective. It doesn't matter, I mean, in the sense that they lost an off-laner. I mean, it's an equal trade, I would say. Alice, an off-laner, Roma, alongside with Bangsal's Phobius. So it's 1-1 trade, but the Turtle, that is the one that's more important. And speaking of which, Pachulan in a lot of pain right here, trying to run away with the Hilda, unable to make the great escape as Zetian burns her down.
Yeah, this is where you know for a fact that if Hilda is overextending, overcommitting, overstaying, you will be punished. And not to worry much, this is just pretty much a standardized job scope of a Hilda Pachulan, and he will be having a little bit of struggleness trying to do some disruptive motion to KPTM, and KPTM is doing well, just cover things up, but again, seems that they want to set things up right at the bottom. There's 3 players. I don't think that's really a good move. They're just giving a little bit of leeway for Saurus to actually get a hold with the fact that that buff will be taken immediately for themselves. And even so, the movement that is seen from KPTM is much more faster compared to what we've seen from the previous 2 fights. And I like how they're growing even more mature from, even though this draft can be a danger zone for them, but they are much confident as well.
Yeah, it's much more smooth, smoother, it's more seamless in terms of their movements, try not to get stuck further at the terrains and giving them an opportunity to escape as well, just in case danger were to occur. 13 seconds for the next turtle right there, and it looks like team KPTM X Velocity, they are trying to set things up. They have Marcel across that river bay there, but has to be very careful as 3 members of team NU Bulldogs spotting him out.
Power Dumas comes in, Fury of the Phoenix comes through right there as they are going in all out to team Velocity, but NU Bulldogs still overlooking, trying to find a way. And 50% Wafi able to get the turtle, and now they want to go all out to counter, but Estacio was a little bit too slow, and this is going to be just a disengagement for both teams.
Managed to get the objective and just disengage. Great call between both teams, but of course the advantage goes to the hands of team KPTM Velocity. Pachulan once more again trying to poke as much damage, but will not be able to secure any stops or at least a kill right there, but managed to make it out alive.
Oh, I'm loving how Saurus right now, we can see some of the damage is really can start to fill by the team of NU Bulldogs. Even with the basic attacks, he's doing well so far. At the level 7, you can see how much that Saurus can actually contribute with those damage. But let's see. Right now, they're trying to actually engage triggers a little bit. Jin right here, knowing for a fact that if he can actually set things up properly, it will be a good move coming up for the team of KTM. Again, wanted to catch Blast off guard, and Blast had to force and use Flicker just for escape mechanism. And I love it because at least you're trying to waste a lot of the resources by non-necessary needed timing or even at the situation.
Depending on the both marksmen that I see right now, Cloud has the better advantage in terms of the item build. Haas Claws is only available for this Bruno, but speaking of Bruno here, Pachulan burning down, still surviving, staying alive. Unfortunately, Saurus will get the kill. This is very crucial for his progression as the marksman in Bruno. So great move right there from KPTM. It seems like you said, Pasha, they have something in their sleeves. And maybe, just maybe, a glitter of hope for that comeback is real.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward because the fact is, even though it's not really a safe draft to be saying as a straightforward or direct fight between the Estacio having a Fanny as well as having Heroro as well as Pachulan having a nuisance movement as well as able to mobilize themselves as much as possible. But the thing is, if they be able to actually contribute as much damage as possible, KPTM can be able to just shred some of the lifelines of players and NU Bulldogs, and that's what they're looking forward. And looking on the side of this is going to be the third turtle, the last turtle for them. Oh, Saurus has been spotted out right down below as they were preoccupied to get that turtle. I mean, in one cause of losing your own goal lane for a turtle, I don't think that's really a necessary or even a fruitful success for the team of KPTM.
I mean, you want to activate that Bruno as soon as possible, but because of that death, kind of stunted the growth a bit. Still early game. I think this is something that can compensate. Having the Bruno to continue farming and trying to keep that Bruno safe later is crucial. So let that death be, just a past tense and focus on the next play. Focus on keeping that Bruno alive. Focus on making the Bruno stay alive, right, from Saurus. He has to be on camera, on communication, on point, and the calls from his team.
See, so far right now, Team Velocity, they will be trying to recover from that loss, and hopefully it doesn't actually stuns out Saris growing into the pattern of his own stacks, because again we need the Saris to be online as quick as possible, making sure that he will be able to do as much as damage. Going in for the Fury of the Phoenix, stuns out 3 players, nicely done, goes out for the diving, Saris stays down blast immediately, now leaving Estachio, trying to clear out the waves as well, but that's a good move coming off from KPTM. You're not too stingy, but at least you get what you need.
Yeah, I love this move coming out from KPTM. They get the kill, they disrupt a little bit of flow, and most importantly, you know, they are opening things up for Saurus to at least go and kill or try to chip some damage onto this turret. So it should be a trade-off right here. You see the 3 heroes below for NU Bulldogs. They will do their best also to take whatever's left or the leftovers on the bottom lane. And Saurus, you take that turret, just head back. Don't overstay alone, especially against the foes of Team NU Bulldogs.
Ooh, lovely how the Phoenix Descent been to give that kind of zoning to the side of Team NU Bulldogs. Team Velocity, they know for a fact that this is how you want to actually keep the pressure still in control, making sure that NU Bulldog doesn't actually have that upper hand. And lot coming in right now, as we are seeing they are going to step things up, and you still trying to actually make sure that Estachio will be available to actually go in for the contest. Let's see if this is going to be the case. Oh, but spotted out! Estachio was seen inside that grass, couldn't actually get away and had to be moving from those fight, and this is a trouble for the team of NU Bulldogs. If you are spotted and had to move away using the skill Cable just for an escape motion, you are actually wasting a lot of your stamina, and this is a danger zone. But I'm loving how alert, how aware the team of KPTM Velocity.
Yeah, I think KPTM right now is to disrupt the Fanny, right? You know, depleting its resources, depleting its stamina. I think they're trying to do their very best to zone out this Fanny. Not just because, you know, the Fanny doesn't have any stamina now, but not involving her in the fight, not involving her taking different objectives like, you know, taking the empty lane. So making things harder for this Fanny to be activated even further. We already saw the last game that Fanny did not participate in this fight. What happens if APTM can disrupt her team fights and her lane taking? That would be a question coming in play.
Exactly, with the contest right now. Stuns blast immediately with the last hit of Saurus. Amazing job, but right here, it seems that Estachio doesn't know what to do. He wants to go for the last hit of Retribution. Nope, Nani gets the last hit with that Phoenix of Strike, and that's what you needed from the team of KPTM X Velocity. This is a great comeback, need a great cover. Not only they managed to steal one, and now Team Estachio right now, it seems that NU Bulldogs, even though you are wanting to do a little bit of trade, it's not going to be easy with Marcel just covering the grounds.
So again, you know, back from that scenario, we did mention that, you know, disrupt Fanny's team fights.
Yep.
Fanny wasn't present right there. The lane, she didn't even try to take the turret because it was just too far apart already. She couldn't even deal a difference from there. So great move right now, and then forcing the Fanny to try to take that Lord. Yeah, Lord give you a little bit of XP, but now you're opening things strength in numbers for the favor of KPTM, and they are going to tower dive right now.
Pure Strike come in, and they mobilize themselves with the crown, but it is not going to be enough though. They stole away that Fury of the Phoenix, and this is a good motion coming off from NU Bulldogs. They know for a fact that without Fanny, it's not going to be easy, but at least they have that final defense coming through, denying Team KPTM to shut them down.
And right there, Fanny takes down the level 1 turret. As you, I mean, it's a fair trade, 1 for 1, yeah. No casualties at the moment, but KPTM, they are still at the driver's seat, very, very close, and surely they're looking forward to start gunning down the next slot in place. However, I like to see how NU Bulldogs were to recover from this. Can they actually survive 4 or 5 at the moment? Looking at things up, not really doing so. Their item build so far, Hilda hasn't been still trying to build with alongside with Phobius, but you have the Cloud already having the Corrosive Sky, the Demon Hunter Sword, and the Golden Staff activated. So I think there's still possibility they can still hold on for a 4v5 situation, but Fanny needs to quickly get the immortality in order to sustain in those fights.
Oh, I agree on that. And looking on how these two goal laners are having their own DPS coming off, their actimization is doing well. I mean, compared to how we are seeing for Bruno's, with the Wind of Nature, I feel like there's a possibility that Bruno is going to step up even more further now. Going in all out, drags a little bit. Right, this is with the Fury of the Phoenix. Can they actually go through? They started out immediately. Mizu tried to actually survive those, but will be taken out by Hiroro. But there's no counter. There's no follow-up. And Saurus had to back away, bursting to the wall because of the burning. And now they had to pull away. A little bit of miscommunication and not connecting that follow-up.
Yeah, not connecting to the follow-up. That was very, very painful. Painful mistake, by the way, from KPTM. I think, maybe in their minds, right, they lost that hero already. They lost one of their tankers. They don't want to proceed with that. It could turn sour, You could turn sour. Imagine if you lose 2 to 3 heroes. The lot is free for Team NU Bulldogs to take. But now, at least they have one hero, sacrificing him or herself. They still can get back into the groove and replan and restructure this taking for the Lord.
Oh, one mistake.
And Saurus as well. That was 15 already.
I know, right? I mean, talking about how KPTM has been in the driver's seat, so far right now, they're not actually utilizing being in that driver's seat because most of the time they are swerving away from the path that they've already paved, and it's a little bit dangerous to see. But here, going in for the contest, can they actually, I think they will be able to get the lock for themselves, and now the counter will be going out to Bangsal as well as Fortulan goes out to actually move away, giving a mobilization, but I don't think Fortulan will be able to get away as quickly as possible. That's going to be a sacrifice for them. And Team NU Bulldogs having one front liner already been sacrificed, and I think that Jin wants more there. A little bit ambitious, even though they know for a fact this is just an invasion for them to steal that buff even more.
Yeah, and then Fortulan is out for 20 seconds. I mean, the Lord is for their taking. Still possible. He will be back to defend this, but then this gives opportunity for Team KPTM to do the split push. Split lane push is very crucial here, especially if Fanny has to decide whether A, can I have still join my team for the team fight? Do I have enough stamina to do so? Or B, I will just try to take down the Lord solo, but giving the opportunity for my opponents to have their numbers against ours at this particular time of defense.
Oh, and look at how the team of Velocity already spotting out how they are going to see Fanny's going to try to go in for the solo push, but I don't think that's really a good idea from the team of NU Bulldogs, so he's backing off again as the Lord marches in to go in. Oh, he's going in for the steel cable with the cut through, but doesn't spot anyone, wasn't able to cut through, and now 2 of the turret has already been shot. They're bare open right now. Maybe, possibly, there's going to be a top turret as well being stolen by the team of KPTM X Velocity. Fury of the Phoenix comes through right here, trying to actually zone out Pachulan, but comes through with a steel cable, just almost barely coming out alive. Estasio back again to the fountain, but Mizu doing his best, going in with the Crimson Blast with Blood of Ode, but Saurus comes in to make sure that he will be able to survive it all. But no, this is going to be a retribution comes through from the team of NU Bulldog. You overstayed yourself, but at least you made it out alive, 4 players, and leaving Mizu to be sacrificed.
Yeah, KPTM, do not be greedy. Just play it slowly. You already taken down all of the turret defenses, leaving NU Bulldogs left with their crystal base. This is such great opportunity right now for KPTM to play it slow. They just need to wait for another Lord. This Lord is going to be their tanker, their primary damage absorber, and then eventually they are able to take down the players on Team NU Bulldog. And remember this, Fasha, we talked about this. They have Bruno. KPTM has Bruno. Late game already, 17 minutes down the clock. This Bruno is going to burn down anyone, provided he's able to stay alive.
And looking how Fury of Phoenix already been landed, trying to actually mobilize players of the NU Bulldogs. But they're not gonna actually be a little bit overextending themselves. They're just trying to actually hold out, positioning the team of NU Bulldogs. And this is the discipline that we see. Estasio, again, sneaky move, just trying to do a little bit of solo push, and definitely this is something that is by the book. You know for a fact that if you're not going to be able to actually have a good fight as a team, you want to make sure at least some of the objectives will be able to steal without your opponent seeing. So this is the team and you Bulldogs just trying their best to make sure that there's a distraction, the separation of what can be done. But again, this is the next lot, the enhanced lot, the evolve a lot that is a bit more tankier for them to go in all-out fight. So if Team KPTM gets this, they might actually close this with a win in their hands, and that is if they got the lot. But here on out, goes in for the Fury of the Phoenix again, stun the 3 players, moves out for the click of the golden hour as well. Bamsal will be the first victim of Wafi. One goes in for the steel KB. Stasho could not go in for the control and gets another one. Now push in for the fake strike. Now goes in for the spinning wheel. Wafi with Nani takes down Batulan, and now moving on. Rizu trying to actually sort out to Herero. Herero will be able to survive it out though, so they don't need to worry much. And they want to go all out to the crystal. No lot? Are you sure, KPTM? I mean, this is a little bit ambitious, but let's see if they can make it happen. Now goes out all the way to Herrero. Now he takes down Estachio, goes off for the steel cabin, but he doesn't get anyone with the control. And now Crystal will be in the hands of Team Malaysia. KPTM X Velocity. We thought it was going to be an easy breezy win for the team of NU Bulldogs, but Team Malaysia comes alive with 2-2.
Are you serious? Is the comeback real, Fasha? My goodness. And I mean, if I am Team NU Bulldogs right now, I will be panicking here because look at this. KPTM X Velocity, they are online. They have the home crowd onto their favor, and it is all for them. This is now a best of 1 game, Fasha.
Best of 1. Who would have thought? It started so rough, and again, I'm feeling deja vu from what has happened from the lower bracket. They looked so rough. They looked like they were unprepared to fight off with NU Bulldogs, with Little Pika, even with Team Bravehearts Philippines. But KPTM X Velocity, you guys are just this whole entire team that has so much surprise element that we could not actually even predict this to happen. But again, great job coming in. I wasn't really expecting they were able to actually separate the Stasio to a point that he was not able to do so. Usually we see that sneaky move was being done, but I think once they had that Zetian, that Fury of the Phoenix was just doing so much steady as well as triggered for the side. And I do feel like having Marcel, the golden hour, was just right on timing to cut off every movement of Team NU Bulldogs.
I want to say having Marcel without any counters to it, that Marcel is already a win, right? Look at that. 0 kills, it's okay. But 0 deaths. That Marcel was all online. There was it was untouchable. He was untouchable all the way. He was supporting. He was the best support in this team. He was giving so much firepower to his entirety of the team. And you know, we talked this already earlier on. Drafting, Bruno, late game. Late game it is. It was slowly but surely able to knock down even without the Lord. They managed to penetrate and push for that victory. And this is your MVP, ladies and gentlemen. KPTM X Velocity, Nani.
I talked about how Nani, Zetian was just a great pick coming off from the team of KPTM X Velocity. And we do admit Marcel was also one of the key game changer for the team of KPTM. But come on, that Fury of the Phoenix right on time. And the steal that was done for that lot with the Phoenix strike, I say that hit was just perfect by this man. 507 KDA with 11,263 total of gold with 100% participation, bro. I mean, that breaks all the records. Like, Nani will always be there for all support of MVP as well as for the team of KPTX Velocity. And looking on the stats right now, not much of a difference for the economy wise. 7,000. We've seen a bigger gap that NU Bulldog was able to leave out team KPTM X Velocity. But let's look on the kills. 12 over to 4. NU Bulldogs is like losing their foot, losing their momentum. They couldn't actually have a counter. They want to go in all out to the team of KPTMX, and the fact that they should have actually have a little much more of control. They do have a little bit of catch mechanism that can done, like for example, Inferno Pursuit. They have Demonic Force in the hands of Phoveus. That could have been one of the key or the gate opening for the team of NU Bulldogs to drag some of the players from KPTMX Velocity, but that didn't happen. And on the other note, Pachulan, as the one who always goes out of his way making sure that he can disrupt the team of Velocity said, like, you can disrupt as much as you want, you will be taken out because of that overextension. And I'm loving how Team Malaysia is rising up just like they did from the lower bracket, like Phoenix from the ashes. Oh my god, I'm losing my words already.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a comeback in the making. This is David versus Goliath, but David has found the sacred sword and shield, ready to take on the battle. And you know, like you said earlier on, yeah, they look mentally drained, but this whole tournament, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Yeah, you may lose 1 or 2 games there, but it's not out yet. You're not out yet. You're not done over till the last game counts. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have an equalizer. I don't want to say NU Bulldogs were toying with their foot, because that game was phenomenal. That was supposed to be KPTM to decide. But anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go for a very short break for the final game of our Best of 5 Grand Finals. You're watching the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup. My name is KBC. Alongside with me is Fasha Bani. We'll see you guys soon after the short break.
Naririnig ko na ang mga alulong ng mga bulldog.
Congratulations everyone to all our participants and winners. This is the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup.
Wake me up, converge in starlight. I feel so alive. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Different vibe, different mind. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Kaleidoscope this side. Came in, looking all around. Right now, set, lit, feel the power. We waiting for the answer.
Kita orang punya chemistry and execute team game plan lagi tinggi daripada tim-tim lain.
The bond or the chemistry of our team, because we understand each other inside the game and outside the game.
We have known each other for very long, and our chemistry and our teamwork is on top of everyone else.
Kita bakal ngeluarin surprise pick, mungkin nggak bakal ada orang yang tahu bakal kita ngeluarin mungkin dari komposisi hero apa, strategi kita apa. Mungkin mereka ibaratnya bakalan buta akan draft kami.
We started recruiting by to compete each other and test their skills, and we have to adjust our roles just to form a better team.
Basically, half of our team pernah join ML season lepas. Dia orang scout kita orang untuk buat team terbaik untuk compete dalam MSL baru-baru ni.
Kita bertemu di turnamen offline, kemudian kita berpartisipasi mengikuti turnamen ini, dan kita bersyukur bisa di hashtag 2 walaupun kita di underestimate banyak orang.
My team's players came from various backgrounds and we met each other through tournaments and playing ML together.
Kalau inside the game, kita orang ada isu yang macam miscom. Maybe waktu MSL tu kita orang hampir bergaduh waktu grand final. Waktu tu kita orang leading dalam 2-0 and jumpa the solution terus dekat situ.
I think we have struggled because of our academics. We have to prioritize it first. So our preparation time is less than as usual. Yeah.
On top of a student life, having to go to school, study, even working part-time, it makes us like really on a tight schedule in order to train and find time to spare for this tournament.
Tim saya yang paling saya suka itu alter ego dari Indonesia karena mereka.
What a long day indeed, and we're still not done yet, everybody. We still need to crown our champions, and there's only one more game to go to make sure we get that champions. And we are back here at the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026 with me, KBC Fasha Bunny on the house, guys.
What a play. What a turn of sequence right there. You got to give it up to both teams. I mean, first 2 rounds, it was NU Bulldogs bulldozing all their way. And we thought that, hey, you know what? Maybe the Malaysian team is our guess. You know, the mentality, playing so many games throughout the entirety of 4 days. Might take a mental toll to them. But now, look at that. That is the comeback from the Malaysian team. KPTM X Velocity making their mark into the final game of the grand final.
And I bet you guys are probably regretting that you guys didn't drop down to one Utama, Damansara, to actually experience firsthand what is happening in this OPPO Hyperlegend Cup. Come on, you still have time. At least within the time, you just come in to support these 2 teams for their final rounds, or even able to see how they crowd it out, who will be the one who actually lift up that champion trophy in their hands. So drop down to OU right this instant for the last game of these 2 teams, and it seems that they got the first pick. It's always the team of NU Bulldogs always getting the first pick, just like OPPO Reno 15 series, always the top choice for all of our players here at the MLBB.
Yep, the OPPO Reno 15 series have great camera, lag-free, and most importantly, water and dust resistance. You can bring it anywhere, play Mobile Legends anytime, anywhere as well. And going back to what you discussed earlier on, I like 3rd and 4th games. There's more of a counter towards the Fanny pick, right? The Fanny pick for NU Bulldogs hasn't been working so far comparing to the other games that they had earlier on. So KPTM, they already had that settled. But now, with the first pick on NU Bulldogs, what would be the game plan, Fasha? What would NU Bulldogs do in order to regain momentum, or at least to secure this series?
It's hard to tell. I mean, like, who you want to actually prioritize right distance having that first pick, right? I mean, yeah, you steal away that Claude, and now it seems that Soros has shown that he wasn't really we thought that he wasn't really that flex hero, but ended up he was able to play that Bruno so perfectly. So Team NU Bulldogs, I feel like they're also quite in a surprise motion to see whether or not they want to still prioritize that glue. But going into the last map of the day, we're back again to the Flying Cloud. Today is the Flying Clouds team. I definitely feel like yesterday was pretty much always going to the broken walls, but I guess the god of RNG for MLB saying that let's be soaring in the clouds. Even though we don't have Sora, we still be having a fun time seeing how the players of these 2 teams fighting it off for the champion. And talking about KPTM, right? And you talked about how we thought that they were not having a fun time. Started out really good for NU Bulldog getting that 2-0, and then they come back. fun fact, this is just the same history being remade over and over again. I've already personally witnessed it with our bento. Even our bento just message me and say like, Bunny, you are right. Malaysia love this idiom. Jauh perjalanan, luas pemandangan. The longer the journey, the beautiful the view is. And so far right now, it is beautiful, but hold your horses, KPTM. You still need that one last view to be the champion.
Yep, and they really need this to happen. You know, they have worked so hard in order to get to this stage and to equalize things up. I mean, personally, I would say that this is going to be a marathon overall. It's not just a sprint. And, you know, judging from the entirety of the ecosystem, the tournament, they have done wonders in its place. Speaking of wonders, we are going into the band pick draft pool. Fedrin and Zusin, they are out of the pool already. And if I'm NU Bulldogs, let's just forget about Fanny. Let's just remove it from our roster.
Oh my god, yes!
We don't need her already.
Yes!
Let's just try something else. Try that works for us. We probably might not have Freya, but we have other heroes as well. Let's try those heroes in play.
Oh my god. Ken, that's brilliant. I do agree on that. And the fact that right now they're solely dependent, they thought that Fanny was really doing well so far. Now, KPTM as Velocity has shown that even if you have Fanny and we don't have a Kai, we'll still be able to pull through. And now back again to the Fanny, the face of our banning. It seems that they still have the same top priorities of heroes to be taken out: Carry, Uranus, Freya. I mean, I'm not surprised if KTM suddenly decided to say that, you know what? Maybe we take out Marcel this time. I mean, like, just now we kind of show off too much of our strats. But then again, if they actually give this opportunity for Marcel to be taken out, will Anu actually be baited to use that Marcel instead of actually picking that glue for themselves?
I think it's going to be 100%. They're going to take the Marcel. The Marcel early on, you have seen that gameplay.
Yep.
Even though not affecting in terms of kills, but the assist is there and reduction of HP. But look at that.
They're forcing!
They are giving it.
They're forcing them to take that Marcel as well. Just like NU Bulldogs did it. Oh my god.
I mean, if they are doing this right, Fasha, I
Yep.
think they have something in mind. They have a counter,
Yup,
at least,
yes.
to Marcel.
Mhm.
They must have a counter to Marcel. There's no way you're giving free food onto the plate without getting back in reward time. So I think this could be mind game. Maybe it could be mind game.
Agree?
Maybe they don't want to take a Marcel, which
No,
I
they
shouldn't.
do.
Yeah, they will do it. So here comes the comeback. What is the counter to that? We have seen the Fanny counter already, right?
Mhm.
Now let's see what is the counter for Marcel.
The thing when it comes to you knowing how to use this hero, you definitely knows what are the weakness of the Marcel itself. You have to have the knowledge of what is the things that are not successful for Marcel once you've already used it a couple of times. Even now, we do know that Marcel has been a little bit of hard to dealt with when it comes to the Land of Dawn, but KPTM leaving that out, that has to be something up there. So just like Ken talked, but now they're picking up Selena as well as Baxia. I think this is actually a steal because we saw how NU Bulldogs has been performing with Baxia, and they actually had a really good run with the first two games itself. But at the same time, having Selena on their side is not that bad. But that kind of leave Zetian, but they picked up Lilia for the damage as well. And now they picked up that Granger. So Cloud is open again for Team KPTM. And if Soros wants it, he can definitely get it. We can know for a fact that it's the most comfort zone for KPTM X Velocity.
Yeah, I think having Cloud able to pair with Selena and Basia and a couple of hyper-aggressive heroes, if they want to really play that style, that would be very, very workable. But you have to understand that Granger, he will be activated in the late game. I think he has more late game capabilities, a bit more of an advantage towards Cloud. But again, it's up to the draw, it's up to the execution as well. Alice though, oh wow, they are focusing on sustainability, or at least the magic offense first overall. So Cloud can be banned.
That could be the case for NU Bulldogs. They definitely have the potential to actually drag that out from the equation for Team KPTM X Velocity, or else they're just probably focusing on other. Probably right now we are seeing that if this Baxia actually doesn't flex up into the jungle, they can be able to shut down a little bit more of the junglers pool here, and I feel like they probably will pick. Oh no, they ended up in the favor of just shutting down that cloud, like you talked about, Ken. It's either they picked it up or they actually shut it down, and I don't think it's really necessary because we talked about, even if this cloud was out of the picture for Soloz has been performing with that Bruno. The question is, draft wise, Bruno is a bit tricky, and you talked about how Granger is a late game. Bruno is also in the same case. So Velocity, if they keep up the same momentum that they did before, I'm worried that NU is reading them along those lines.
YSS is still available.
Oh,
they
yes.
can go for that. Leslie is still available. Obsidia, maybe, probably just a just a random pick or selective pick right there. Oh!
Nolan!
Banning Nolan. Very interesting. Guinevere, 100%. But Nolan, they might have done some study. They might have done some study and some research onto NU Bulldogs, man.
I mean, I've seen NU Bulldogs using Nolan, but it's not really the necessity of banning Nolan, even with the dimension wave, with the mobility wise. You said that YSS is open, right? Why leaving a YSS a bit open to be taken right here? And I've seen how YSS can also be paired out with Zetian. That kind of opens a little bit of opportunity for KPTM if they want to actually pick it up. Again, I'm talking whether or not this Baxia is a rope to be flexed, unless they really want to go all out for tank jungle. So the question is, what KPTM want to go in for this direction?
It's going to be coming down to the last two picks of NU Bulldogs. It looks like Khalid. Okay. Khalid will be a great option here. Now forcing Team NU Bulldogs to make their decision right here. They definitely need a roamer. So the roamer most likely will be a Hilda. Perhaps they want to trust the Hilda once again. Or they cannot go for a pure tank. They went for the hybrid tank instead. Sora, okay, but there's an off lane. And what would be their next choice in hand?
Still open if they want to actually open up the map with the YSS, but again, the jungler that is required here to do a lot of disturbance rather than Fanny, because you talked about, you probably leave out that Fanny right this instant. So they ended up taking Leomord, and I think we did so on the second match. Leomord was phenomenal. So this is something that again, Team NU Bulldogs is playing by the books that they've already comfortable in.
Marksman.
And somehow right now for Team KPTM, oh, are you?
My bets are on YSS or Leslie. I think those are the two. Unless they shock and awe me with something that I haven't seen before.
Don't pick Bruno
Layla.
again, please.
Not bringing Layla in. Don't worry.
Please, not Bruno again. Do not pick Bruno again. There's too much. There's too much of a. Yeah, there's too much right now. Seriously, who will be the pick for Soloz right now? That could be a surprise element that we talked about again from KPTM X Velocity. So let's see. Look at it. They're literally discussing it. They're really wondering who they want to actually pick up here for the last. So, Obsidia! The burst damage. I knew it. No single talk that you want to actually talk about. You want to actually go all out with the hunt of bones. So this is something that KPTM X Velocity has covered the ground, but they're not the only one. NU Bulldogs is also doing well with their drafting. So. Previously, I keep on having a little bit of bias whether or not the draft is better in the different kind of team, whether or not this side has the potential. But for this last match, I'm loving the maturity of these two teams. Both have shown so much potential, so much of the growth, so much of them pushing forward for their own capability. And KPTM X Velocity, will you surprise us even more here to get that extra river sweep that you've been doing from the lower bracket, or will NU Bulldogs finally gain that last win? This is very interesting, Ken, to see our last grand final match.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see the Marcel in the hands of NU Bulldogs. Let's see, without the Fanny, what will be the next play in hand? While for KPTM, the unorthodox picks have been bringing them from victory after victory, counter-attack and hard countering their opponents. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in Game 5. This is the last game in round, and we'll be crowning one of the champions right here for the OPPO Hyper Cup. Hyperlegend Cup 2026.
It is a long day. If we're making a mistake, we do want to apologize to all the audience as well as viewers. It has been 9 hours we've been casting, and look how much aggressiveness that is shown by the team of Velocity Malaysia. They know for a fact, early game-wise, especially having Khalid on their side, they can do a lot of disturbance. You can just go in for the invasion, just ride that sand wave as much as possible, making sure that you can open the map and get a lot of the location. Open the map itself to have information towards NU Bulldogs itself. But here on out again, swings back into Jin. Overextended, had to flick away, but one hit goes to it. Goes in for the quick sand guard, but can he survive it out? Jin makes it alive. This is why Khalid is one of the best choice for Roma.
Yeah, one of the best choice there, able to not only sustain but to deal damage as well. Especially the initiation, coming with the with one of his skills and combos in place. I mean, this is going to be both teams, they don't want to over-aggressively play to create mistakes for themselves, but at the same time, to start the fight, maybe you need to set a statement, you need to start fighting and start to attack here as Mizu in a lot of trouble. Ooh, double flicker right there over here, and then now leaving Pachulan away, zoning out from his teammates. Mizu will get the last laugh and the first blood.
I think that's a little bit of communication coming from Team NU actually, because I think they thought that they were going to actually disperse, and Pochulan was just like overlooking, oh, you guys are leaving? I wasn't expecting that. So a slight mistake from the start, but it's okay. It's just, like I said, once you actually have your Romas out of the way, you still have the potential to recover back. But this is it. It's going to be the first contest coming for the first turtle right there. Goes out right this instant for the quick sign guard, but Estasio gets the turtle in their hands, but Mizu unfortunately had to be sacrificed as well. So not only getting the turtle objective, they also able to back out 1 kill.
Yep, 1 kill, 1 turtle. That's definitely an early victory from the side of Team NU Bulldogs. You can see that the team is really hyped for securing the objectives. I think it's about time that they have to stay awake, they have to stay alert, because again, this is going to be the deciding factor on who is going to go as the champions, who's going to be selected as the champions, while the other is unfortunately will be getting the runner-up place. In the meantime, the KPTM, they are still not out yet. They have that Selena, they have the Basia. Anytime, when they are ready, they can set things up, they can set the abysmal traps just to deal a little bit more intel, info, and slowing their opponents down. Forcing NU Bulldogs, just perhaps, to be very careful or very cautious when they land.
And then we are seeing that those are the things that Team KPTM X Velocity is trying to just slow things down in the movement of the Land of Dawn. If they can do that, that could be a great case for them to just have that 50-50 situation, or even have the same par level with the team of NU Bulldogs. Great movement coming up from Jin, just making sure that he will be overlooking every single corner, every single lane as well. But at the same time, right here, we are seeing Buzzsaw doing a lot of pressure here to the side of Mizu. But I don't think there will be much of a problem, as Alice will have the capability of moving, having a mobility that is very strong enough, sustainability-wise. Just the thing that right now that we're looking for right now, as the setup will be at the bottom lane, the teams need to be already ready for that turtle. This is going to be the second turtle, and somehow it looks like as if the team of Velocity trying to set things up at the top. I'm not sure if this is going to be the case though. They want to actually catch up to Hiroro. Diving composition is not going to be the case here, as Hiroro was able to back off as quickly as possible. And this is what we see from the use of Granger. But Blast getting the turtle. This is the 2 turtle for the team of NU Bulldogs. Again, objective loss. Somehow Team KPTM, they slowed things down, but ended up the counter. It comes in with the Desert Tornado. Nicely done. Able to get to Bangsal and blasted off to the side of Wafi as well as Nani.
I mean, the game plan was to zone out the marksman with Karoro, using the Granger there, trying to stun his bro. But it doesn't seem to be enough. And speaking not enough, Blast again, a double kill on 2 KPTM players. This is going to be very, very dangerous for KTPM. I mean, they are now giving away free kills, and this is not looking good from the side overall. And you know, in terms of magic damage and etc., you know, your mages will have to go online first. They will be the hyper aggressors. They want to start the fight as soon as possible if given the opportunity.
I don't feel like that should be the direction they want to pull out, right? Because we talked about when it comes to draft wise here in the hands of KPTX Velocity. Yes, you want to pressure the team of NU Bulldogs, but don't do it to a point that you will be backfiring and giving the opportunity for NU to actually punish you. And this is something that they need to be very cautious when it comes to the decision making. But for those of you guys who are watching the live stream or watching this Hyper Legend Cup 2026, please capture the one moment for you to redeem yourself a freebies from the OPPO X Moon Tune. And we want to say thank you again. We are appreciating your support here for this Hyper Cup Legend Cup. But at the same time, right here, we are seeing some skirmish coming on for the mid lane. Jin in trouble at the moment right now. Goes in for a fight. Pachulan will be shut down by Wafi immediately, but one shot comes through from the side of NU. It's not going to be enough as Team Velocity backs off immediately. But this turtle somehow is going to be contested off.
Yeah, a lot of resources really spent onto the Marcel. Marcel is down for 7 seconds. Will be able to pop up anytime soon. But then the turtle, unfortunately, will be in the hands of the Filipino team. And they will march right here, Leomon. We've been talking about him, the knight in shiny armor with his My Little Pony. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to deter him away. So much damage already coming from that Leomon. Maybe, just maybe, this Leomon could be the main driver, the main carry, the main damage dealer for NU Bulldogs.
Oh, I agree on that, and it's really tough to see how Team Velocity, they had it in their backs. They were supposed to be the one who would be able to actually contest that turtle, but somehow it was too much to bear. But Bangsal, I think pretty much he was a little bit too far off all alone at the bottom lane, so Team Velocity is just finding a way of how to actually punish Team NU Bulldogs. Yeah, you get a lot of the objectives, you actually get the whole objective of the turtle, but at least let's have a little bit of separation, do a little bit of solo push when it comes to going down. They have at least the bottom turrets for them to steal, but again, the rest of their turrets from the top and the bottom has already been taken down. So Team KPTM as Velocity, the small wins needs to be even more, but Wafi overextending himself, and here Mizu as well goes in for the blood of Odin, but it doesn't get anything. Somehow it doesn't pull through, and Team Velocity lost 2 players because of the overextension.
Just very. I mean, I think they wanted to start the fight. I think due to the CC, the zoning, and the immobility from the opponents, they were just zoned out way away from any of their damage dealers out there. Just unfortunate because, you know, those are the 2 roamers that you depend on to start the fight, right? Without those 2, you may just call the fight off and, you know, avoid losing any more casualties. But again, I feel like NU Bulldogs, they are playing the game that we have seen them countless of times. They have already know what to do. They are aggressive. They pick off objectives step by step. And then it seems like deja vu on and all again. They are controlling this tempo. They are controlling this battlefield. And they are dictating the pace and space from the side of KPTM Velocity.
They need to slow things down. I really feel like this direct engagement coming from the team of KPTX Velocity is not really particularly... I know for a fact, yeah, you don't want to be too passive, but at the same time, at what state that you are thinking that, oh, if we can be able to at least trade some of the numbers, it will still be beneficial for them to just close the gap. But here's the thing, the economy-wise is already 5,000. You don't want to mess things up even more, giving that opportunity for Team NU Bulldogs to drop even more bodies. So this is something that Team KPTX Velocity, find a way, separate your objective right now. Do what NU Bulldogs has been doing. If you can't do it as a team, find someone that can go to the back line all by himself, making sure that he'll be able to pull through and be able to actually do a little bit of pressure for that wave. But at the same time here, mid lane is already under focus for the team of NU Bulldogs to steal away that turret.
Yeah, you gotta give that turret away. The roamers of Team KPTM are not strong enough, not sustainable enough to deal or soak up much damage. And I don't think they are able to do so right here as Wafi falls down into the hands of Heroes Granger, and it looks like it's getting dire and dire. It looks like it's game 1 and game 2 all over again, Fasha.
Just when KPTMX was doing so well on the last 3 and 4th game, this 5th game somehow they lost their footing again, and Team NU Bulldogs fights again. Now Holy Defense already been cracked. Fansal just trying to find a way, goes in for the Thunderstorm. So let's see if this is going to be enough for the defense line of Team KPTX Velocity as they go in for the frame shot right here. They're stunned out, immobilizing, but there's going to be a hit comes through from Herrero to take down Wafi. Sorry, shuts down Pachulan for the trade, but Mizu on the scene will be blasted by the Blast himself.
Yeah, Marcel's Golden Hour ultimate, man. I mean, that is just a shocker, right? You know, just giving so much leverage to the team to at least replan their strategy, replan their attacks, and aiming for the right targets. And, you know, I know we are aiming down the 2 Romans, but these are the 2 heroes that are very squishy at the moment, Fasha. Romans, the tankers, they're supposed to be sustainable enough, but they are getting picked off one time and time again, and then leaving less leverage or less sustainability to the overall team composition at this point of time. You can see from the itemization, yes, Alice does have the regen items in place, but it's still not that matured, or you know, it's still in the process of developing. And with every death, there is a stunted growth towards not only her but to the entire team.
And the fact that you have Khalid, right? Usually it's not supposed to be Mizu is the one to trigger the setup. If you have a Khalid, you can go in with a Raging Stantom, and even though it is a little bit tricky, we know for a fact Khalid, when it comes to sustainability, it's not really as powerful compared to Alice. But if you're able to actually call out, able to catch things up, but here on out we see Herrero takes down Wafi, goes into Jin as well. Jin had to move away with the Raging Storm just to escape, and this is where we are seeing most of the connection that was supposed to be done by KPTM is not fruitful. Pachulan comes in again, frame shots, shuts down, immobilize 2 players right this instant. Hero takes down Mizu immediately, and Jin will be the next victim. Even with Soros going in for that Heart of Bone, it's not going to be enough with the damage as they have the crystal in the hands. They have the minions coming in right now.
Yes, they have the minions.
Soros tries to survive it up, but he will be taken out by Blast, and now living the first last victory in the hands of Team NU Bulldogs. Our Philippine team away from home is the champions of OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026.
You gotta give it up to NU Bulldogs, ladies and gentlemen, away from home in a hostile but friendly rivalry crowd. They are finally crowned as your champions for the Hyperlegend Cup 2026. My oh my, that was a total beatdown. I have nothing to say with the KPTM except for GGWPs. They tried their hardest. They really want to activate the game plan that they set up, but the Romans, the tanks, are not enough to do so.
Ladies and gentlemen, after a full fight,
Team NU Bulldogs for winning this tournament.
And this is the end for both of us. Thank you again for watching this live stream. Let's take it away straight to the main stage for the crowning session. Thank you, everyone.
Now, of course, we'd like to invite our champion team over here to the other side to give their signs of sportsmanship up against their opponents here in the grand finals. KPTMX Velocity, they put up a really good fight over here. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be inviting the champions here towards their trophy to lift it up. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you NU Bulldogs! It has not been an easy victory for them, winning the first game, winning the second game, but of course losing out that third and fourth to the opponent, but making that big comeback here on that final game number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, here I am here at center stage together with our champions. Now, if you don't mind, we'd like to call our representative for a short interview.
Hello.
Hello. Now, it looks like a very emotional moment with you and your teammates. How is the energy going in between you guys right now?
We're still not able to accept or like absorb the moment. It's a feeling that's hard to absorb. We're really happy, and we're glad that we were able to pull off the win.
All right, but nevertheless, that was not an easy grand finals. First 2 games was in your hands, but at game number 3 and game number 4, what happened there?
Actually, we react to the enemy rotation, so we did not anticipate their next move, so that's our mistake.
Yeah. But nevertheless, you are still our champions over here. Now, one final question. Who are you guys dedicating this win to?
I think we can safely say that we dedicate this win to our gold laner, because during the first day, Herrero had his birthday, and aside from him, of course, all the Filipino supporters that we have, even some Filipinos watching here on the venue, we thank you very much, and we offer this win to everyone.
All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, give another round of applause to our champions, as we're going to be invited over to take their seats as we're going to clear the stage for the prize giving ceremony. Congratulations once again. Now, ladies and gents, before we continue on with our ceremony here for today, we would like you guys to feast your eyes here on the main screen as we show you for the final time the full bracket here for the championship. Their journey that's inspired over this course of 4-day championship here of the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026 Grand Finals. As you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, we started off here at the top left corner, the upper bracket segments, and we do see on the first day itself 4 teams dropping down to the lower brackets. We've lost out 2 teams on the first day, and of course, the second day commences over here, and we have our third and today the final day featuring the upper bracket semifinals, the lower bracket semifinals, and the recently concluded grand finals where NU Bulldog just won 3-2 up against Malaysia's representatives KPTM X Velocity. What a journey it has been, a long, hard journey for all these athletes. Can we have another big round of applause to all our representatives from Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, and Indonesia. A long, hard road they fought over here. 8 amazing Mobile Legends Bang Campus team here in Malaysia as the host for this year's OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026 Grand Finals. Now things are looking very heated here on the main stage. In a few short moments, we're going to be working together with our representative of OPPO Malaysia for the prize giving ceremony and of course awarding our top 3 winners as well as the FMVP. Right? So hopefully you guys are interested. Hopefully you guys are excited because I'm just as you are, because we're going to be announcing the winners right now. But before I head into all that, it gives me a great pleasure and honor to invite none other than Miss Monica Chin, Director of Marketing of OPPO Malaysia, to present the prizes. Thank you, Monica. It's great to see you again here on the main stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with third place. Your second runner-up here for the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026 Grand Finals. Give it up for UITM X Velocity! Yes, being third place, they win themselves 12 $20,000 US. Fighting through the first round of upper brackets, the quarterfinals in the upper brackets, and of course, they did drop down to the semifinals of the bracket, finding their way through in the lower bracket segment up against their opponents, KPTM X Velocity, but quite unfortunately, they've dropped there, and they are your third place winners. Thank you very much and congratulations once again. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, your first runner-up, second place here at the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup Grand Finals 2026. Give it up for KPTM X Velocity! KPTM X Velocity not only being second place, they're bringing back home $20,000 US here as their prize. The team that had the most amount of matches, crawling through in the early stages of the double elimination bracket, through the lower bracket segment, back-to-back matches on day number 3. And here they are, ladies and gentlemen, once again, give it up for KPTM Velocity! Thank you very much, KPTM Velocity. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the moment you've been waiting for, crowning the champion of the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026 Grand Finals, bringing back home $32,000 US. Your champions from the Philippines, NU Bulldogs! NU Bulldogs winning through their first round of the upper brackets, quarterfinals, semifinals, not dropping a single game in any of the series, and fighting a long, hard battle here in the grand finals. A through 3-2 victory here. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give it up for your champions, NU Bulldogs! Thank you very much. Now, of course, we'd like to invite for a group photo. We would like to kindly invite once again UITM X Velocity, KPTM X Velocity for a group photo together with NU Bulldogs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with all our top 3 lineup here, things are not over yet, as we are about to announce the finals MVP, or should we call it in the abbreviation FMVP. Now, ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes here up on the main stage, because we are going to announce your FMVP goes to Estasha from NU Bulldogs! We'd like to kindly invite Estasha over for receiving the prize, together with Monica Chin, our marketing director here from OPPO Malaysia. Now, of course, thank you so much, Ms. Monica Chin. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to an end here for the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026 Grand Finals. Now, for one last time, let's have the biggest round of applause to our top 3 champions over here. Champions and you Bulldogs from the Philippines. Second place for KPDMX Velocity and UITMX Velocity in third place. Now, ladies and gents, we would like to take this opportunity to say thank you so much. Thank you to everyone joining us here for this event, to all our amazing viewers out there watching through our official live stream. And we do hope you continue in supporting our journey here together with OPPO at the OPPO Hyperlegend Cup 2026 Grand Finals. My name is Muhammad Faro. You guys can call me Flavor. And we hope to see you again in the next time together with OPPO. Safe travels and take care, everyone.